A very good morning, everyone. On the occasion of World TB Day, on behalf of the organizing team, we extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries to the CME on Yes, We Can End TB Despite the Challenges. The event has been organized by Tuberculosis Division, Department of Microbiology, AIIMS, New Delhi. We welcome Dr. Rajiv Behel, Secretary, Department of Health Research and DGICMR, and we request him to kindly grace the dais. We welcome Dr. M. Bajpai, Dean Academics, and we request Sir to kindly grace the dais. We welcome Dr. K.K. Verma, Dean Research, and we request Sir to kindly grace the dais. We welcome Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani, Medical Superintendent, AIIMS, New Delhi, and we request Sir to kindly grace the dais. We welcome Dr. Subrato Sinha, former Dean Research, AIIMS, New Delhi, and we request Sir to kindly grace the dais. We welcome Dr. Nomita Chandok from ICMR. We request Dr. Lalit Dar, Head of the Department of Microbiology, to join the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much. Let us take a few moments to offer our prayers to the Almighty with the Saraswati Vandana.
Ya kundendu तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्र वस्तावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्मा च्युत शंकर प्रभृतिवी देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातुं सरस्वती भगवती सरस्वती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. Thank you.
Thank you. We would be privileged to request Dr. Lalit Dar, Head of the Department of Microbiology, to welcome our honorable guests who have spared their valuable time to grace the occasion.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Rajiv Behel, Secretary DHR and DGICMR, Professor Bajpai, Dean Academic, Professor Verma, Dean Research, Dr. Lalwani, MS AIIMS, and Professor Subrat Sinha, who's been a guiding light at AIIMS for many years. My faculty colleagues, our guests, friends. It's a very special occasion today, and we celebrate it every year as the World Tuberculosis Day. It is tomorrow, but we have preempted it by a day. The more we reflect upon the issue of tuberculosis, the better, and the earlier we start, the better, because the WHO had laid out some targets, which were basically the main ones being 90% reduction in deaths due to tuberculosis and 80% reduction in incidence. And the Indian government under the Prime Minister has further added to these by a more ambitious program, because the intent was to reduce these by 2030 from the baseline of 2015. But we have a target of 2025. So while the world is actually 1/3 of the way through the period allowed for that target, we are halfway through it now. And this is a time, therefore, more than to celebrate, to reflect upon what we have achieved and to maybe make some mid-course corrections if required, and to see how the goals that have been set can be achieved as per the timeline. I know that since that announcement was made, our tuberculosis warriors had to become COVID warriors, which they did wonderfully well. But now it is good that they are back in the fold of tuberculosis, which has been a perennial problem. Of course, they can still continue to provide help for COVID as and when required. I would like to congratulate my dynamic faculty colleague, Professor Urvashi Singh, for conceiving this program and organizing it along with her section faculty, Dr. Kiran Bala and Dr. Priyamvada, because this is timely, and she has ensured that we cover all the stakeholders who are involved in tuberculosis. A very important component added because of the new tuberculosis elimination, national tuberculosis elimination program, and the targets that we have is nutrition, and she has not even missed that. So we have practically all stakeholders on board for this meeting today. We have an array of speakers from both international and national institutions. And it should be a feast, and it should be a great learning opportunity and a time to reflect, as I said before. Thank you so much, and welcome to you all.
Thank you, sir. To solemnize this special occasion, we would request our honorable guests to come for lamp lighting. Thank you all. We request Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani, Medical Superintendent, AIIMS, New Delhi, to briefly address the audience.
Good morning, all the dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Director General ICMR, Honorable Dean Research, Honorable Dean Academic, Dr. Lalitdar, Dr. Urvashi, Professor Subrat Sinha, dear faculty members, dear students and delegates. First of all, I congratulate the Department of Microbiology who has organized the CME on the occasion of World TB Day with a theme that, yes, we can end TB despite the challenges. The theme itself is indicative of something positive because we have to think positive. Many times we do positive, but we still find negativity in those. But yes, with positive approach, with positive mindset, we can achieve many milestones. The theme itself is quite positive and is indicative of self-belief that we can achieve this goal. It is also indicative of our commitment of dedicated efforts which we put towards elimination of TB, which remains one of the world's deadliest infectious disease as on date as well. It is not only the devastating disease which has health consequences, but also have significant social and economic impact as well as far as our country and human beings are concerned. Though it is preventable and curable, but still we could see that globally a significant number of deaths are due to this tuberculosis. Majority of the patients are hesitant to consult the doctors. It is still the issue, and some even can't afford the basic course of treatment due to financial and other constraints. So still we have a lot of challenges as far as elimination of TB is concerned. Hence, there is urgent need to invest in resources for ramp up the fight against tuberculosis and achieve the commitments of ending the tuberculosis at world level. Other challenges which we see, which are again very common, that is multi-drug resistance, poor nutritional status of the patient, long-term treatment with multiple drugs, which are still the challenges with us. Recently, we have seen that technology has also been used for various tuberculosis control programs. And just a few days back, we had a drone trial in institute for shifting organs from mortuary to RPC. We will be extending our trial to other hospitals as well in near future. When we were looking at the drone use, we could see that AIIMS Rishikesh has also tried use of drone for providing TB drugs to the remotest place in hilly areas. And when we were discussing the use of technology for use in health care setup, we could also see that it can be of use since we can shift the drugs from one place to another. We can in revert collect samples from that area, and that can also be shifted to hospital. So we can also use technology which is there for healthcare settings, and even tuberculosis, providing drugs, collecting samples, and timely monitoring through telemedicine can also be of significant help. So with these words, I again congratulate the organizing committee and the entire department and extend my wishes for success of the events. I hope that whatever deliberation and discussions which we are going to have today, it will be of great use and will be providing some sort of insight in preventing and controlling this menace of tuberculosis in long run. Thank you very much. Best wishes from my side.
Thank you, sir. Dr. R.P. Joshi, Deputy Director General, National TB Elimination Program, is currently organizing Stop TB Day event in Varanasi, which is to be graced by respected Prime Minister. Sir has given his short message in a video.
Namaste, I'm Dr. R.P. Joshi. I'm working as Deputy Director General in Central TB Division, Ministry of Health. My greetings to all on this auspicious occasion of World Tuberculosis Day. World TB Day is celebrated every year, commemorating the announcement by the great Robert Koch that the tuberculosis disease is caused by the bacterium called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It's a very important day in which we create awareness about tuberculosis burden, the importance of tuberculosis control, and that it is a potentially eliminatable disease. And many activities are happening on this day. with all the stakeholders. India is a diverse and big country, and because of the population is huge, the burden of tuberculosis in terms of numbers of cases is also very high. We contribute to about 26% of the cases. India started National Tuberculosis Program and moved a long way. And in the recent years, I'm happy to announce that we have achieved progress much better than the global progress. The Global TB Report 2022, the global reduction in incidence was 11%, while in India achieved 18% reduction in the tuberculosis incidence. However, the challenge is still there, and we are very happy that great institutions like All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, is partnering with us, supporting us, and the experts there are helping us in the common goal of tuberculosis elimination. The program has taken many new initiatives. For example, first of its kind community initiative called Pradhan Mantri TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan was inaugurated by none other than the Honorable President of India on 9 September 2022. This has seen very good response, and the Nikshay Mitra across the country are supporting the patient by giving the nutrition and other support to the individual patient. And it has also helped to reduce the stigma. We are also using technology in a big way. We have got a robust software and many other technological innovations which are helping us to even reach the far-flung areas and the unreachable communities. Multi-sectoral engagement is another one of our major support systems with many ministries, many institutions, many private individuals, corporates. They are supporting the tuberculosis program in multiple ways. So I'm sure with all this, we can end TB. Yes, we can end TB. TB harega, desh जीतेगा. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we would request Dr. K.K. Verma, Dean Research, AIIMS New Delhi, to throw some light on Sustainable Development Goals and tuberculosis.
Thank you, DG AIIMS, Dr. Bail, my colleague Dr. Bajpayee, Dr. Lalwani, Dr. Lalitdar, Urvashi Madam, distinguished members of the faculty, the invited dignitaries, and the delegates. I'm happy to be the part of this World Tuberculosis Day and the CME, which has been organized by the Department of Microbiology under the leadership of Dr. Urvashi Singh to commemorate World TB Day. I'm hardly an expert on tuberculosis, considering that skin is less than 1% of total tuberculosis that we see in the patients. So you can imagine my knowledge of tuberculosis, how big it's going to be. But we do encounter tuberculosis in the sense that sometimes we get cutaneous tuberculosis, which is multi-drug resistant. And also more commonly what we encounter is the adverse cutaneous drug reactions because of the ETT, the tubercular drugs. So we are also into this. And when we were undergraduates, it used to be taught to us that tuberculosis is, and it is still, the disease which can affect every organ system of the body. And if you know 3 diseases, which is tuberculosis, syphilis, and diabetes, you know half of the medicine. So you can imagine the importance and the burden which the tuberculosis was carrying, and it is still a problem. It remains a problem. I like to congratulate and compliment to the department, the faculty for taking the initiative to organize the World Tuberculosis Day. It still remains one of the challenges. The Sustainable Development Goals, they try to ensure that everybody should be healthy and the well-being of everyone at all levels should be ensured. And tuberculosis is one of the problems. Despite whatever progress that we have made and the researches which are going on, the prevalence of tuberculosis, I am told, still remains more than 300 per million per lakh population, which is significant. And also the mortality because of the tuberculosis has gone up from 1.2 million before the COVID to 1.3 million after the COVID. And the impact has been obviously because of the COVID. They could not seek the help. They could not reach the health center, the people who were infected. The treatment could not be initiated, which led to the morbidity and mortality. Tuberculosis division of our institute has been in the forefront of research. They have been, doing research in different areas of tuberculosis. And their contribution to the research have expanded our knowledge about the drug-resistant mutations, which have been recognized, and the molecular epidemiology of TB in India, which is contributing to policy changes. And what I am also told that there is ongoing research on new drug regimes which are testing for the rifampicin sensitivity, and also the resistant TB to different other drugs. And one of the important initiatives that the department has taken is to use vaccine, the Indian vaccine, for prevention of this disease, which I think is going to be a new milestone in the control of tuberculosis. Also, they are doing contact tracing for MDR patients, so they can be recognized and the further spread of MDR can be stopped. And diagnostic tools they are working on. And I'm told that there is at least one diagnostic kit which the department has developed, which has been validated by the ICMR, and it's in the process of, coming into market through the manufacturers for the clinicians' use. It's a rapid test, which I'm sure will contribute significantly to the control of tuberculosis. And also, they are very much deeply into the research in patients who had COVID and tuberculosis. So the two diseases, the two important diseases which have been interacting, and the foreplay which was going on, the interplay between these two diseases, that is also being investigated. And we know that, yes, there is a national commitment to control the tuberculosis, to take it to the elimination point, what the Deputy Director General of the ICMR was also saying. So it appears that we are, celebrating sort of birthday of TB. We should be celebrating something like the elimination, or maybe the death, or maybe the obituary of the tuberculosis. So I hope that we reach that goal, we reach that target very soon. And I like to compliment and congratulate once again the department, and wish the CME a great success, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ending TB is not just a public health problem, but a development challenge and opportunity. We would be honored to request Dr. M. Bajpai, Dean Academics, AIIMS New Delhi, to discuss the challenges in TB control and elimination.
Thank you, Dr. Behel, Secretary Dean and ICMR, DG ICMR, my esteemed colleagues, Professor Verma, Professor Lalwani, Professor Dhar, Professor Urvashi, other colleagues in the offline and online. It is indeed a very momentous day, because tuberculosis has been even a major menace once upon a time, but it is still lurking. And although the prevalence, as Dr. Verma just mentioned, it has slightly increased, although globally it is said to be reducing 2% every year. But our challenges in India are that the MDR overall, only 1 out of 3 patients actually seek treatment. And this is only tip of the iceberg. Of the 2 types of tuberculosis, we have the apparent one, which is the tip, and the iceberg is the subclinical one, which people in our countries, people live in small homes, crowded homes, less ventilation is the reason why it is being perpetuated. Although even before COVID came, our Prime Minister had actually launched the Ayushman Bharat program, which is a wellness program, so that people get more and more aware about seeking preemptive treatment and seeking guidance rather than actually getting ill. So our population in India is expanding at both ends. We have a population of almost 28% below 14 years of age. So as a pediatric surgeon, I would be very concerned as to the kind of patient that we see, and we should be very vigilant as to every patient may be a potential subclinical case. And the other end is the elderly population, which has increased from 3.3% above 65 years of age around 1990, and the current statistics is this figure is 6.8% beyond 65 year age today. So this population is also very vulnerable to tuberculosis for a variety of reasons. As an institution, our concern would be that, first of all, I must compliment Department of Microbiology, which has been excellent, doing excellent work for the last so many decades. I've been here, this is my 30th year here, and I could see that so much has happened. So many verticals has come up. I can only imagine Professor Dhar as a virologist ever since I knew him. So that is something which has happened. In the institute, faculty has taken up the cudgels, and they have with their growth, they have taken along the institution's growth. And so the DOTS clinic, as a multidisciplinary clinic with Department of Medicine, has done a wonderful job. In the institute, there are many clinics throughout the country. It has its own philosophy, and the indoctrination of the philosophy in DOTS has been reciprocated in many, many areas. It was just an example, and we could see an article in Lancet almost 10 years ago where said DOTS was only a beginning. It had so many sort of constellation of orbits around it. So that's what our country needs. We talk about PHCs and sub-district hospitals. So I think this is what it is. Now, coming to what as an institution, last week, Dr. Behel was here. He has been very proactive. He has been in the institute. He's like our alumni. And he addressed our faculty and administration. And he said that we launch our programs every year periodically. And he wanted to actually he did address frequently our faculty so that we can configure within those subtitles or those subjects in which ICMR is giving thrust for research in India, which is of national level, so that more and more faculty can join forces, multidisciplinary, making consortia, so that research starts from here. We discussed, and today again he reiterated, he was reminding me about his interaction with Dr. Subrata Sinha earlier, that what we can do to handhold our other AIIMS-like institutions. And recently, Honorable Minister was also here, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia. He also mentioned that we should have a more proactive role to play, and we realize this. It's not something we are shying away, and people look up to us that we should proactively do it. So with the program with ICMR launched and the call that he had made to get involved more and more, the strong battery of people can reach out. Dr. Dhar suggested that we can make teams, we can have more faculty who can go out. So as an institution, I'm thinking that our efforts in this direction, which are going, should be made more beefed up, and it will be much more helpful. So with these words, I must compliment the department for taking this lead once more, and a very good day of interactive sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We would request Dr. Subrata Sinha, former Dean Research, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you very much, Dr. Behel, Dr. Minu Vajpayee, Dr. Kaushal, Dr. Sanjeev, and thanks to the Department of Microbiology, Dr. Urvashi and Dr. Lalit for having me here, maybe perhaps informally. As something like, out of really our experience with COVID, one thing that I'd like to emphasize, when we look at tuberculosis, I think we'll have to play a cat and mouse game with the biology of the virus. So our national programs I can see, will have to be continuously adapting themselves and responding like we are challenging the pathogen, and the pathogen will adapt itself and throw itself back at us. And so our national programs will never be static. there would be, at one end, there'd be biology, there'd be a flexibility of biology from the pathogen. And if you see such a small virus with such a small genome like COVID can throw up so many, let me say, missiles and bullets at us. So you can think of what a complex genome of Mycobacterium tuberculosis can do. And in a way, this is so elimination of tuberculosis is a challenge that we have to all take up, and it has to follow a real spectrum of things. And one of the things that I personally feel is that the quicker our insights of biology are incorporated into our clinics and our national programs, the better we would be with this. And our tuberculosis division, from what I understand, has already thrown up the issue. Of course, we are using some of their diagnostics to catch the pathogen earlier, but also to look at mutations and how you can modify the national program to both diagnose the mutations early as well as to use that knowledge to treat the pathogen. So this dynamics of biology and public health has to continue and has to go on. And as really a recently superannuated person, I feel a bit old, but reminding me of 1980s when one of the candidates, actually from in the institutional point of view, Mycobacterium W, it started off. Now it's called Mycobacterium indicus pranae. All the initial immunological characterization of this Mycobacterium, which is currently a vaccine candidate, is there in many of our PhD theses, and the final one being the 1982 thesis of Arun Fotedar, who was my contemporary. So on this very personal note, I'm sure AIIMS and the TB division of microbiology would be at the forefront, and we would, of course, be grateful to ICMR and all the other agencies of Government of India for supporting us. And in turn, we will feed back into the system with our research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One of the pillars of NTB strategy is research in tuberculosis. We are honored to have among us our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Bahl, Secretary, Department of Health Research and DG ICMR, to enlighten us with his views on TB research. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Dhar, Dr. Urvashi, and Dr. Bajpai, Dr. Verma, Dr. Lalwani, Dr. Subroto Sinha, all the colleagues in the room. It's very difficult to speak after so many learned people have spoken. But I'll highlight a few things that I think would be relevant to this meeting today that you are going to have during the day. And a few issues that I will say is that from a political, social point of view, we are where we were never before. From tuberculosis perspective, today, because the call has been made by the Prime Minister of India, there is a lot of traction on efforts on tuberculosis in every aspect. Social aspects with Nikshay Mitra and others, scientific aspects when it comes to research, programmatic aspects when it comes to providing the treatment and making the, you can probably do much more than you could do, let's say, 10 years ago or 20 years ago. But the question is, from a scientific and research perspective, are we providing enough tools and solutions for us to fight this fight? And for that, we must evaluate our enemy. Professor Sinha just mentioned this bacterium is going to throw a lot of things at us. Please remember that this is not a very old pathogen in humans, but it has been one of the most trickiest ones. Anything that affects our immune system and actually uses our immune system to hide, like HIV or tuberculosis, is a very formidable foe. So as much as
the program and others can be very optimistic, and we should be, we have to also not underestimate the enemy. This is a difficult enemy to defeat. We must recognize that. And which means we have to keep bringing the science, as Dr. Sinha was mentioning, to help the programs. So, what is our report card on the science and on the program? On the program, the recent TB survey showed that we still have very high prevalence and very high incidence of disease. We may have done a little better than the rest of the world, as Dr. Joshi was saying, but these are not laurels on which we can say we will achieve elimination. We have to accelerate. There is no doubt in my mind. On the science side, what is our report card? We have done really well on some things, and I would like to say, for example, on research and innovation side, the molecular methods. I mean, when I was practicing, the only possibility was to do a microscopy or an X-ray, and we were never sure whether that was really only a proportion of tuberculosis cases would be found, and the rest were basically harder to find, much hard to find, and were based on our empirical thinking that we should treat, because on suspicion, most of us as physicians, pediatricians, as I am, would treat a lot of children on suspicion. I think the molecular methods, particularly TrueNat, has changed the game quite a bit and has helped us to detect tuberculosis better. The new high throughput kit of PathoDetect that at the same time also measures MTB and rifampicin and INH resistance in the bacteria is a step forward again, because not only is it important to detect TB, it's very important if we know if we are giving the right treatment, because again, antimicrobial resistance and tuberculosis is as big as anything else in as a AMR is going to be a huge issue, as we all understand. So we also need to continuously learn to defeat how this and not keep doing what we were doing. Otherwise, we are going to fuel the fire of antimicrobial resistance. So it's very important to treat with the right medicine, with the right anti-tubercular treatment. And I think the more we have like this, more, but this is not enough. We need much better diagnostics. Similarly, the CTB, the new skin test for latent TB, is much more specific than the tuberculin test that we used in the past. And it is also not modified by BCG. So, which is another great step to saying who really has latent TB and who doesn't. Because again, there was a lot of confusion on that in the past. So I think these are good things that we have done. Similarly, standard treatment workflows, implementation research like mega TB elimination projects that ICMR is funding are steps in the right direction that we need to take. Vaccines. Vaccines are one of, again, as I said, difficult for means it's also very difficult to develop a vaccine. It's not straightforward that you take this and you heat kill it and then you give it and then you have a vaccine. Like we have for some viruses, not every one of them. It is a complicated vaccine development process. We are currently trying the MIP, as was mentioned, the indigenous Indian vaccine, as well as the recombinant BCG vaccine in a ICMR sponsored trial. The DSMB was held yesterday. We are still looking at, they are going to meet again. And we are going to see if that any one of them has any efficacy against tuberculosis infection in contacts of TB patients. But at the same time, we cannot stop at just one or two vaccines. Even if they fail, we need to continue. Globally, there are two candidates that we are currently looking at. the MTB vac and the M72, and seeing that how we can try and test, not only try and test those vaccines in India, but develop and manufacture those vaccines in India, so that then if they are effective, they become available to the country at an affordable cost. So very happy for you to know, for example, that there is advanced discussion with Bharat Biotech and Biofabri of Spain, which has developed the MTB vac, to make the vaccine in India, and then also to do the trials not only in India but also in Africa and other countries, so that we are not only manufacturing, if it is effective, that is, there is a likelihood, the immunogenicity is very good. We need to now get into phase 3 studies. M72 is a different story, because the vaccine was, the rights were bought by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and they want to make it available to everybody free of cost. However, the company, the adjuvant, the GSK, is not willing to give up that technology at all, and there is no guarantee that they will even give enough doses. So again, I spoke with one of the presidents of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Trevor Mundell, and I told him that the only way we can work on this is if, again, it was possible, we were guaranteed that this will be manufactured in India. And they have come up with an idea that we should try, and they will give the M72 antigen to an Indian company to try and develop their own adjuvants and work with the adjuvants we already have to then see if we can. But that's a new development process almost. However, we will do things in parallel. All I want to say is we will not stop until we get a vaccine. Whether it is indigenous or whether it is globally developed, we will continue to look at how it can be tested, manufactured, and used in India. On the therapy side, I mean, anybody who has treated a TB patient, the most difficult part is the long treatment and toxicity and adverse effects. And that's where I think a lot of clinical departments with clinical trials to improve therapy. We have one new drug, as you know, in the BPAL regimen, the P. We need to get more use and clinical trials of the drugs to see which is the best. Can we do shorter regimens and maybe treat later? There is a lot of work going on that at ICMR and the National Institute for Research in Tuberculosis, which is our leading institute on tuberculosis in Chennai, erstwhile called the TRC, or Tuberculosis Research Center. A lot of this work they spearhead, but therapeutics is a huge, huge issue. So what would we want from a group like this or an institution like AIIMS? Take it head on. Don't think that all we need to do is to just support the program. We need to think out of the box. We continuously need to think how to find either vaccine candidates, therapeutics, diagnostics, test therapeutics, test diagnostics, so that we can actually give the tools to the program to defeat tuberculosis. I think it is something that is mandatory for us to keep thinking and not leave it to chance and leave it to others. For a very long time, we have left it to tropical institutes of the West to look at our problems like malaria or tuberculosis. That's not tenable. Not the best people even in the West want to work on these problems. Usually you get mediocre people in the West who are working on these so-called tropical diseases and so on. And yet most of the research comes from them. That's not what we should accept as this is our problem. We have to solve this problem. This tuberculosis is, they have solved by other ways, that development, nutrition, and others, that is not such a big issue for the Western people. It became an issue for them with HIV, and they invested more in it. However, if it is our problem and bigger problem in India, we need to solve these problems and we need to strengthen our R&D. I think COVID gave us, it was a watershed, not only for health as a sector, but also for research. And in that moment, when there was the dark time of 2020 summer, and later that everybody was for themselves, suddenly everybody realized that there is no cooperation. There was very little that countries were America first and UK first and everything of that sort. India did not do that. However, we also showed that we could stand up and make our own vaccines. We could develop a new vaccine like Covaxin. We could also develop and manufacture vaccines on 7 different platforms. Now, I think this is more platforms than any country, including the United States. It means we have the capacity. And when we were pushed, when we had that one government approach, one of all of government, all of people approach, all of institution, nobody was thinking it is my job or anybody else's job. Everybody was working on it. We were able to do it. We were able to develop those vaccines. We were able to develop therapeutics, or do studies at least on therapeutics, not so great, but testing. We were able to get diagnostics, 285 kits, probably cheapest in the world, RT-PCR or rapid antigen test. If we were able to do that, it gives me great confidence that if we take on similar things, anything else with the same passion and the same rigor, we can do that for tuberculosis. So my request to all of you is to provide us with those scientific breakthroughs, thinking, and research that will help the program. That's our job as scientists. Program's job is to implement it in a way that changes and that is so good that it can eliminate tuberculosis. So thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Urvashi Singh, Organizing Secretary, would now give vote of thanks.
Thank you all the dignitaries. It's been an honor to have you here and share your words with us, encouragement for the future and now. So I think to summarize the addresses that have been shared today, I think we are having a battle of wits with the bacterium. It's a bacterium which has been reported for millions of years. Mummies in Egypt have been reported to have TB, and we are still fighting and we are still talking of increasing numbers. Of course, COVID put us off the track, but we're not talking of reducing numbers. The increasing numbers are really thanks to COVID, because of poor diagnosis, poor treatment initiation during COVID, which has actually led to the apparent increase that we are noticing. So the battle of wits, as Sir also said, we design vaccines and the pathogen is smarter than us to, make our vaccines not so good. M72 did not offer more than 50% protection. So the only effective vaccine with us is the BCG vaccine, which does give protection to small children from sinister, serious neurological TB, disseminated TB, but it does offer, in the pediatric age group. The effectiveness of BCG wanes, as we move from the temperate to the tropical world, meaning thereby the tropical world shows less protection, while the temperate world, the classical BCG studies, it has shown protection. So, We design new treatment modalities, bedaquiline, delamanid, now pretomanid, and the bug is smart enough to find a way out. We are already finding resistance to bedaquiline within 4 years of resistance. So what we need to think, like Sir said, is out of the box. We need to look at newer regimens. We need to look at newer combination regimens. We need to come up with something actually out of the box. We design, so the vaccine, the diagnostics also. We have the latest, the newer diagnostics coming. But if the drugs, if the treatment moves on from bedaquiline to something else, we are not really ahead of the discovery of the new drugs. So, of course, there is need for other new drugs, new vaccines, and new diagnostics. So we have wonderful Indian indigenous diagnostics, but we are still only diagnosing rifampicin and INH. We're not diagnosing bedaquiline, quinolone, and so on, the drugs which are being used for MDR treatment. Now, I'll briefly touch upon the role of ICMR. ICMR has supported us. I've been here 30 years at AIIMS, and I've really invested all my time with the diagnostics, treatment, and in research. And ICMR has been a pillar of support all through. So the vaccine that Sir mentioned, the MIP vaccine, what Dr. Subrat Sinha mentioned, was developed at AIIMS. So this idea of using the MIP vaccine for TB protection, TB prevention, was actually generated here at AIIMS. I remember having written to Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, ma'am, this would be a great, it may offer protection because it was initiated in leprosy with the same hope. And then the design of the study was also designed here with Dr. Guleria, the ITRC team. We were in fact considering the Ford's vaccine as well. So there were 3 vaccines at the beginning. We started with 2 vaccines. And ICMR has done a wonderful job with having a multicentric study. We are having a large study. Dr. Rakesh is also here, who's part of the AIIMS team, which is contributing to the study. Talking about the diagnostics, the Indian indigenous tests were first, ICMR took the lead in validating those, and AIIMS was the validating site. Again, it was a multicentric study with NIRT, NITRD in Delhi, AIIMS, and JALMA. Again, 2 sites were for ICMR sites. And we together gave this TrueNat test for diagnosis of pulmonary TB. So this was again ICMR support, and we were able to validate the first Indian indigenous test, which is now available under the program at the periphery. Regarding treatment, again, I must appreciate the support from ICMR. We are working on early bactericidal activities, on new regimen designs, for treatment shortening. And we've concluded 2 studies recently, and we hope to take them forward. That was the recommendation of the committee, that we can take them forward to phase 1, EBA followed by phase 1. So thanks to the current chief of ICMR, the previous chiefs, we've had the honor of Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. Before that, Dr. Katoch has graced the same chair for years together. We've had this TB Day for several years, and we are thankful for all their support. Now, there is one food for thought that I'd like to share with the new generation and, of course, the experts here. Now, if we talk of eradication versus elimination, we can only talk of 2 diseases where eradication has been successful. One is, of course, smallpox, the other being the cattle virus, rinderpest virus. Other than these 2, we are still struggling to eradicate. Now, what helped us to eradicate smallpox was the vaccine, which was very effective. Similarly for rinderpest. But the other diseases that WHO has actually lined up for eradication, we can only talk of elimination. Elimination would mean that the efforts will have to continue. Eradication is total global removal, and the efforts can now cease for its control. But elimination needs continued efforts, which means we can only reduce the number in a limited area. For example, polio, we had a major success in India, but then cases are reported from a few other developing countries. Guinea worm is one example that I'd like to bring up today. Guinea worm, we've been able to reduce the numbers from millions to a few hundreds, and we hope to eliminate it or eradicate it soon. And how did we manage that? There was no vaccine available. The only thing we had in our hands was awareness. Awareness which was widely spread to far and wide, and the patients were informed, the healthcare workers took care, the water, which was the source, was taken care of, and we did achieve elimination in India, and of course the world over it's still going on. So in TB, we do not have an effective vaccine. We have good treatments, but we may lose these good drugs soon. As I said, the bug is smarter than us. So what we have in our hands is awareness. So the union has given the motto, find TB to end TB. So what we need to do is spread the awareness far and wide. We find the patients by active screening. So the ICMR National TB Prevalence Survey showed us in Delhi, we have more than 500 patients per lakh population who have TB. Countrywide, it was 316 per lakh population, which is much more than what we can actually hope to control, but we need to control it. So the study was done as an active case screening, and the numbers I'm talking is microbiologically proven TB. So there is enough TB in the country. What we can do to help, it'll be like a drop in the ocean. So I only urge that we spread awareness, we contribute in whatever way we can. Each one of us should try and contribute to the elimination of TB. So we put down, 1 or 2 videos together for the awareness of the OPD patients, and we hope to, make this available more widely. So in case we have time, we can play the video while we conclude the ceremony. The first video. I must thank Dr. Behel for sparing his time, and sir, it was an honor for us. I must also thank our Dean Academics, Dean Research for their kind words of encouragement now and for the past few years always. Dr. Subrat Sinha has been always such a strong support. Every time during COVID also, Dr. Lalit or me had a problem, we just turned to him and he bang had an answer within a minute's time. I don't know how he is able to do that, but he's always there, and it's kind of very, during the times of stress, we look up to you, sir, and you've always been there as a guiding light. And Dr. Lalwani, who was the registrar earlier, and now he is the medical superintendent, has been a wonderful lead for the institute and has always been supportive. Our department head, Dr. Lalidhar, has always been very kind, and especially after he's become the head, I really appreciate his support. Dr. Mirdha is here, who's always been 30 years and has always been full of support for the lab, for the department. I think we're honored to have such leads. Dr. Namita was the lead of the female genital TB task force in ICMR. And like Dr. Behel mentioned, you come up with diagnostic tests. So our PCR and some other molecular tests were used for the diagnosis of female genital TB. Again, it was a multi-centric big project where we did come up with several findings which are now leading, the treatment protocols for female genital TB care and control. And I'm thankful for ma'am to joining us here. And thank you all again. And we'll quickly run through the initial video where we've missed director sir today. So he's here to give his blessings to us.
Tuberculosis. We are part of the Pradhan Mantri TB Mukt Abhiyan, and हम सारे जो मरीज यहाँ आते हैं उनसे यही बताना चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी डायग्नोज करें और सही ट्रीटमेंट ले लें. ट्रीटमेंट अपने घर के पास ही सारे अस्पताल में मिल रही है. And AIIMS is committed for treating these complicated cases of tuberculosis. Thank you.
Tuberculosis is the second leading infectious cause of death after COVID-19. Each day, around 4,400 people lose their lives to TB, and around 30,000 people fall ill with TB every day. According to Global TB Report 2022, 10.6 million persons worldwide had a TB diagnosis in 2021. India accounts for 28% of global TB cases.
बाकी देशों के मुकाबले सबसे ज्यादा टीबी के मरीज भारत में रिपोर्ट होते हैं. नेशनल टीबी प्रेवलेंस सर्वे में यह पाया गया कि भारत में 1 लाख लोगों में से 316 लोगों को टीबी की बीमारी है. दिल्ली के शहर में 534 लोगों को, अगर 1 लाख में से देखा जाए 534 लोगों को टीबी की बीमारी.
As the disease become more and more
So this is an awareness video which will be played in the OPD and will be made more widely available for general awareness.
TB is genetic. Everyone with TB is infectious. TB is a disease of poor and it affects people of lower socioeconomic status. The facts are TB is treatable and curable. TB is an infectious disease and does not run in families. Only pulmonary tuberculosis is infectious, and TB can affect anyone irrespective of their socioeconomic status. When a person Thank you, ma'am. We would like to conclude with our memento giving ceremony. We request Dr. Urvashi Singh to honor our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Behel. We request Dr. Lalit Dar to honor Dr. M. Bajpai. We request Dr. B.R. Mirdha to honor Dr. K.K. Verma. We request Dr. Urvashi Singh to honor Dr. Sanjeev Lalwani. Dr. Kiran Bala will honor Dr. Lalit Dar. Thank you all. Now we request all of you to kindly join for a cup of tea. Thank you.
वीडियो चल रहा है ये चलाते रहना है ना इसको रिपीट मोड में डाल
अभी नहीं 3 चलाने हैं हाँ अभी चलाने हैं लेकिन मैं लॉगिन कर लूँ ना
हाँ,
CV display कर दे सर Dr. Vic का.
सर आप चाहिए हम shall start. Starting with the first session of the CME, Programmatic Challenges, we would be honored to request the chairpersons, Dr. Naveed Vig and Dr. Vijay Hadda, to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Naveed Vig is the professor and head of the Department of Medicine at AIIMS, New Delhi. Sir, areas of interest are medicine, infectious diseases, emergent medicine, and health services. Dr. Vijay Hadda is the additional professor at Pulmonary, Critical Care and Sleep Medicine at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Sir's area of interest are pulmonary medicine. He has more than 250 publications. Sir is a national coordinator, ICMR Task Force for Pulmonary Fibrosis. He's an expert member in Technology Development Board, a statutory body under Department of Science and Technology. Thank you.
So we move on to the first session. So we move on to the first session, and it is on programmatic challenges. So how we are going to end TB by 2025 is a big challenge. And the first topic for today's discussion is NTM and emerging treatments. So NTM is a neglected area, and it is very important area. We miss so many patients. We are not able to detect, think, and diagnose. And then even there are problems in treatment as well, for how long to treat. And then there is a problem of relapse as well. So I'm going to request Dr. Lamchain, who is from Johns Hopkins, and he's associate professor in Department of Medicine and Infectious Diseases, and his area of interest is MOT. So let us talk about it. And Dr. Lamchain, please. Dr. Gyanu Lamichane, yeah. Doctor, and we have talked some time back. I wanted you to have coffee, but you're in the same time zone. So if you take coffee after 3 p.m., you can't sleep good at night. So since you are in the same time zone, so it's good to, yeah, that's how it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see my slides, please? Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, we can see them.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Ursi and the Institute for putting this meeting together and inviting me. So, I will talk to you today about the causes of microbacterial tuberculosis. Today, tomorrow is the TB day. We're celebrating the efforts for TB, but there are other non-tuberculous microbacteria that are in the background and that have emerged to be significant challenges. So, I hope I'll be able to share important emerging information that will be useful to you. So let's start with the disease. I have 20 minutes, so I'm going to give a high level 10,000 feet overview here, and not enough time to go into minute details. But I will include certain. So let's talk about the disease itself. Again, NTM, non-tuberculous microbacterial diseases, they are not TB, although in the clinical setting, much of the time, many of the manifestations in clinical appear. So when we think about non-tuberculous microbacteria, there are more than 100 species. In terms of the prevalence, the Microbacterium avium, Microbacterium abscessus, Botulism, these are the most commonly isolated species from patients. I was reviewing literature out of India, surveillance of non-tuberculous microbacteria in India, again, avium, abscessus, Botulism, and a few other varieties among the natives in India also. So Because there's not much of literature, and the emerging literature shows that the prevalence around the world is kind of similar. You know, there are some big overlaps. The defined pictures are yet to be established. So these non-tuberculous mycobacteria, specifically the ones we are talking about here right now, mycobacterial abscesses, which will be the focus of my talk, to highlight the NTMs because it is the most difficult to treat. These NTMs are ubiquitous in the environment, and the literature so far shows that it's mostly present in water bodies. If people live in areas with large water bodies, we tend to see more incidents there. With regards to direct infection, there is a belief based on some amount of reasonably good data that from sour heads or aerosolization of water is the mode of infection, and person-to-person infection is debated. Although there are a couple of papers, person-to-person infection, which is the mode of infection in TB, is considered not to be the primary driver of infection with regards to non-tuberculous. So the disease itself, who are susceptible, what type of disease is caused? Patients with or persons with chronic lung conditions such as bronchiectasis, cystic fibrosis, which has more prevalence in the Western world, or any kind of lung damage seems to make these people at risk of contracting non-tuberculous mycobacteria. A healthy person, immune competent person, they get infected. Most of the time, they're able to clear the infection without them even knowing that they were infected. One particular, I cannot touch base with that later on. There's one particular group, otherwise immune competent and very healthy with very low with low BMI. These people are high socioeconomic status. Caucasian women, postmenopausal Caucasian women. There is disproportionate incidence in that. So what type of disease causes it? Basically, these bugs proliferate in the lungs or in soft tissue. We've seen this in cosmetic surgeries. It causes rapid lung function decline. And now there's a bit more prevalence in the so here I'm showing you on the left, I'm showing you a lung mouse that was infected with mycobacterial abscessus. You can see a very large lesion, lesion. And when you took a histology section of this, you can see here, this would be a healthy, normal-looking lung. This is the diseased lung right here. You can see the cages necrosis here. This particular animal has lost a big chunk of its lung. This is not open areas, so not doing its proper lung function. I'm showing you a section here. See blue game looking like structures, purple looking structures. Here's a blow up. You can see how many mycobacterial abscesses is residing in here. So basically, you can see a core tissue completely destroyed, and the whole thing is tissue is surrounded. In the surrounding is very large numbers of abscesses. Just to give you some sort of clearing picture here. So with regards to non-tuberculous mycobacteria distribution, again, as I told you earlier, there are more than 100 different species. See here over the years, this is a follow-up of a particular reason. You can see that mycobacteria years, but predominantly it is twice the numbers is avian. This is a particular report about 2019 in 65 versus in Hawaii. As you can see here, it's not mycobacterial avian, it's more so in this particular report, it's mycobacterial abscesses. And there are 3 different species within, subspecies within mycobacterial abscesses. They are abscesses, bacillians, and villagii, and there are certain importance, particularly in treating one of the species can be treated with a particular antibiotic, but the other two that is induced resistance. Let me say something. So here I'm giving you a broad picture of where things are, what plates are, clusters are dominant in different parts of the world. As you can see in the US, UK, and other parts, there's certain plates that are dominant, but then there is quite a bit of flux around. Plates are not clustered in certain places. Clustered at all. If I were to show you TB would be far more homogeneous. There are only few very dominant plates of TB, but microbiology abscesses is very, very heterogeneous, again because of the transmission of the environment, many genotypically distinct microbiology abscesses that are in the environment that people get infected with. Which also translates into treatment, very difficult to treat simply because one type of treatment does not really inform another patient which has slightly different variants. Unlike in TB, where if you have a couple of regimens that pretty much covers large on TB basis, that's not the case with regards to abscesses. That is only one of the challenges. In India, I looked at a couple of papers here. There are no definitive studies, but the studies there are. Those are good studies highlighting the emerging images of emerging rates of in India. 1.1 to 1.5% of microbacterial infections were later on confirmed to be NTMs. A lot of them were undiagnosed or diagnosed incorrectly. So these papers can give you those information. So with regards to epidemiology, again, in the US, where I'm putting this on top is earlier, around 2019, 2020, before that, TB was, there was more TB than NTMs. Now in the US, NTMs have taken over TB. Incidence is rising to 8%, especially in patients with past 65 years old. Again, this population, as I told you, those with compromised function, women over men, and associated with AIDS. And earlier briefly mentioned Asian women with low BMI, postmenopausal, and high risk of disease. So again, here it shows the same slide from this paper. You can see here women, it's more disease in women, so more women have this disease. I just thought about this. When we compare NTM versus TB, in TB, male gender is associated with higher risk. It's exactly the opposite with NTMs. Again, with TB, early childhood, and of course later also. With regards to NTMs, the risk increases with age, especially at high age, again, residents close to water bodies, structural lung damage, immunocompromising status, or some sort of genetic mutation in the person. So what are the unmet needs in the US? There's more NTM now than TB, but with regards to research, the amount of focus, research focus, and the therapeutic fields, there are far more number of TB tools and research ongoing than NTM. So this is it's the same thing. So with regards to the body, let's look at the body itself. Microbiology abscesses is intrinsically resistant to most antibiotics available today, and I saw as a witness for that when I got microbiology abscesses in 2013, exactly 10 years ago, from Big Micro. I did my homework with that particular isolate. I said I would rather get TB than NTM, than microbiology abscesses. Absolutely pan-resistant. There are no FDA drugs approved. Think about how many drugs we have FDA approved we have for TB. There are many more in pipeline. There are vaccines, but there is nothing, literally nothing for microbiology abscesses. And it is far more resistant to available. And with whatever we have today, the antibiotics that are repurposed for microbiology abscesses, the sputum culture person ready. Talking about 25%. And many of these antibiotics, especially in kids, have severe side effects. There are a lot of adverse effects. You do need new antibiotics for treating microbiology abscesses. So this is what it looks like right now. When you get some sputum pulsars and you're looking for sputum negativity, you get chest X-rays, you do bronch. You start them on 4 different antibiotics. You can see most of them are IV. So think about we're giving women, 2-3 times a day, life-cycle toxic drug, same thing. Then you have some options with oral drugs. You have the initiation phase, then you phase it out and move on to continuation phase. And we think PD was hard. Just look at it. We're talking about 1.5 years with all these toxic effects that require deep toxic monitoring, toxicity monitoring, and drugs packaging. So extreme challenges and we lose a lot of patients. Here is the quote from this is in this physician who treat TPM patients. And this physician, sometimes for it, and think of their access to patient. And they don't need the roots to stabilize. Only go. To make them better so they don't get worse. So your way is to keep them from not getting any worse. Just think about the addressing of so these are the unexplored opportunities. Quickly, let's pause here. Most of you are physicians here, so I'll ask one question. 65-year-old man with a confirmed E. coli pneumonia, currently receiving Mero, but doesn't improve, and you think you're thinking about running the antibiotic. Which one of the following antibiotics should not be added to the current regimen? And if I give you this option, I think pretty much everybody will say, hey, right? That's what we are wrong. But that's really not the case, and I'll get you through that. Historically, there are penicillin, cephalosporins, carbapenems. The historical model shows that tells us that penicillin binding protein. There's only one kind of enzyme that makes the peptidoglycan, which you can see here. Beta-lactams inhibit in this enzyme and destroy this peptidoglycan. Because there's only one enzyme class, you only use one drug at a time. You only have one enzyme inhibit. And you use different beta-lactams depending on the different structures of penicillin binding protein in your bacteria. So that's what clinicians are taught, but this is incorrect. I don't have the time, but you can go and look at our research groups resources. There is another enzyme class here, which is called the LD transpeptidase. It's 3 to 3 bases and is equal to maintain peptidoglycan in the absence of these penicillin binding proteins that are inhibited by certain inhibited by beta-lactam. So, and showing you crystal structures of the new enzyme and the transpeptidase, they are very distinct from the penicillin binding protein, as you can see here, EPA1. They are completely different. These guys can change off as this. Okay? So now the take-home message is number one is bacterial cell wall is generated by 2 unique classes of enzymes, not only penicillin binding proteins. Once we get this information correct, once we get this fact correct, we can correct downstream information that has been given to us. So this work was done by Kumar, very talented postdoc in my lab. So we basically asked if penicillin binding proteins are inhibited by beta-lactam, what about these new enzymes, LD transpeptidase, purified them from manufacturing tuberculosis, abscesses? Yeah, it's not only in mycobacteria. This is Klebsiella pneumoniae, cloacae, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and all these have them. So as you can see, whenever you get red, that means it's inhibited. So penicillins don't inhibit them effectively. When you go to cephalosporins, more of the enzymes are inhibited. It's when you get to penems and carbapenems, they are the ones that really inhibit LD transpeptidase. So when we finished this report, we came to a conclusion that carbapenems work against bacteria, not only because they inhibit the penicillin binding, we are not, or they are resistant to beta-lactam. Those are not the only reasons, but because they inhibit LD transpeptidase, this new enzyme. Other classes, other beta-lactam classes don't do that. So now this is the revised model, right? There are 2 different enzymes and different beta-lactams inhibit them in different strengths. So if penicillins are good at inhibiting PGPs, but not good at inhibiting this second class enzyme, or carbapenems do that. We came up with a very basic hypothesis. can we use combinations of two beta-lactams, which you are told not to consider, right? Because it's only one enzyme. Now we ask, can we combine two different beta-lactams to eat these two guys, to inhibit the functions of these two guys? We see synergy. So here is the hypothesis: combinations of beta-lactams that differentially inhibit these two enzymes is in synergy with bacteria. This work was done by a clinical fellow in my group. Liz Roller basically combine two different beta-lactams. You can see the beta-lactams here, A, B, C, D, all the way to E. You can the same things. Each square represents the combination of two beta-lactams, and here G. I'm just showing you an example. Look at this one also. Right here, this particular combination, which is independent, and C is heterox. This combination, it can hit all bacteria at the same time. Much lower at those those so that's being true. And we develop a math model and we show here combination of sertraline and imine half doses of this is half doses of these two is far better than full doses of either. Okay? This work was done by a PhD student. And then we went on to look at clinical isolates. We looked at 21 clinical isolates. And what we found was with cefoxytin and imipenem, the combination of these two had 100% of this, 21, and sensitive against all 21 of them. And it brought down the MIT of these drugs to a therapeutic rate. You can't use either of them. When you use both of them, you can use these two drugs in normal fashion, but microbiology. So those are what kind of drugs reproducing beta-lactams. So here is new drug, minocycline. New tetracycline has been approved by the FDA for community-acquired bacterial pneumonia and skin infection, orally bioavailable. Again, COVID taught us how important oral drugs are. This is one of them, and minocycline is very good. So we put this in an in vivo model, in our mouse model, and as you can see here, slowly over the course of 4 weeks, it starts to have pretty good effect. This new tetracycline active against microbial access is a broad spectrum of isolates. So now, based on our data analysis in phase 2 clinical trial, you can look that up with the clinical trials website. The status of this drug is. Now, the homocycline alone is effective. We're not going to use one drug to treat microbial diseases. So, what are the other drugs that it's combined with? Clinicians will always look for these drugs. So, we did this particular study just recently published. As you can see here, homocycline combination with either cefoxytin, imipenem, biovenom, these are beta-lactams, or even rifabutin, and also the early bacteria. So you're thinking about combinations that are effective early bacterial is very important diseases, especially to weed out those and to allow rather than sterilize. So these are the combinations that to be effective. So I will summarize now. Here, the incidence of non-tuberculosis increasing. It's often misdiagnosed. There was literature of PPR also. It's very good literature demonstrating how difficult it is to diagnose. It's misdiagnosed because the diagnosis is whatever. There are no tools, proper tools in diagnosing these isolates. And for abscess disease, again, there are going to be treatments. Far more difficult to treat than TB. And so I just told you about the it's like dual beta-lactams, combining two beta-lactams to treat ATS. And now other people are showing that it is also trying to do that. And over as I think. So thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Gyanu, for excellent talk.
and telling us that it is the combination of therapy and looking at their MICs as synergistic effect. Probably that will also help in diagnosing and treating many of the antimicrobial resistance things as well. So I would like to know about your experience about MAC as well, because that is also which we see more commonly here. But in the meantime, we have many in the audience. It is open for discussion. If they have any questions, they can ask now, and then we will go back to Dr. Gyanu for his last comments. Any questions?
I believe the MAC is the dominant one, and more so we're looking at, clary has been, clarithromycin has been, or erythromycin, depending on the setting, reasonable setting where these drugs are used. Having the driver of, but the people are thinking about a lot of other options also, thinking about oxazolidinones. Don't come to the forefront when we think about the rifamycins do. Again, there's not a consensus on this combination that is the most effective against MAC. It should be driven, in our opinion, in our experience, it should be driven by the clean micro guidance. MAC is a lot more easier, I shouldn't use the word easier, less difficult to treat than abscesses. So there's people are thinking about, I don't know if you've recently seen therapies, but MAC is certainly more prevalent, but not as much of a challenge as mycobacterium abscesses. Again, the treatment with regards to MAC, there are guidelines for it and robust guidelines, but we don't have something like in TB where you can say this thing is going to have a coverage and you can pretty much treat 95% of the patients.
And what about post-laparoscopic surgery? There are sometimes patients of NTM. How to handle that?
I recently mentioned that. Actually, in my first slide, I mentioned surgeries, specific cosmetic surgeries or laparoscopic surgeries, what have you, that breaches the soft tissue and the instrument is not sterile. It's through the water, when they're flushing things, it comes through the water. And we've had those patients in our hospital, and you're draining their worms and their abscess for a long time. And you just have to, especially if it is microbacterium abscesses, there is a lot of hit and trial, trial and error. It took us a couple of years in patient service for these patients to be successful. But, yeah, we really don't have anything that has been tried in clinical trial. Yeah. There's not even a single clinical trial except the one that I mentioned about omadacycline right now. So there's nothing that is informed by a clinical trial in different settings. So we just have to wait, and given such challenge in India and the clinical setting, and I hope you guys will also pick up some of this.
So I think the connection is lost.
Connection is lost. No, he's there.
No, he's there.
I'm here.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience? So again, I'll go back to 25 years ago when we used to treat HIV and they had all opportunistic infections. Their CD4 count is around 50 to 100. They will come with diarrheas. They will come with splenomegaly. It is AFP negative. Then we used to treat them empirically for MAC. And how will we treat them? We'll treat them with rifampicin, ethambutol, we'll give them azithromycin and quinolone. So that was at that time our standard of care, but these days we don't find that much because since they are already on antiretroviral therapy on any CD4 count, so we don't face that much of problem these days. Regarding abscesses in chronic infection, in chronic pulmonary diseases, your experience with cystic fibrosis, with abscesses? Dr. Kabra is here. He's a pediatrician, head of pediatrics, and he has got a lot of experience in cystic fibrosis. So I just wanted to have
We get occasional cases of mycobacterium abscesses in cystic fibrosis, and then again we feel that we should be giving them imipenem along with cefoxitin. And one of the patients who was diagnosed in Singapore is with us now recently, and we are not finding cefoxitin. So we thought that whether we should use tigecycline or another drug, which is probably clofazimine orally. So we are struggling to treat him intensive course and then subsequently maintenance.
Yeah, clofazimine, we certainly, our clinicians are favoring clofazimine. You won't see much activity during the first 2 weeks. This drug has a very long half-life, but the activity comes much later. Definitely clofazimine is very popular among our clinicians, not only in the US, but also in Europe. Tigecycline, again, you have to monitor the patient because there's a lot of reports of clinical experience with adverse events. With regards to rifamycins, there is rifabutin is emerging to be one of the important ones. With regards to oxas, if you have access to certain oxas, linezolid in long run is toxic, but I think there's a window of opportunity at the beginning to introduce here quite a few logs of bugs in the initial phase. So I would work with Clean Micro to guide that.
Thank you. Dr. Rishi, you want to say something?
So, Dr. Yanu, we wanted to have a session where our, the cases we have identified with NTM would follow your talk. But since you wish to speak in the morning, we've kept that discussion for the afternoon. In the morning, the other sessions were planned. I wanted to bring up the case we published, and you were a co-author, where with Dr. Guleria as the lead author, we published abscessus patient who was culture negative following our combination regimen of 5 drugs. And he was culture negative for 12 months, after which he probably had a relapse. So the ATS recommends 12 months culture negativity. The patient had a relapse and could not reach our hospital, and he was lost. He was not old, he was probably somewhere mid-50s. And after that, we've had cases with Dr. Vijay Hadda, who's chairing the session today, and several of Dr. Vick's cases also. We've identified Kansasai, abscessus, MAC, par intracellular as per the new definition. And I'd just like to bring up one thing. I think abscessus is more difficult to treat, possibly because it'll form biofilms in the lung, which will stay hidden till it activates, leads to a florid infection. Where MAC may not be forming such strong biofilms or may not be having such a strong nidus, so relapses may be more in abscesses as compared to other NTMs. What is your opinion?
Absolutely, you're 100% on the spot. Abscessus makes very, very hard biofilms and very thick biofilms. A lot of groups are studying that, and that is one of the reasons for another type of resistance. We don't see in a standard Clean Micro assay where we use planktonic growth to define the MICs. So we certainly need to follow that. I share the empathy for the patient that I was part of. And please keep your questions. I get super excited by these questions. We really need to work on it. I'm flying in tomorrow morning, early morning into New Delhi, and I'm in AIIMS in the afternoon. So keep all the questions.
Great. One more very brief point. So what you discussed today, combination of 2 penins, and we have just concluded 2 studies. One where we use ferropenem in combination with rifampicin for 7 days. We were permitted by the committee only a 7-day early bactericidal activity trial. And the other trial, we added cefdinir to the ferropenem and rifampicin, along with the, of course, the enzyme inhibitors, beta-lactamase inhibitors. And we got good results in interim analysis. We are yet to conclude, and we'll definitely share those results with you. Thank you.
That is an exciting, that is very exciting. I think much of the world would love to see the findings.
Thank you very much for this wonderful talk. And the main learning lesson for me is that the combination therapies, drug sensitivity is very important in the long run. It is going to play a major role in all antimicrobial resistance. And
Absolutely.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Dr. Vijay for the next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So now moving to the next session after an interesting talk on NTM. The next topic is the population level screening toward ending tuberculosis, and we know that the tuberculosis being a infectious disease which is still taking so many lives every year. So currently, the patient is coming to us and we are screening the patient. Means that is kind of a passive kind of a screening, which may not be very useful for elimination or kind of or eradicating any disease. So is there any different kind of screening approach which can help in elimination of the disease? So I think we have a very renowned speaker, Dr. S.K. Sachdeva, who is the Regional Director, Southeast Asia. He is working in International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases. His area of interest include public health, tuberculosis, HIV, AIDS control. He has more than 90 publications, and he is expert member in committee, including nodal officer for country coordination mechanism of Global Fund for Tuberculosis, HIV, and malaria in India. So we welcome Dr. K.S. Sachdeva for starting the session.
So he was heading the national program as well. He's the most experienced person amongst us. So that's how it is.
So dignitaries on dais, Dr. Naveed Vig, Dr. Vijay Hadda. Thanks to Dr. Urvashi for having me here. All dignitaries in the hall. So what I'll talk is a shift in approach if we are to sort of move towards TB elimination, and what are the various possibilities which we can look at.
So there are over 100 participants online as well. Okay. So yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll make a case for population level screening. I mean, we'll talk about resources and other things maybe later. So as we all know, India accounts for almost more than a fourth, no, almost a third of the global TB incident cases. And if you look, the global total TB incidence is about 134 per 100,000 population, whereas India is quite disproportionate to average global TB burden, both for drug-sensitive TB, drug-resistant TB, and for TB deaths per se. So we are almost contributing about 30% of drug-sensitive TB, 30% of drug-resistant TB, and about 35% of total deaths in the globe. So that's our share. And as Dr. Vijay was saying, one person falls ill with TB every 11 seconds in India, and there's one death every minute in India. So we did see some improvements earlier, but with COVID, again, the mortality figures the estimated mortality is showing a rise. And we all know about Sustainable Development Goals articulated by United Nations, which talk about 90% reduction in TB deaths, 80% reduction in TB incidence, and zero catastrophic costs for TB-affected patients and families. And that target is for 2030. So what Government of India has done is that they say we will try to achieve those targets 5 years ahead of Sustainable Development Goals, which is 2025. So we will also sort of look at where we are currently with respect to those targets. So there are different agencies which are sort of giving targets for ending TB. So there is an end TB strategy by World Health Organization, which has its own targets. Currently, what we discuss most is about UN Sustainable Development Goals. And for India to achieve UN Sustainable Development Goals, we must reduce our mortality to about close to about 3 lakhs from about about 5 lakhs or currently that's for it, and also reduce our incidence to less than 44 per 100,000, which is currently about 210. So huge target we have set for ourselves. And what progress we have made so far with respect to achievements of those targets. And if we see, there is about 18% reduction in TB incidence compared to 2015, as against what we are aspiring for 80% reduction. So it's about 3% annual decline. But having said that, this annual decline earlier was about 1%. So articulation of targets and increasing resources and programs, we have been able to increase this annual decline to about 3%. Having said that, of course, much more needs to be done, and we must act very quickly if we are to achieve those sustainable development goals. Now, few basic principles about reducing TB incidence. So one is detect as early as possible and do a complete detection in the entire community. Treat TB correctly and completely. Prevent active breakdown of disease among those infected. So that's where TB preventive therapy has been introduced in the last 2 to 3 years. Reduce vulnerability, again, for a reduction in people breaking down into TB. And also prevent transmission of TB. And early detection, again, plays a huge role in prevention of transmission. Airborne infection control and other measures are included within the prevention armamentarium. So a huge focus on early detection of TB if we are to reduce TB incidence very quickly. A few insights into the recent National Prevalence Survey conducted by Indian Council of Medical Research currently. And what they have said is not all pulmonary TB cases will have typical symptoms. So they say almost 40% of cases would have been missed if the X-ray was not used for screening. And I see there is another talk on subclinical TB sometimes later in the day. So huge focus now on subclinical TB. Almost 1 in 10 with symptoms could not recognize symptom as an illness. So that is also a lost opportunity. And these are findings from the prevalence survey. 4 in 10 people ignored symptoms. Even though they had symptoms, they ignored them. So that's again one of the lost opportunities for TB prevention. And 1 in 10 people with symptoms had difficulty in assessing the health system. Again, lessons and how do we actually increase their accessibility is another thing which we'll make a case for. And also, if we were not using NAT, and if we were using only smear microscopy, we would be missing nearly 50% of the cases. So these are few of the findings from the recent National TB Prevalence Survey. And some of this can actually go into our future strategies. And as Dr. Vijay said very categorically, that we are now moving from a passive case finding to an active case finding. So the program has been doing an active case finding for quite some time. It's almost about 7-8 years now, but we will look at those strategies more carefully where we are failing. So the goal of active screening for TB is early detection and initiation of treatment, reduce risk of poor treatment outcomes, and reduce transmission so as to reduce the incidence. So one island in our country, which is Lakshadweep, could do that population level screening because it's a very limited population. It's about 60,000 population scattered in a number of islands. So each island has a very limited population and also little migration there. So more or less a captive population. So they have done active case finding based on various parameters. So initially it was only screening based on symptoms and followed by microscopy, and then screening based on symptoms followed by rapid molecular tests. And during COVID times, they could actually screen all and the entire population with X-ray for vulnerable individuals and then offer them the rapid molecular diagnostics. And what they have shown is a rapid decline The 21-22 data shows the number of cases to be less than 15. And remember, the SDG definition of TB-free is 80% reduction. It is actually may not be what the scientific definition of TB-free is, but the Sustainable Development says 80% reduction compared to 2015 levels. Subsequently, Government of India has certified on that definition Lakshadweep to be TB-free. So there are still cases, but they have sort of done some validation and found that there has been a 80% reduction compared to 2015 level. So one example which Lakshadweep has shown of active case finding, and they have learned over a period of time what is the best way to do that. Kerala has another model where they try to catch a low hanging fruit. So realizing that maybe screening the entire population may be very difficult, they came out with what is known as a vulnerability index, which had 13 parameters to classify them as vulnerable, and they had a weighted score for each parameter. So they did the vulnerability mapping of the entire population, which is roughly 2.2 crores, and they found at least 41 lakhs have some one or the other vulnerability, and it's a score which they design, and if you have number of vulnerability and have a cutoff score, then they found that 3.5% of the population is highly vulnerable. So what they did for that 3.5% population is screening every quarter. And what they have shown is that in that 3.5% population, which is high vulnerability, almost 50% of the cases you get from that 3.5% population, and rest 50% you get from the another 96.5% of the population. So more of a programmatic approach to active case finding and sort of catch the low hanging fruit. So less resources, but they could demonstrate the results of this. And again, they have been certified by Government of India for a 40% reduction in TB incidence following this strategy. So what they did is periodic repeated active case finding among the vulnerable individuals in the community, that 3.5% population. So they did vulnerability assessment for the entire population, made a village-wide list of the vulnerable individuals in the whole state, and did quarterly active case finding and identified individuals. And subsequent to those effects, they have demonstrated a reduction, 40% reduction in incidence over last 6-7 years. And their current incidence is somewhere around 70 per 100,000 population. So which is almost 7% annual decline in 7.5% annual decline in incidence compared to 3% what the country is showing. So that's another model which Kerala has demonstrated. There's another model which is a cluster randomized trial in Vietnam in a province called Cao Mau, where they screened 1.3 million to 3 billion population, which is 12 lakh of population. And they had an intervention population. They also had a control population. So they screened based on sputum examination the entire population. So whosoever could produce sputum, they collected their sputum and subjected it to molecular diagnostics on every year. So the entire population was screened every year. So year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4, again they did that entire population. And the control district, they did the same in the year 4. And I'll show you the findings in the subsequent slides. So what they have shown is year over year, they have shown a very, very rapid decline in TB incidence, which is almost a 72% decline in TB incidence by year 4. So screening the entire population for 3 years continuously, 4 years continuously, you could demonstrate a 72% decline in TB incidence. And if you compare it with the control population, even then it shows a 44% decline compared to the control population, which is 11% additional decline every year compared to the what the control without your community-wide screening. At the end of year 4, they also looked at the prevalence of infection in children, and they saw that in the control population, the TST positivity was about 8%, and in the intervention population, it was about 4%. So almost a 50% decline in latent TB infection in children. And again, with the intervention, they have shown that the transmission is reduced to a great extent, and this is a strategy which can be followed for if you have to rapidly achieve your decline in incidence and go target for elimination. So you have almost prevented 50% of TB infections and subsequent decline in incidence on year. So the learnings from Vietnam is that Kerala talks about low-hanging fruit. They say don't talk of low-hanging fruit. You don't consider populations as or individuals as vulnerable, consider the entire population as vulnerable. So your geography is vulnerable, not your individuals are vulnerable. So that's what the lessons is this. So they say don't focus on high-risk groups. Most people with TB are not in high-risk groups, in high-burden settings. And that is what Kerala is also saying, that 50% of cases you will find in those who are not vulnerable also. So find everyone and don't screen just 10 to 20% of the population. What national program does repeatedly is they screen 10 to 20% of the population every year. And we know that we have not been able to make a dent. Also, that symptom screening alone may not be sufficient. Many people, again, lessons from our prevalence survey, many people with TB do not have symptoms. Use sensitive and specific tests. Ensure all found cases are linked to treatment. And your index of success should be an impact on incidence. So don't look at the number needed to screen or what is the yield of your interventions if you are aiming for TB elimination. So that's what the case. Resources, of course, may be a challenge. So the cost and resources for these screenings may be high, but then we have to probably find these resources if we are aiming for TB elimination. The screening also needs to be tailored to each specific epidemiological, social, and health system situation. And what they are trying to say to programs is that in high burden settings, all individuals are vulnerable, not just where you identify vulnerabilities. It is necessary to choose appropriate screening and diagnostic tests and algorithms for each epidemiological situation, appropriate precautions and algorithms to avoid false positive cases in low risk groups. While someone is screened for TB, other conditions that require treatment may be identified, such as lung cancer, chronic obstructive disease, or other lung pathologies. And we must develop linkages with the health programs or the health system to handle such cases as well. So, and community ownership would be crucial for the success of this population level screening. Some of the efforts which we are trying to do at small scale for population level screening is now trying to pose projects in various districts where we can demonstrate that. One which is currently ongoing is in few districts of Haryana, along with the Medanta hospitals and few corporates. In fact, the Haryana has been adopted by most corporates. So the resources are not coming from the national program. It is an extra budgetary resource. So Indian Oil, Maruti, and so on and so forth. Each district has been adopted by one corporate to help national program to reach that level. This shows, so Vedanta, Fujifilm, Cure AI, they have come, and we are sort of demonstrating the value of population level screening in various places. This is one intervention thing. And the newer ultra portable X-rays coupled with AI give you that advantage to do that population level screening. The Vietnam example showed that population level screening with sputum testing. Whereas much easier way to screen is with the handheld X-rays. So sputum testing can follow. So there they did sputum first and X-ray later. Here you can do X-ray first and sputum later. So and various models can be actually tried out to see what works and what doesn't work. So in summary, the early case finding remains most critical intervention to prevent transmission of TB. Population level active screening for TB using high sensitive tools and high sensitive and specific tests are to be considered as a high priority intervention for accelerating reduction in TB incidence in India, and choose necessary appropriate screening and diagnostic tests and algorithms based on your epidemiological situation. So much of the lessons will be learned as we start implementing these in various settings, and maybe sometimes later we'll share learnings from these. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sachdeva, for giving a excellent overview of active screening in cases of tuberculosis. So I have little apprehension if we start like active screening in population based. So in a given village, let us say 10,000 people are there. How much manpower, how much man hour will be required, and how much time a country will take to do or to achieve a significant number of screening?
Yeah, I did refer to resources. So resources will remain a constraint. That is where Kerala model tried to do a low-hanging fruit. But if we talk about elimination, probably in some settings we will have to quickly reduce transmission, quickly reduce incidence. It's a matter of few years, and then that's a choice which programs, governments, and communities have to take, whether to intensify, put in more resources now so that you are better off later, or live with it. So there is no answer to this question practically.
Yeah. So house is open for any question or comment. Yeah.
I'll just like to add to that. There was a study published recently from Malawi where they had a screening. So the study was published post 5 years follow-up, and they showed a major drop in the prevalence of TB. So I think it's what Sir is saying is you put all your resources. If you want to actually think of elimination or continue fighting the disease, that's what we've been doing right now. We're making small steps. Probably this needs a giant intervention, and then we can talk of elimination. We are currently just beating about the bush. I'm sorry.
So what it has shown is you can get almost a 50% decline in 3 years time frame with this approach, whereas if the things were going as they are going, probably will be a 10% decline in next 3 years. So the choice, we are just making a case for it. I'm not making a recommendation. Yeah, Dr. Varinder, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sajay, for a very interesting talk. I think these models tell us something. Given the heterogeneity of our country, perhaps all approaches may be relevant to us. Where you have limited geography, there is no importation like Lakshadweep, you could do all. Less resource intensive and less importation of the disease, so you're fine. Then low-hanging fruits may be where you have, it is contrarian view which I am giving. Where you have good health systems, go for low-hanging fruits, because that's where there is a certain law, and certain law says, Bob Sutton was asked, why do you rob banks? He said, that's where the money is. So you go for where it is. So that could be in states we have good infrastructure, go for the vulnerable population, because your denominator will go down. States which are doing very bad, where the health infrastructure is not there, if we can provide a comprehensive policy, not just detection, it has to be linked with treatment and outcome. And the ethical question which you nicely brought out, it's not, then it's going to be all lung health. It is not only going to be TB, because you detect somebody to have a diagnosis other than TB, you can't leave them alone. So that's a big chunk, but possibly this tells us that we need more than one approach for our country. Thank you.
Of course, fully agree. I'm not saying that we can straight away jump into this approach, but this approach should not be junked. That's what we are trying to say. Yes.
Population level screening, so I also agree with Sir that if we can target certain high-risk groups, like for example diabetics, so WHO has declared diabetics and diabetes and TB as two epidemics, so maybe start with these few isolated risk factors like diabetics and screen them vigorously for diabetes, for TB. So
that's what we have been doing for last 10 years. No result.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, sir, one question, one clarification on this. Is then when you are looking for a kind of whole population screening, is it symptoms followed by these tests, say X-ray or
That's what we said.
blanket?
Screen irrespective of anything.
So everybody will be screened with
Everybody will be screened.
X-ray?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is something which is
National Prevalence Survey did this. They had cluster
Yeah.
design, and that's what they did, and they found microbiologically confirmed TB in the numbers that I've been talking since morning. 534 per lakh in Delhi, 316 per lakh in India. So that's huge.
But one issue there, ma'am, like that is in a small sample. I mean, obviously, sample was huge, but that is a sample. Doing it at the whole population may probably not be feasible at all ever. But the other question is when you look at the transmission, not all asymptomatic, I mean, transmission will be mostly from the symptomatic patient. So are we gaining something by doing X-ray among the asymptomatic?
So that's what
subclinical
the
patient?
prevalence survey has shown, that transmission is even from asymptomatic patients, because you are getting 50% of cases of smear positive TB or microbiologically confirmed TB from asymptomatic individuals. That's the prevalence survey finding. And that's what Vietnam is also showing.
So, Dr. Sadeva, I have a little, you may not answer it, but that's how it is. You have been taking care of national program, right?
Yeah.
Now with the union. So what is the change in the thought process, and what are the two things what we should do currently for the country? What in your experience?
So, my thought process is in continuity. There is actually not much change in it. What we need to see is that now there is a huge focus on TB. If Prime Minister and PMO is committing new resources, why don't we leverage on those resources? It's an opportune time for the medical community to leverage on those resources. They have leveraged to some extent. Your budget has gone from 1,500 crores to 3,500 crores. Why can't it go to 5,000 crores, 8,000 crores? Why can't we do more intensive things? They are looking at us now for some suggestions to quickly do that, because they have committed for 2025.
So what are two suggestions which you want to?
My suggestion will be we should all capitalize on this political will and the push, even the bureaucratic push. So a lot of push is going on nutrition per se, but there are other interventions which are more incisive to give you a reduction in incidence.
Like?
So when I talked of this population level screening, more so nutrition, you see almost 10-12 lakh patients adopted by other people, corporates, individuals, for support on nutrition, livelihood, etc. Why this money should come to your actual interventions, medical interventions, population level interventions, and that is where we as medical professionals have to guide them where your money should go. So I'm talking of allocative efficiency. Where you put in your money to get more results for us.
And how is
not for politicians? I mean,
how is the experience with the last slide which you show in Haryana? This public-private thing. What is the
Haryana also has shown a huge increase in notification, almost 2.5 times increase in notification with this approach. Initially, you'll get more and more patients, and subsequently you'll get a reduced transmission. So if you are able to say put instead of 100, you are putting 250 on treatment, you are cutting transmission somewhere. The results will come later. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for discussion. So I may end with the saying that this TB is a giant disease. So we need some giant steps, and maybe active screening may be one of those. Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
So Dr. Matu is not able to come, so we are ending this session, right?
Yeah, he's occupied with the Stop TB event tomorrow. So he's arranging, he apologized.
Okay, thank you.
जी सर मैं अभी कॉपी कर रहा हूँ इसमें जी
We request our chairperson to please wait for the mementos.
Dr. Big, could you kindly honor us by giving a memento to Dr. Sachdeva, sir? आइए प्लीज तो वही लैब में रह गए
तो राकेश लोधा एंड द सेकंड डॉक्टर संगीता, ये है ना? ये सीवी मैंने वो डाल दिया है इनकी प्रेजेंटेशन, तो मैं चलो खोल दूँगा यहीं से।
The next session is on challenges in pediatric TB. The chairpersons are Dr. Sangeeta Sharma and Dr. Rakesh Lodha. We request the dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Sangeeta Sharma is Professor and Head, Department of Pediatrics and in charge, National Center of Excellence for Pediatric TB. Ma'am's areas of interest are pediatric tuberculosis, drug-resistant tuberculosis, and pulmonology. She has 102 publications and is an author of one book. She's an expert member in WHO's External Review Expert, DSTB Guidelines, and Development Group Childhood and Adolescent TB, co-chair Pediatric National Technical Expert Group. Dr. Rakesh Lodha is professor in the Department of Pediatrics at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Areas of interest are pediatric infectious diseases, cystic fibrosis, and tuberculosis. Sir has 823 publications to his name.
So we are starting our session on pediatric tuberculosis. Most important is it's a challenge to treat children, to manage children. In fact, diagnosis and treatment both they have their own challenges. So and both talks are by none other than the stalwarts in pediatric tuberculosis. Professor Verinder Singh, he is Director Professor at Lady Hardinge Medical College. He is obviously his areas of interest are pediatric respiratory diseases, tuberculosis, and he's also the in charge of the National Center of Excellence. We have two national centers of excellence in pediatric tuberculosis. One of the centers is Dr. Virinder's, and the other is mine. So, Dr. Verinder, challenges and gaps in pediatric TB diagnosis.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Urvashi, for inviting me for this talk on challenges and gaps in pediatric tuberculosis. When I was asked to deliver this talk, I was deliberating what should I speak. Because I'm going to an organization which has a very distinct or very unique capability which is not shared by many organizations in this country. They have a huge clinical base, they have a huge lab support, and they also have a lot of basic research scientists. So should I be going to an institution like All India Institute and talking about what is the yield of expert and what happens in ultra and what probes are used, something which is done and dusted for years? So I felt that would be a stupid thing to do. I would lose a very important opportunity to speak to people who are otherwise not so easily accessible as a group. And therefore, in my plan of talk, I do not intend to talk about the yield and utility of the available tests, neither about the access or operational challenges as program would like me to speak, for they are all well documented and are known to you. Then why I'm here? If I'm not going to speak on the topic which has been given to me, I'm here to talk on something else. I'm here to ask something on behalf of our children, which I think is a missing piece. Bear with me as I go by. So what is the usual ask in TB? If you look at the stakeholders in TB, what is the usual things they ask? A public health expert or our head of the country has said, or that's a global need as much, need to eliminate the disease at the individual as well as at the community or a global level, for which we need tests. So clinicians say we need tests. Their ask is about tests. What kind of tests we need? First test you need is, okay, the disease goes through exposure to infection to disease to optimize therapy to cured. And you perhaps need tests for all situations. You need something to identify those who are infected so that you give them preventive therapy and be sure that they are at a lesser risk of developing the disease. Identify the diseased. We heard about asymptomatic screening. So asymptomatic, pre-symptomatic, symptomatic, with the regular symptoms which are identified or well identified versus non-identified, what could be a method of identifying? So a test which will pick all those diseased very well in one go, wherever TB you have. The problem is we have tests for pulmonary TB, we have a test for lymph node TB, we do not have a test for TB. An individual comes with tuberculosis, not a TB of a system. And we have a system-specific test because the access to specimen is like that. But that creates a kind of difficulty. When you have diabetes nephropathy, you still have blood sugar. But for TB, you don't have a singular test which will say you have TB of A or B or C or D part of your body. Then you need optimization of therapy with universal DST. You need drugs to know about drug sensitivity. That's your next one. Then you need an endpoint. When do I say you are cured? Is it just a function of time or are there objective measures to it? That's what we need. And then all of these tests have to be close to me, point of care test, right? So this is our broad ask. And let me see how we fit in children. What have we learned from TB or other disease? Very recently, we learned from the COVID pandemic, the potential resources and human effort which is needed to defeat a disease or control a disease are immense, and they can be recruited. They were recruited for COVID. COVID was here for a few years, thankfully, is now part of the background, will stay. But TB has been with us for years, eons. We haven't made that concerted effort to defeat it. That's something we have to ponder upon. It did affect us in a bad way. TB services were affected by COVID. But then perhaps it has opened our mind, and it compensates by opening our mind to the fact that we need to deal with the TB challenge with the same zeal. And two important points which it brought out was it focused on emphasis on need for access. Everybody should get it, and efficiency in service. So we need good triage tests and a good confirmatory test, which COVID taught us. And we need to think of those tests as close to community and as simple as a oral swab cell test for COVID. It was in the hand of the patient. If you had symptoms, you could do a test at home and find whether you had COVID or not without burdening the institutions. So we are in an era which is actually known by disruption. I remember collecting all my music. My dear friend is here, Dr. Lalitdar, initially on vinyl records. From vinyl records, we went to cassettes. From cassettes to CD, then Blu-ray, and now what? Cloud. So we have seen so much of disruption that I don't even know what to do with my initial collection of those vinyl records, because now record players are not there. They are no more serviced. So when we are bunking away and debunking what has already been brought, why can't we think disruptively for TB? We need to think disruptively and differently for TB, and not the same run-of-the-mill test. And possibly that will come something, and that's my ask. If you look at broad categorization of the test, you need a good triage category test to identify who in a pool of risk people have disease. They may be even pre or asymptomatic, and it requires further TB investigation. And this should increase the probability of TB, and that makes sense, right? It should be able to distinguish. Better would be if it can distinguish between infected and disease because of the potential for a preventive therapy. What do we have here? Very, very limited. It should efficiently allocate the patients to receive a critical yet expensive confirmatory test. So triage has to be cheaper test. You identify those who need to go for a more expensive, more definitive confirmatory test. That could be one way. If you are more ambitious, more greedy, you would like a singular test, which is both good for triage and confirmatory. Perhaps we will have to think both ways. And it should be something which can work both at facility and community level. And that is not, I'm not only talking of complexity of the test. It's also about the pre-test probability. When you are working at community, the pre-test probability is far lesser than when you are working with facility. So your test parameters will change accordingly. So it's not only a function of when we talk of testing required at both levels. So the key determinant for a TB triage test, should it be sensitivity or specificity? So when we started screening for HIV, we said sensitivity, specificity later. First, don't miss any, and then confirm who are actually having HIV. But for TB, perhaps the other way around. Specificity may be the key determinant. So because your so far available confirmatory tests are much more expensive and much more intensive and require intervention by experts. So you can't pick up. HIV was a much smaller problem. TB is a much bigger problem. So here your triage test perhaps needs to be much more specific and not just sensitive. So does X-ray bring that? We're using that as our first triage tool. So legacy has two problems. History teaches us, history weighs us down. So we can look at legacy problems in two ways. So if you look at why people are not so happy with radiology screening, is that you pick up a lot of dead disease, you pick up a lot of other things. But then that was an era when you only had a smear for HIV, which had a very poor sensitivity, and there was hard to know what happens to the shadows in between, and those shadows were diagnosed according to the clinical acumen as TB, pneumonia, whatever. But today we have far bigger, far better confirmatory tests available. So perhaps we have to take away that baggage of legacy and look at radiology in a new light and see how they two fit in. So when we are talking of newer tests, we have to also think of a newer way of looking at what we have existing and look at that's how we will think of how evolution to these tests should come up. Otherwise, most current activity, triage activities are largely subjective. They are based on symptom screening. They have their own issues and chest X-ray. While I said a lot good about chest X-ray, but it comes with a big challenge. And the biggest challenge being the inter and intra-individuals variation, the technical factors, and that's a huge challenge of skill building. Whether AI will provide that answer, we still need to see. AI looks very good. We all, to me, while it's a capacity expander, you can replicate it much far bigger. But in a long term, it's not perhaps a very great thing if it remains the boss in a billion-plus country of educated people. We are going to create much more unemployment with that. So we have to figure out how to tame it and use it to make us efficient rather than replace us. One single thing. There used to be folklores, and there was an oral tradition. People thought this is going to go lost. It will be lost somewhere on the way. So they taught these people, okay, write it down, document it. And the newer generation of those oral tales can't remember it because now they have a reference point. So technology helped, preserved, or took away something. I leave you with that thought. I'm not here to discuss philosophy, so I'll get back to it before Dr. Urvashi gets unhappy with me कि अपना topic तो इन्होंने बताया ही नहीं, right? But I'm leaving you with certain thoughts which I think are important to think of these tests in a different way and the technology as it comes. Confirmatory tests, post-trial tests, which are to identify people that have TB, provide a positive result to justify or starting a treatment. So currently what we have is NAT. Very good. It's a big quantum jump from smear. And it also tells you about rifampicin resistance. But what is that quantum jump? I was deep in poverty. I had to pay off about 30 people. Today I pay 3. I'm 27 less, but I'm still in poverty. I still owe people money. So I started with a sensitivity which was less than 10%. Now I have reached 30, 40%. Yes, it's a leap jump, but I'm still lost. I still need my old technology. I still need to go back to where I was for a larger or maybe half of these people. So this is a quantum jump. This has disrupted the way we think because now it has changed our algorithms. We have to do earlier molecular or a microbiological test in TB was something which you reserve for those who were not getting well. Today it's upfront because you can do it. It is fast. It helps you in whatever proportion it does. But a future confirmatory test has to go beyond. Now, if a test has come to a limit of detection of, say, 15, 20, or 100, or depending on whether you're using ultra or you're not using ultra DNA, can it be improved any further? Perhaps not. Then what can it be improved upon? Perhaps it can be improved upon that it was done only for sputum. Can it be done for other specimens as much? We know some work has been done, but a newer test has to be more comprehensive, more open to all kind of specimens rather than be restrictive to the common form of disease if we want to do disease elimination. So there has to be a better synthesis around that. It cannot be isolated a test for a type of specimen. And that's the major challenge. And the second challenge is to have a point of care test. What do we mean by a point of care test? It's very often said. So one of the criteria given is assured criterion, which it should be affordable, it should be sensitive, specific, user-friendly, rapid, and robust, equipment-free to the extent possible, and deliverable to those who need them. That's a point of care test. And the other ask would be, it should be possible to do it in a single encounter. It should preferably have a same-day result without requiring technical expertise. So the patient comes, you do the test, by the end of the day, you have the result and you put him on therapy. That would be the most ideal point of care test if you want an adherence. This is something which is a very important characteristic of POCT. So far, it has remained elusive. So often it has remained elusive that elusiveness of a point of care test has actually become a kind of a character of the test because to have a test which fills up all these is as yet not there. So WHO created a target profile for what kind of test should be done for minimal and optimal, and I'm not going to go through the details. This is available. It's nearly 10 years old, but it does talk of how the sensitivity and specificity of the triage as well as confirmatory tests should go around. None of our existing tests meets any of these target profiles for a product, whether it is for triaging or for confirmatory tests. It misses out either on sensitivity or specificity or care or accessibility or techniques. So when we keep on pushing this target profile test, why I'm here as a pediatrician, what is my ask? My ask is, please make it child friendly. And what is a child-friendly test? A child-friendly test is which comes from a child-friendly specimen. No fasting, no pushing in tubes, no pricking. Is it possible to get a test which is easily accessible, which is available on demand, which does not hurt, which is acceptable both to the child and the parent, and which is universal? By universal, I do not mean it is available everywhere. By universal, I mean for all type of disease forms. It doesn't matter what it is. So that's the ask we come with. And how do the need for a POCT and a child-friendly test meet is it equally well has to be safe for the caregiver. It has to be, if the collection of the sample is going to create aerosol and affect the caregiver or healthcare worker, is an equally difficult area. It has to provide information on drug resistance simultaneously. It has to be aligned with the techniques which are available in the, where are we going to use these applications, and at a low cost. These are the existing tests you are all aware of. They are in small font, but you are aware of them. There's CBNAT, chip-based NAT, there is TB-LAM, lateral flow. Very limited sensitivity, high specificity. Utilization when it comes to LPA, limit of detection is high. You can't do it for a confirmatory test till you have more than 10,000 bacilli. Most pediatric specimens, till they have a cavitary pneumonia, won't have it. Many would have it. If you go to higher age group, adolescents, yes, they would have it, but youngers would not. And even there also, it will be about 40%. If we are moving towards TB elimination, so studies, if you look at the pattern of disease from high burden to low burden, there is a shift on the primary TB to older age groups once the disease gets controlled, because it's the younger individuals who develop the primary disease and then reactivation or a cavitary pneumonia later on. So there is always a population or age shift. So once we reach an elimination, this will become a bigger problem, not only for us, for all populations. So I'm using this to arm twist the people who look largely at adults and forget children. Look, there is some benefit for you also in future if you think of a test which will be useful for possibacillary disease, and in the same way I'll get some benefit for our children. We have to think kids are not mini adults. We always try to retrofit. So CBNAT came, it was only for sputum. Some studies had to be done to know whether it is for GA. Then studies had to whether it can be done for induced sputum. Can it be done for extrapulmonary? So there is a struggle. The technology comes, till it is available to children, it takes another 10 years. And we are always retrofitting it somewhere or the others. So either the children are amused, happy, or sad. But it's never a complete thing which they get. We have no single test which meets all the criteria. Perhaps we will need a battery of tests for each of these desired characteristics to cover all of these areas. So what's in the pipeline? I have raised a question, but I was supposed to talk of how those challenges can be met. So there are triage tests which are coming, like AIIMS, where you could look at volatile chemicals which are there in patients with TB infection, and by the breath itself you are able to say. So it's a good point of care test. It's non-invasive. It does not hurt. You just have to breathe. But then it's still far away from becoming a sensitive enough or strong enough test to be used as triage. Raises a hope, but this hope has been there for more than a decade, yet not reached where it needs to reach. A lot of work coming from Africa on good old humble CRP as a triage test. Not sure whether it is going to have a sensitivity or specificity of same with an environment with high tropical infections, but it's coming from Africa. One has to look at it, but big question marks. But it's something which coming now. AI, people haven't looked at cough analysis. Whether by the simple analysis of the cough recording, you are able machine learning, you are able to say whether an individual has TB. We did some work to differentiate between pneumonia, asthma, and URI. It could with clinical inputs. We haven't done any work on cough analysis for TB, but I am told in adults there is some work going on in India with where they have found initial leads that it may be possible. If not confirmatory, at least it could be a good triage test. That's simple. You make today everybody has a smartphone. At home, you don't have to even go to a community. No? You just make a recording on your smartphone, you send it to a data center, they will run it past the machine and you will get your answers. Okay, you're fine. Okay, you need to go and get your test done. Sounds very interesting. Let's see how it goes. Then is the expert TB on human response. How do it is based on the bio responders, whether it is proteomics or others, by which you are able three signatures, genetic signatures which are being looked at in expert TB HR. Again, still some work in the pipeline. People are also looking at circulating free DNA in the urine of MTB. So if we are able to get a sensitivity, a high sensitivity on this, this looks exciting because urine is something which is easily producible specimen, and that's something you can do. And people are trying to, while new tests are coming, also trying to work with the existing tests and whether the efficiency can be built into that by CAD. Amongst the confirmatory tests, we had LAM is something which was talked of, urinary LAM, for a long time and not recommended for HIV, but that was largely from Weber-Delaware. Now we have a different LAM, which is by Fuji, which has a much better sensitivity, and this is something which looks exciting that may come up in future as a possible confirmatory test. But the problem with this confirmatory test is we have already moved ahead. We have moved ahead of TB diagnosis to TB with its sensitivity diagnosis, but LAM will not give you any information about RIF sensitivity. So a new test should not disrupt settled issues. When I said disruptive technology, I don't mean disrupt what's already settled. But some of these new tests have a potential for disrupting what is already settled too, because they are differently coming in time. But obviously, perhaps we will not have one test, one solution for a disease. You will have to work on multiple solutions, and there will be place for each of these tests at different areas. While NATs can't be worked further on increasing sensitivity, they can definitely be worked on increasing their acceptability with different specimens. So a lot of work is being done on oral rinse, tongue swabs, aerosol collection. You just put a mask, child is crying, speaking, or whatever, and you remove it after a few seconds, and you do it. We have been part of one such research with Foundation for Medical Research, supported by Godrej in Bombay. Encouraging initial results, but the difficulty with any new technology is that to convert that to a packageable and a saleable solution outside of your own lab, where you are so deeply and intensely interested that you will put all your resources and mind to it, and your body and soul to it, is that's not replicable. अगर किसी ने वो disruptive technology लगा ली ना जिसमें sincerity, honesty, integrity and intellect could be packaged and passed from one individual to another individual, then all these tests will work. You actually need a test where once it is made, it works in everybody's hand. And that's where I don't know whether any technology exists. We also talk of today cytokines assay or T cells markers, activated T cells marker. A lot of work being done on that for confirmation. As I said, they will confirm TB, except for the second part. They will never tell you about sensitivity to drugs, which remains important because we are shifting from one epidemic to the other epidemic. As we decrease the infectious pool of the drug sensitive, the infectious pool of untreated drug resistance is automatically going to go up. Defaulters of your drug sensitive will graduate to there is going to be some amplification. That's the cost you pay when you play with the antibiotics or antimicrobials. So that is going to be your next epidemic. It may be lower in volume, but would be the major next elephant in the room. So if we can deal with them together, it would be better. That's the deficiency these tests come with. So it is difficult to say what is impossible. For the dream of yesterday is the hope of today and reality of tomorrow. Our generation has seen in 1 decade from where have we smeared to what not. Have we arrived is something you need to ponder upon, because even today, as I said today, last year, WHO gave these guidelines for us to follow in our country, which are another algorithm with another same set of NATs and scoring. And when I was an undergraduate, we were struggling with a score called Kenneth Jones. Have we graduated any further? Or we just going around in circles with little more elements added? Seeded. We need to ponder upon that. So I leave you with this thought. No great deal of science here, just questions, questions, and questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think thought-provoking talk, and I think beyond what we already know. So I think a lot of things that still need to be done to improve the diagnosis for children. I think that's still a challenge best of hands, best of labs, microbiological confirmation, and at least pulmonary TB not more than 40%, I guess, maybe a little bit more. The rest 60 we are still treating based on other things. So I guess we still need to preserve that clinical skill. We need to preserve that till the time we really get there. Means adults, it's still maybe 85, 90, 95% microbiological confirmation. But I think that preservation of the clinical skill set is something that's critical more so in the current era where it seems to be on a downhill course.
You said it. That is why I brought the example of the oral folk traditions. We have not only to preserve it, we have to augment it.
So it's open for questions, comments.
Can I just bring in something here?
Yeah.
So what Sir said, I mean, every word of it is thought-provoking. We need to improvise, and especially when he said, things from his undergraduate days. He's 4 years my senior, my college. So I really take pride in... what I was wanting to bring in was all past possibacillary samples, not only pediatric, including CSF, in meningeal TB. The recently published work on Expert Ultra. Ultra was not able to achieve more than 50-60% in CSF, in proven TB meningitis. So what I want to actually bring out is it has to do with the pathogenesis of the disease. The pathogenesis per se involves immediate granuloma formation, walling off, fibrosis, things like tuberculomas which will form in meninges. In pediatric, we have different pathogenesis. We have intrathoracic TB, we include all in that. So the parenchymal activity may not remain for too long. The immune response will try to repair it as soon as possible. So unless the test is sampling some part of the bacterium, so the bacterium has to be present in the sample. In a tuberculoma, in a meningeal TB, the bacteria are not always present in the CSF. We will miss in the CSF because no bacterial component reaches the CSF. The walling off is so great. Similarly, in pediatric, though we say the immune response may not be that great, but I think in pediatric population, the parenchymal disease is quickly mopped up, Ghon's focus or whatever forms, and in a fewer number that activity will remain. So all of these tests are based on detection of a part of the bacterium. So if that part of the bacterium is missing in the sample, we cannot really blame the test. We need to understand the pathogenesis and look at the best sample possible. So like Sir said, we could have non-invasive samples like we're going for stool testing. We can have non-invasive samples such as urine, where we could look at some other markers. For example, LAM. We've had studies where we've studied LAM, but of course the sensitivity as of now is not as great, but of course there's a lot of advances. Third generation LAMs are coming. Fuji Silver lamp amplifies the signal as well, so your sensitivity goes up. But yes, we are not yet there, and it is like, an impetus for the future that we keep looking for better ideas. But we must also acknowledge that the tests we are saying are not sensitive are only looking at a component of the bacterium. So triage tests, if you look at the host response, which are again, several of them are here. TAM-TB in pediatric population is published. People are now commercializing it. It will be used for telling us progression from infection to disease. So yes, we are on the path, but the understanding and a deep understanding that Sir shared with us today will give us more for the future, more encouragement for the future.
So I would only say science meets philosophy or imagination. I was nowhere undermining science. All I'm saying is I have a different ask. Can you meet it?
Yeah. I think it's not about the test. I think the catch is that possibacillary doesn't equate with a non-severe disease. The fact is that there's a disease burden, and there is severity, and therefore you need a better confirmatory test beyond the empirical. And I think that's the ask. I don't think it's really
so there are no questions.
Yeah.
So I was only saying that if you're looking
we need
at
other
tests,
strategies based on what we understand about the pathophysiology.
The disease presentation. That's what I meant to say. Of course, every test has the pros and the cons. So these are the cons for use of an adult efficient test to be less efficient in children or in, say, neurological TB for this reason, because the way the disease presents. Thank you.
I'll just like to add over here is that we seriously also need to change our mindset. Most pediatricians, they have the mindset that, you cannot have a microbiological confirmation. So they would not even try to get a sample. So at least the chances to get hold of microbiological confirmation, be it any test, would be maximum at the start, before you start the treatment. And the second thing I would like to stress is the SOPs of sample collection. These are two things which we cannot ignore. Suppose simple test, you do a FNAC. If you have a fluctuant lymph node and you go directly into the pus, so you will not be able to pick up the granulomas, the disease activity. Although the pus obviously suggests that it's an active lesion. So I mean, we as pediatricians and colleagues sitting over here, we need to stress on all these things, because whatever we have at hand is one thing, and whatever we are hoping for the future is another thing. So let's make maximal out of the things what we have. This is my only take. And being a pediatrician, I always stress, that please don't carry this mindset कि बच्चों में तो सैंपल ही नहीं आता, बच्चों में तो डायग्नोसिस ही नहीं बनता. ऐसा नहीं है, ठीक है. एटलीस्ट ट्राई तो करो. मैक्सिमम क्या होगा, नेगेटिव आएगा ना. देन वी ऑब्वियसली इट्स as a combination of clinical, radiological, microbiological, and then you get your diagnosis. So that's the only thing I would like to say over here. Excellent talk, Dr. Virinder.
Thank you. Yeah, any questions from the residents, students? I guess you have PhDs as well. Okay, I guess. Thank you very much, sir. So now I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Sushil Kabra, who is professor in Department of Pediatrics, another well-known figure in the field of pediatric tuberculosis. And his other areas of interest include cystic fibrosis, asthma, various infectious diseases, has more than 600 publications, and is the editor-in-chief of Indian Journal of Pediatrics, and has a lot of original studies in the field of childhood tuberculosis, both diagnostics as well as treatments. So I would request to talk about the challenges in treatment of childhood tuberculosis.
Chairpersons and friends, I'll take you through what a pediatrician faced challenges while managing a child with tuberculosis by some case scenarios over next few minutes. So this will be overview. So the treatment of tuberculosis given by our national program, it is very comprehensive. It takes care of all the challenges which we face. Majority of the time challenges are related to the operational aspect of this program. There are few technical aspects also. So as we are aware that the regime for most of the newly diagnosed tuberculosis is same. It is same in adults as well as in children. 6 months, 2 months of intensive phase, and 4 months of continuation phase. The important change which has happened over last 4-5 years is that the dosage has been modified for isoniazid and rifampicin. So earlier we were giving 5 milligram per kilo per day, while now it is 7 to 15, an average of 10 milligram per kilo per day. And rifampicin is earlier 10 milligram, and now it has increased to 15 milligram per kilo per day. 10 to 20 is the range. Ethambutol and pyrazinamide remain same. And the other changes which highlights the difference from the earlier one was earlier we were using intermittent therapy since 2006 for pediatric patients, but now it is a daily regime. And waiting regime, some of you may remember category 2, category 3, they have been abolished. And another important aspect is that ethambutol has been added in the continuation phase, and it is because there is a background isoniazid resistance in the tune of 10 to 14%, and this is just to prevent MDR development. And the other thing is fixed drug dispersible combination which are available for pediatric as well as adult. And this is important that there is a weight-wise FDCs for 4 to 7, one pediatric FDC with one ethambutol, then it goes like this till age of 40, till the weight of 40 kilo. So now we take a case. This is a 2-year-old girl presented with low-grade fever, not gaining weight for 2 months, and there is a consolidation and hilar adenopathy, which suggests that it is TB. Tuberculin skin test was 15/15, and mother was diagnosed as pulmonary TB based on the sputum examination in private lab, and she is getting anti-TB drugs for last 4 months. Diagnosis of pulmonary TB was made, and the pediatrician referred the child to DOT center to start the recommended regime. And the mother directly went from hospital, she went to the DOT center, and she reached at 4 p.m. on Saturday. She was asked to come on Monday morning. And on Monday morning, she was asked to get her all lab reports along with the Aadhaar card for generation of Niksha ID. She was not aware about the Aadhaar card and father was gone for work. The family was confused and not sure what to do. So ultimately, father took a leave from job, took child to the OPD on Monday morning. And the government hospital said that you come on Saturday because your OPD day is Saturday. So family took the child to a nearby practitioner from where mother was getting the treatment, which was a Bengali doctor in some slum. And he prescribed medication and asked to come every week. Family was very happy that at least after so many days, the child has been started on treatment and continued to follow up with the registered medical practitioner. So problems were mother's doctor, though it was a RMP, our program NTEP suggests that whole family should be screened, but did not screen the whole family. Otherwise, it would have been picked up 4 months ago. This child would have been picked up. Pediatrician did not follow the NTEP algorithm because he saw the X-ray, and after that, if it is suggestive, even then it was he was supposed to do a gastric aspirate for gene expert or CB0, which was not done. And he prescribed 2-HRJD, 4-HRE, and he said that go to the DOT center and DOT center will take care of your treatment. The person in NTEP may decide how many FDCs to be given, and the DOT center is not functioning on Saturdays, holidays, Sundays, and that's how the patient was getting treatment in a private. He may be getting appropriate, but more likely that he may be getting inappropriate treatment, producing more drug-resistant TB and unfriendly OPDs. It is important that as of now, the routine clinical units are managing tuberculosis. There is no specific person who can take care of any day if a child is coming to us, because on one side we are saying we will eliminate TB, on the other side we are not producing infrastructure. So how can we help Miss N? As I said, NTEP is very comprehensive, need better operationalization. Training of all physicians to screen family members. If we really want to decrease or control TB, it is very important that at least when there is an active tuberculosis in the family, screen all of the family members to decide about TPT or treatment. Pediatricians should be trained, mention regime, but at the same time, FDC doses that 2 pediatric FDC of HRZ along with 2 ethambutol. Explain about the medication, when to come back. Government hospital, we need to make them more patient friendly, specifically for chronic illnesses and national programs, and specifically for TB. Unless I have a registrar who is dedicated for pediatric tuberculosis, who can be called at any time daily, this type of mishaps may occur and improve the involvement of the private practitioners. The other thing is this 4-year-old from Agra. He presented with fever, cough, chest pain for 2 months, no history of contact with TB patient, X-ray was suggestive, CB0 was done, rifampicin resistance not detected, and referred to DOT center. The treatment was appropriate, 2 FDC, pediatric 2 and 2 ethambutol and pyridoxine. Mother brought the child after 4 weeks of this treatment from DOT center in Agra, not tolerating medicine, vomiting out each time. Pediatrician got LFTs because initially she contacted the pediatrician who started the treatment, and that was within normal limit, and continues to have a fever, cough and chest pain. So pediatrician followed NTP guideline. DOT center provided medications appropriately. One was pill burden, 5 tablets for a 8 kilo child. Solution need to have a dispersible tablet containing all 4 drugs. As of now, we do not have a ethambutol included in the FDC. And counseling of the family and provide supportive care for fever, vomiting and cough. This girl, 9-year from Gwalior, diagnosed as TB based on the clinico-radiological positive CB naught, treated with medication, and she is improved, but there is a progressive loss of lung volume on the left side. And X-ray and CT bronchoscopy that showed that there is a complete collapse of the left lung. Along with that, bronchoscopy shows there is a critical stricture, and CT scan again confirms the same thing. So intervention was done, balloon dilatation was done, and some steroids were given. Challenges are, could we have prevented the stricture formation by early intervention, early identification, giving steroids and inhalation? Today, later on, Dr. Anand Mohan will be talking about the post-TB complications or sequelae. But we need to say that evidence suggests that endobronchial spread of TB is more than that we think, and it may be associated with post-TB sequelae in form of a lung destruction later on. And need to systematically study the problem, like whether we should be documenting it and then deciding whether there is a need for giving steroids or early bronchoscopic dilatation so that we can preserve the lung. So this was the problem. One last was the technical, which needs to be studied, and some research needs to be done. Other was operational, which can easily be tackled provided that we give some importance to these problems. We want to follow these patients every 2 to 4 weeks, monthly during continuation phase, and 3 monthly after that for 2 years. And we look for clinical resolution and microbiology sputum smear at 2 months. This is given by the NTEP, and at end of treatment. So this case, 13-year-old girl from Gurgaon, lumps in the neck. There was a swelling, 3 months, diagnosed as a TB lymphadenitis. X-ray was normal, TST was positive. She was started on appropriate treatment. She is getting treatment from DOT center. After 4 months, node reduced in size, ATT changed to continuation phase, and she gained around 8 kilo of weight. But she was assessed to be getting lower doses. Isoniazid 5 mg, rifampicin 6 mg per kilo, and ethambutol 12 mg per kilo. That may be producing some problem subsequently. And it was because she continued to take medication from the DOT center, and since she is improving, she did not bother to go to the pediatrician who can assess and upgrade the doses. So there is no coordination between the physician and DOT center to assess adherence and doses, and there is a need for better development that yes, you can continue to take it from the DOT center, but continue to visit a doctor also. There is a provision that each DOT center or each center may have some people who will be taking care of it, but on the ground level, you can see what happens. So monitoring diagnosis is prescription followed up by the pediatrician, dispensing by the DOT center, need for better coordination, and clinically you can follow them. There is a problem in microbiology. What happens is that getting a sample from a child, putting a tube, gastric aspirate, sputum is difficult, poor yield and restriction from the family. They are not very happy, resistance. They are not very happy that again you should be doing a test. So there is a need to see it again, that whether there is a need for doing it all the time after 2 months, at the end of 6 months, or whether we can restrict it only those who are not responding to the treatment. Then if a child fails to treatment, so it is very clear that the DRTB refers to the presence of drug resistance to any of the first line, second line drug. Prevalence of MDR, as it has been discussed since morning. And these are the case definition. All of you are interested in TB, so you know about all these things. And in pediatric patients, when to suspect that it may be a DRTB? Signs and symptoms of active TB disease suggestive of a non-specific even fever, other thing, and have the following risk factor. That close contact is with a known case of MDR who died while on TB treatment, who failed TB treatment, and there is no response or failure to the first line drug and previous treatment with second line anti-TB drug. This is the algorithm given by the NTEP, which you can make a diagnosis, and the drugs are again same as used in adults, and it depends on the severity. Extensive disease, severe extrapulmonary TB, then you will give a longer duration of treatment. If it is non-severe, then you will give a shorter all oral. and you can see the algorithm for pediatric patients. It is more or less similar to that of a adult algorithm. We try to make it synchronized with the adult so that children do not get stepmotherly treatment because some of the drugs are not different. Only thing is that below 5 years, when this bedaquiline and delamanid are not approved by our drug controller of India. So that needs to be approved as early as possible. So this case is a 14-year-old girl resident of Delhi presented with fever, cough, poor appetite, weight loss, diagnosed as pulmonary TB, treated with 6 months of anti-TB drug, no improvement. Diagnosis of DRTB suspected and sputum examination was negative twice. X-ray shows a fibrocavitary tuberculosis. Mother's X-ray suggestive of TB. Father died of TB 16 months back. Sent to DOT center to start second line ATT with a diagnosis of probable TB by the pediatrician. But DOT center, they said that our algorithm suggests that it should be documented CB0 suggestive of RIF resistance. So they asked, do a repeat sputum examination, given a bottle that you put a sputum in it and give it to the lab and started again on the first line. So poor response to first line drug. As you can see that anti-EP suggests very clearly that when to suspect and when it will be a probable and when you will start. So she has a poor response to first line drug. Father died of tuberculosis. On checking with the child, she was not able to produce sputum. She gave sample that was mostly saliva and likely to be negative repeatedly. So that was the reason why we were negative. Solution is suspect TB on the basis of epidemiological and clinical data. Try to document DRTB by possible methods. Ensure appropriate sample sent to the lab, as Dr. Sangeeta told in the morning, in the beginning of this session, that it is very important that we have an appropriate sample. If I am repeatedly asking the girl to give us sputum without explaining her, she will give us saliva and then it would be negative. Lab to give a feedback to treating physician if sample is inappropriate. We get a sample report after say 2 weeks saying sample was inappropriate. Perform bronchoscopy biopsy more often and send sample for MGIT. If all samples are negative, other causes are ruled out, consider diagnosis of probable DRTB and start the treatment rather than sending her back. This another girl from Bihar presented with fever, weight loss and recurrent massive pulmonary hemorrhage. X-ray showed a fibrocavitary tuberculosis. Sputum CB0 was negative. Diagnosed as pulmonary TB probable. Discharge on first line ATT after sending repeat sputum CB0 after generating Niksha ID and getting papers for local DOT center. Report of repeat CB0 came after 2 days and which was RIF resistant. Family screening, mother was also having abnormal X-ray. Treating team trying to contact this patient for last 2 weeks so that she can be started on the second line anti-TB drug. But family is not able to come to the hospital for second line drug because father has gone to Bihar and they are not able to come from Uttamnagar to AIIMS. Child and mother are ambulatory and may be disseminating the infection. There is a provision that such patients would be called by the our program, but on ground level, we are finding it helpless and they might have infected, there are 8 siblings and they might have infected the other people. Another is that 13-year-old girl diagnosed with disseminated TB, CB0 positive and RIF resistance not detected. On ATT for 6 months and there is a worsening. Respiratory difficulty, developed seizure, imaging also suggests worsening. Repeat CB0 is again positive but RIF resistance not detected and repeated sample for smear were negative, so LPA could not be done. A diagnosis of clinical failure was made, possibly DRTB. Explore the possibility of limited or exome sequencing without success. Because in a clinician's mind, it is that if RIF resistance is not detected, it means it is a rifampicin sensitive, which will go with this thing in majority of the cases, but it is not something like 100% that it is rifampicin sensitive tuberculosis. And she was started on second line anti-TB drug and 4 weeks later she is better. So challenges are microbiological confirmation, even in the DS-TB, it is 20 to 50%. Same hold true for the DR-TB. We may not be able to document microbiological confirmation. All attempts should be made, but if no alternative diagnosis, treat with the second line ATT in a a center where they have experience of treating these patients. Second line ATT drugs, we have a scarcity of data regarding the pharmacokinetics, formulations, and drugs like bedaquiline, delamanid are not cleared for use in younger children. Child-friendly formulations are not available, need careful monitoring by your trained physicians rather than that the resident who is sitting in the OPD will continue same and finish up that yes, he is a TB specialist. We have to move away from continuous same treatment, serious thinking about strengthening the TB services at all levels. It is not something that an intern can send a patient from for a ATT that to continue same and come after 4 weeks, and the child may continue to take treatment for 9 years. For selection of appropriate drugs, need to follow the fluoroquinolone resistance and CATG and INHA mutation, which is very difficult to obtain, though it is part of our NTP program, but we should ask and demand that these should be available as early as possible. Now prevention, TPT. So as per NTP, these people should get the treatment, and as I have shown you that we are least bothered about screening the people in the family. Diagnostic tests are TST, CTB, IGRA, and these two are not yet approved for use in the program. Regime is these 6H, 6 months of isoniazid, 3 months of rifampicin isoniazid weekly, or 3 HR in selected regions. Challenges are, though an excellent program exists on paper, implementation is far from satisfaction, and in 2021, 48% of eligible children below 5 years of age were offered TPT. Solution is need to educate all the physicians. Does child have a TB sequelae? Recent study from Malawi suggested that there is a impairment of the lung function even after the treatment to the tune of 1/3 of the patients may have an impaired lung function. And previously TB patient is associated with significantly impaired lung function. And this is the data from AIIMS that we screened 320 patients who were treated with tuberculosis. 119 we found that there is X-ray and spirometry, but we included 52 because the inadequate spirometry, and we documented that around 21% of our patients who had suffered from tuberculosis had a restrictive lung disease. So a significant number of children with tuberculosis develop lung function abnormalities, especially those with the parenchymal involvement, and larger prospective studies are required how we can help these patients. We forget about these things, just given treatment and then we forget, and then we can find that some of these patients may have a destroyed lung subsequently. So to summarize, NTP document is comprehensive and include all the aspects which I had discussed except some technological aspects. Major challenges are operational aspect. How to come over the challenges, strengthening the services in healthcare facilities specifically for TB treatment to make it more patient friendly, allocation of manpower including pediatrician, nurse, counselor, and make sure that these are sustainable. I'll just tell you that in one of the meetings, people told me that there are 18 posts of counselors for tuberculosis in Delhi, and all are vacant. Training of pediatricians, physicians regarding prescription of TB, child-friendly formulation, dispersible, and improving TPT program by educating the physicians making diagnosis in adult patients, and to improve post-TB rehabilitation, which is very important that these disease in which majority are very poor and they will not demand for their rehabilitation. So I'll end with sharing one incident that one of my resident asked me कि सर जब आप मुझे infectious disease के बारे में पढ़ाते हैं तो आप बोलते get a culture, चाहे UTI हो, whether it is a UTI or whether it is a enteric fever, and don't start the antibiotic before getting this thing. But when you talk of tuberculosis, many a time you have said that we cannot afford it, it's not required, and don't do a culture when it is again the infectious disease. So why there is so much of a difference between these two? So why we should not, when it is an infectious disease, why we should not be doing it? So is it that then I realize that whether it is the specialist, TB specialist, whether they are responsible for not demanding for those which are really required, in which we are really very clear that these are required for the, whether it is a pediatric patient or adult patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kabra. Excellent presentation with case scenarios, actual problems which we face once we are managing these children. Any questions from the house?
Not a question. Excellent talk as usual. All the wisdom and expertise which you have, it comes through. It's just you brought out the procedural and operational issues which are absolutely valid. There is a gap, but there is a process which exists. So I had a different. I have a similar experience to yours, but also a different experience. So I'm going to talk about that different experience. Is that this was a small child who was few months old, 3 months old, diagnosed as RIF resistance on first call. Mother had died of some unknown disease, no contact exposure, so-called to MDR. Later on, it turned out the mother had perhaps got TB. So this child was diagnosed, referred to us from Safdarjung to us, and then finally diagnosed and went back to near Jaipur, a smaller town, and was taking treatment there. He comes back to me 4 months later with a report which says now he is also fluoroquinolone resistance. So system had everything in place that a RIF resistance patient's culture was sent, culture was traced, fluoroquinolone was seen. The patient was sent to us only to check whether the doses given were correct or not, because the child was very small. So the processes are there. Where they fail is with the human resources, where people are not putting in. Yes, we do need to highlight the problems which you are, because they are more common than perhaps this case which is good. But it is equally well to say that if people who are responsible for these processes work well, processes are existing. Thank you.
As I said, NTP is comprehensive. Whatever I had shown you, all these, there are provisions, but implementation or operationalization is lacking, or we need to strengthen that operationalization. That if you get a fluoroquinolone resistance after 4 months, which is a usual story, then if it was available in the first week itself or after 3 days, then we would have given a different regime and the child would have survived.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think you also need a linkage, I guess, that component of the dot center and having a pediatrician, I think that's something that's critical. Otherwise, these centers, at least for children, often serve as dispensing centers. And, many times the children may not even be weighed, doses not modified, and many of the other concurrent problems may not have been taken care of. So I think even more important than for adults would be having these formal linkages. Now, the problem with these so-called vertical programs is that they remain verticals. The integration with the usual services is a challenge. Training of residents and pediatricians remains a challenge, because now once a patient's diagnosed, goes to a dot center, stays with them for 6 months, 8 months, doesn't have the need to come back to them. And therefore that component of, how to monitor, what all to look at, whether there is a response or not. Again, these are challenges that I think have to be built into the program.
So till it comes from them, one of the ways perhaps we can work out, which I know your team is also doing, and so do we, is we always call the patient back to us. That's part of the counseling, that you will only get your treatment there, you come back to us. So all pediatricians, till the program is ready enough and mature enough to deal with it, this will also, as Dr. Kavara said in the end, that perhaps we have not asked enough. We did not ask for culture, so we did not get it. So if we start doing it, it is an ask. It's an indirect ask. भाई ये तो करना ही है, बच्चे को तो आपको pediatrician को दिखाना ही है.
Yeah, that's true. But I guess to do it across, I think it could be easier to make it mandatory from the program perspective rather than the other way around. So again, the same thing is for HIV. We would be doing our own evaluations. They go to DOTS, they get the ART center, they get the medicines, but it's important that they keep coming back. And during COVID, we had this challenge that a lot of treatments were continued and the parents were not coming back. And now when they come back, you see the issues, what may have happened. It's not something that was intentional, but this thing happened. So I guess we could have similar lessons for TB as well. Dr. Urvashi.
Maybe we could add these as recommendations from this meeting and share with the program. So I'll request the experts, a brief note, maybe just 2-liner. We can put them together and share with the program that these experts have suggested. I had one more point, if I may finish. So sir raised the question of culture. So I would just like to bring in the paper which just got published, accepted day before, we had a yield of 45%, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
45% culture positives. So I would still encourage, a good sample reaching to the lab early, and we try to grow as best as we can.
SOPs
So
are
I
very
had shared this percentage in a meeting with Dr. Soumya when she was the DG. And the NIT did not agree that they do not have such a good yield. So it is a lot of effort that goes into it, but we can achieve that. And also, if for children, we had this backtech system, and for PLHIV, where a blood sample could be run for growing MTB, in an immunocompromised
Especially
situation.
disseminated
We could
disease.
actually culture from blood as well. So, I've had this machine for 10 years, and then, didn't really get many requests. And now I don't have it anymore. So I would still urge, where facility is there, kindly send samples and we'll try our best to do it.
Yeah,
Thank
WHO
you.
recommends CBNAT for disseminated TB on blood, but then the cartridge is different.
Yeah, you see, the sample will have to be processed for
processing,
extracting the
yeah,
DNA.
yeah,
So that is why
that
we
process
shared
is
this during your
different.
meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you so
You
much.
know, I would just like to add two things over here. One is my own experience. I lost a child. The mother was the DOTS provider. The mother was the school teacher, and the child used to accompany her in the same school. And despite the child being so-called, they were very regular in their follow-ups during the treatment. The child remained sputum positive and culture positive, and our lab would always show sensitive to all the drugs. So always I would confront the mother, who got rest things done, वो जो normal होता है, HIV तो शुरू में ही हो जाता है, blood sugar भी repeat कराया कि क्या पता कुछ ऐसा ना हो. But mother was so certain that she gives the drugs to the child herself. ठीक है? Now there is a slip between the cup and the lip. Morning, everybody is rushing. ठीक है? Unluckily, I lost that child. हमने 3-4 बार उसकी कल्चर कराई, हमेशा sensitive to all the drugs, because what the mother would do, she both of them, they used to be short of time, तो वो सामने खिलाती नहीं थी. बच्चा क्या करता था, उसकी डेथ के बाद the mother came to me, because always I would confront her कि आप देखते हो बच्चा खाता, कहती हाँ डॉक्टर साहब मैं तो सामने देती हूँ दवाइयाँ. सामने देना और खाने में अंतर है. And when the child died, after 1 month, she came to me with a pillow. बच्चे ने पूरे पिल्लो में दवाइयाँ धूस के डाली हुई थी. So this is one thing, I felt so, even mother felt so sad कि आप हमेशा पूछते थे, और मैं तो इतनी certain थी क्योंकि मैं सामने देती थी उसको दवाई. So that is one thing. And the other thing is, we should also be working towards, providing medical certificates to these children, because they lose on their education part. And especially to ensure that after completion of treatment, and even once they become non-infectious during treatment, they are amalgamated into their educational institution. So this is one area we seriously, I mean, this is one I strongly recommend as a clinician.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am, one question. Sorry, 2-3 problems which we face at DOT Center during our posting. One is, if the patient has received 1 or 2 months of ATT, they have purchased it by themselves. And if they come for registration after that, so they are said that you have to restart the treatment in order to get registered again. Then second is, if patients, if their Aadhaar card is of their native, like where they were staying, and they're working in Delhi or like whichever place they're working, so they are not registered in nearby DOT Center. And third is, some patients are not able to tolerate first-line ATT. For example, if pyrazinamide, they're not able to tolerate. So since we have fixed drug combinations available, so modified ATT they have to purchase from outside. So how can we address these problems?
I think maybe we could just have a quick response here. It's just short of time. Some of these are more programmatic issues. I think we can certainly take these up. Other aspects, I think we could discuss it in a way
We
as
all
to we can
realize
be
these
look
are
at
problems
it.
which you have said.
Yeah.
We are well aware. They do exist. There is no denial that these problems don't exist. But the program is working towards, solving And anything you would like to add, Dr. Kabra?
No, it's there are solutions to in the NTP, this thing that you don't need Aadhaar card for each and every patient for registration. So we need to go beyond our this thing, understanding that Aadhaar card is required, but that is not must that before starting the treatment. Okay,
Okay,
thank you very
I
much.
think we're just, I think, short of time. So thank you very much for both the speakers and all the discussion that we had. Over to the organizers.
Now we would request Dr. Sangeeta Sharma to give memento to Dr. Virender Singh. We would request Dr. Rakesh Lodha to give memento to Dr. S.K. Kabra.
Napkin is being handed.
Dr. Urvashi Singh would honor Dr. Sangeeta Sharma. Dr. Kiran Bala would honor Dr. Rakesh Lodha. Thank you all. The next session is on TB treatment challenges. To chair the session, we would request Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary, Dr. Sanjeev Sinha, and Dr. Manish Suneja to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary is Senior Professor and Head in the Department of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine at Pandit Bhagwat Dayal Sharma Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Rohtak. His areas of interest are critical care, airway diseases, difficult to manage tuberculosis, health advocacy, and public health. Sir has 110 publications and 38 book chapters. Sir is an expert member as a chairperson in EPTB STW group of ICMR, member STW Respiratory Diseases ICMR, Screening Committee on BCG Vaccine ICMR, member Health Advisory Committee of Haryana State Government's Authority, member Gender Equality Haryana State Government's Authority, and past president of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine. Dr. Sanjeev Sinha is a professor in the Department of Medicine at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Areas of interest are infectious diseases, pulmonary and critical care medicine. Sir has 250 publications. Sir is an expert member and subject expert committee of DCGI, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Manish Suneja is a professor in the Department of Medicine at AIIMS, New Delhi. Areas of interest are infectious diseases and critical care. Sir has 176 publications. Sir is an expert member in AIIMS COVID Management Guidelines and Algorithm, National Guidelines for Management of Dengue Fever, Chikungunya, Influenza, Monkeypox Disease, Index TB Guidelines, ICMR Treatment Guidelines for Antimicrobial Use in Common Syndromes, and Standing National Committee on Medicines.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's again an important issue, especially we are seeing a large number of patients having post-tubercular lung disease and sequelae. And those who are symptomatic, probably 60 to 90%, that's what the data coming up is having it. So I think to deliberate on this issue, we have two very eminent speakers. One is Dr. Anant Mohan. He's professor in head pulmonary critical care and sleep medicine. And he has an interest in lung cancer, interventional bronchoscopy, COPD, COVID-19, tuberculosis. He has more than 200 publications and is an expert member in committees of on serious adverse events, Drug Control General of India, special committees of Special Center for Molecular Medicine, JNU. He also has been and is at present nodal officer in charge of AIIMS DOTS Center, subject expert in Central Drug Standard Control Organization, and also named Drug Selection and Committee. And also he is a very dear friend. We all have been working together in pulmonary critical care. Along with him, Dr. Khilani and Dr. Kuleria. Dr. Anant, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind words, and thank you, Dr. Urvashi, Dr. Kiran Bala, and the entire team for once again having me here on this annual event on tuberculosis. After listening to a couple of talks based on TB, we all know that we have to focus on detection and treatment of active TB, and rightly so, because that is obviously the priority. But over the next couple of minutes, I shall be focusing on something which probably is now coming up, that is post-pulmonary TB complications. As we are seeing more and more, we are kind of diagnosing more and more post TB, more and more diagnostic techniques are coming. We are picking up, probably we are picking up more of these, and I'll just try to show through a couple of cases that how important it is to know that TB is not just the end, diagnosis and TB and treatment is not just the end of the story. It may actually be the beginning of a story in some selected patients, and those patients always have to be looked out for. So I'll just kind of quickly take 2 or 3 cases and we'll come back to it a little later. For example, Mr. A, he's a young male, never smoker. He had TB, as you can see, sputum positive, drug sensitive TB. He was given proper ATT. He was declared cured. After that, 6 months later, he had a couple of problems. He had dyspnea for 4 months, dry cough, no constitutional symptoms, and all these were relieved with nebulization. So we'll come back to this later. Basically, again, treated TB coming with the dyspnea and dry cough. Another patient coming again, never smoker, again diagnosed with sputum positive TB, declared cured. 1 year later, again he is coming back with low grade of fever, loss of appetite, cough and dyspnea also for 2 to 4 months. He was tested for this sputum gene expert, which was negative. He was, like often it is done, a person starts him on empirical kind of ATT, thinking that he's a smear negative pulmonary TB, but there was no response to this. Another patient, a 26-year-old lady, again was diagnosed with sputum positive tuberculosis about 1.5 years back, was declared cured, and after that, she again started having some problems of dyspnea. This was her X-ray. We'll see that again later before presentation, and this was the pulmonary function test, which showed an obstructive pattern on spirometry. So why do we need to talk of post-TB sequelae? We have been talking about active TB, how to diagnose, problems in the diagnosis, problems in the implementation of treatment, compliance, response rate, etc. All that is fine. Definitely we have to do that. That is no doubt the priority. But why to talk of the post-TB? It is not that every patient who takes full ATT is absolutely healthy subsequently. No, and we'll show that there are a couple of problems. Currently, the focus is, and rightly so, on identifying and treating active TB disease. But even after treatment completion, there is a high burden of residual morbidity and mortality among TB survivors. And even in the high income countries, it is seen that the observed mortality rates of TB survivors is pretty significantly higher as compared to the general population, and that's a matter of concern. In fact, this database, which was a systematic review including almost 8 databases, looked at more than 3,600 articles related to tuberculosis and post-tuberculosis chronic lung disorders. After screening all this, it was found that only 3 international TB guidelines actually mentioned anything about TB sequelae. None of them actually described how to identify or manage these conditions. And basically, the recommendation of all these were that we have to kind of look at the burden of post pulmonary tuberculosis lung diseases. They should be included and they should be recognized by all these guidelines as well to create awareness. And if we can liken TB to a burning house and the ATT to the fire which is dousing that fire, then this is what is left out of this. It is, again, you may have kind of given the ATT, you may have cured the active disease, but this is quite a devastating sequelae that may be left back. Again, it is not there, of course, in every patient. No, that is not there in all by any means, but it leaves substantial damage in its wake in some degree of population as well. Briefly about the pathogenesis of post-TB lung disease. Generally in pulmonary, it may be either obstructive or restrictive, and it may be because of excessive inflammation or excessive fibrosis, leading to either airway narrowing or stiffening of the lung parenchyma, and then of course all the problems that come with it, reduced capacity to expel out the air, decreased FEV1 on spirometry, cavitations, distortion, endobronchial diseases and bronchiectasis. So all the spectrum of diseases then come up. Excessive fibrosis, stiffening of the lung leading to fibrosis, again pleural thickening, again a restrictive kind of defect on spirometry. So basically it can lead to either obstructive problems or restrictive problems. All of them have got their own difficulties in the long run. And here, this was a systematic review regarding the prevalence and pattern of the imaging in post-TB lung diseases. And as we can see, out of 37 eligible studies, this was what was seen on X-ray, this was what was seen on CT scan. And we can see cavitation was seen in a large, quite a large proportion. It was a wide range, 8 to 83%, followed by fibrosis and bronchiectasis. CT picked up more of bronchiectasis and some cavitation, nodules, consolidation. Mind you, these are all those who are so-called successfully treated with anti-tubercular therapy. In spite of that, they had all these residual lung changes. And it was, in fact, significant thickening, pleural thickening was seen in also a significant proportion. Hence, definitely there is a substantial burden of undetected lung damage amongst patients who have actually completed the TB treatment as well. There is some data from India as well, and this from the Patel chest, where they looked at more than around 441 new cases of pulmonary pleural or mediastinal TB, out of which, and they were all successfully who had completed the anti-tubercular therapy. Out of that, they found that almost 60% had complete radiological resolution. 40% still had some residual lung X-ray lesions. And you can see what were those lesions? Mostly parenchymal, some pleural, and some mediastinal. Again, on dissection further, out of the 126 sputum positive cases, as much as 70% had some or the other residual lesions still. Out of the sputum negative cases, about 28% had residual radiological lesions. So, residua is there in a majority of these patients, concluding thereby that pulmonary TB does have a tendency to show more residual lesions compared to the EPTB, but it is still an important problem. Here, this just kind of summarizes the different post-TB lung disease changes which may happen even after successful treatment. They can involve any part of the thorax or the airways, the parenchyma, the vascular system, mediastinum, or the pleura. And you can see all these complications which may happen. I'll just show you case by case, one or two of them. But there are so many. Tracheobronchial stenosis may occur, bronchiectasis, obstructive airway disease, etc. In the parenchyma, we have already seen a stiff lung fibrosis. There may be aspergillomas, parenchymal destruction, and very rarely superadded bronchogenic CA. Some vascular problems may happen, leading to pseudoaneurysms in the pulmonary artery or thrombosis. Mediastinal lymphadenopathy is very, very common, and another thing which is happening less common but extremely difficult to treat and to diagnose is a fibrosing mediastinitis, and we have got a couple of cases which actually do not respond to anything. So they are having a big problem in the long term. And then there is a host of pleural diseases starting from empyema, fibrothorax, pneumothoraces, pleural thickenings, and BPF also. So all these may happen in a variable number of patients. Let us recall the first case that we had talked about. A person who had ATD completed now came with the dyspnea, which was relieved with nebulization. You see the spirometry is typical of an obstructive pattern over here, and this X-ray is showing hyperinflation. Over here also, if you can see, there is a lot of bullous emphysema over here all around, signifying an obstructive airway type of a disease. So what do we call this condition? Do we call it an obstructive pulmonary disease? Not really, because it's a young person, he's a non-smoker, so he's not a classical COPD. We cannot call this a COPD classically. Do we call it as a TB-associated obstructive pulmonary disease, or do we call it as a post-TB chronic lung disorder? So probably the second one may be the right kind of nomenclature in this particular condition. What is the relationship between TB and COPD? Both are very common conditions now in the field of respiratory medicine, and everybody, in fact, generally it is one of the two commonest diseases related to respiratory disease in our country right now. We know that there is a kind of correlation between the two. A history of TB increases the odds of COPD also by at least threefold. And there are certain shared risk factors between them, which may be smoking, exposure to biomass, diabetes, poor nutritional status, etc. So all these are interlinked, and that is why it is important that if one has one other disease, we keep a watch out for the other. And we have already seen that after treatment with TB, if the person remains symptomatic, then COPD or TOPD rather must be looked for. And this was also shown by Dr. Kabra in children. Even in adults, there is a spectrum of spirometric abnormality after tuberculosis treatment. Out of 500 cases, as you can see, Only around 1/4 were normal actually. All the others have had some spirometric abnormality, which may be either obstructive or restrictive. So definitely spirometric changes, residual changes are there. Is there any diagnostic criteria for TOPD? Actually, not yet. No definitive criteria is there, but some obvious features: a history of TB, obstructive feature in spirometry, no active disease currently, no bronchodilator, reversibility. Usually, an onset of symptoms within 6 months is seen, but it is not essential. And of course, other differential diagnoses like bronchial asthma, COPD per se, and bronchiectasis have to be ruled out. So, this was an important entity that we have to keep in mind as a sequelae after tuberculosis. In our case, he was started on long-term anti-muscarinic agents, enrolled in pulmonary rehabilitation, and the patient improved after a couple of months. Another entity post-TB is a post-TB bronchiectasis. Also, another common thing that we are now seeing, very common finding, due to either bronchial stenosis, scarring, or external compression. By whatever means, it leads to retention of secretions, as you can see, and recurrent infection. And this is a typical bronchiectatic change that has occurred in the right side of the lung, ultimately destroying the lung parenchyma, causing destruction and dilatation of the airways as well. So this is also something that may be very distressing. And again, literature has said that this is on the left side of the international literature. If you see, TB in the red is one of the major chunk of the causes of bronchiectasis in the international literature. And this EMBARK study is from India. Here also the most frequent etiology of bronchiectasis was post-tubercular, around 1/3 of the cases as well. And there were certain other risk factors related to that, which I will not go into right now. Management is same as for bronchiectasis in any other setting. We have to reduce symptoms, prevent exacerbations, give long-term antibiotics, airway clearance and bronchial hygiene, anti-inflammatory therapy, etc. If hemoptysis, then there are various options that we have available and we can use that. Let us go on to the next case. This was also a treated pulmonary tuberculosis, and after that we found that patient was symptomatic, and we did a specific aspergillus specific IgG, which was positive. And you can see here how the lung is destroyed, large fibrocavitary lesions, fibrocavitary on CT scan with a aspergilloma or a fungal ball over here. So this entity is basically, and we also did the BAL, bronchoalveolar lavage, to rule out active TB. He did not have active TB at that time. So this entity is a chronic pulmonary aspergillosis, or CPA that we call it. And what is CPA? In those who have got a pre-existing structural lung damage, aspergillus can cause a chronic indolent infection of the lung parenchyma, leading to progressive damage and destruction. And this has various other subcategories like aspergilloma, CCPA, CFPA, that is fibrosing nodule, and a more serious type of a subacute invasive pulmonary aspergillosis. So there are many variants of this which may ultimately happen. This is what is required to diagnose a symptom for at least 3 months after being treated for TB. This may be in respiratory form or systemic form. This is a simple aspergilloma, as you can see over here, just an example. This one over here, you can see again an aspergilloma, but multiple cavities. So this will be called as a CCPA, chronic cavitary pulmonary aspergillosis. This is a chronic fibrosing pulmonary aspergillosis leading to extensive pulmonary fibrosis. As you can see over here, this side, the left lung is almost completely destroyed, a lot of consolidation, a lot of fibrosis, and a lot of cavities. And another one is the invasive part, which has variable radiological features, and this requires a biopsy to be proven, a lung biopsy. Treatment is by 4 to 6 months of oral triazole therapy, that is either itraconazole or voriconazole, and in patients who deteriorate, alternate regimen, but at least we can give to 6 months, we can extend for 9 months also. And as you can see, there is a good strength of recommendation for itraconazole and voriconazole both, and a reasonably good quality of evidence. For 6 to 9 months, if we give it, then most of the time things settle. But again, it is not a reversible disease, so we don't expect all this to reverse. Again, if it is not kind of picked up in time, it will progress and leading to end stage lung disease completely. Then let's recall the case of the third patient that we have, who was also treated for TB, and this she came with again symptoms after a couple of months. This is the X-ray 2 months before presentation. After 2 months, at the time when we saw, the entire right lung was collapsed and opaque, and as you can see over here, the right main bronchus is severely chinked and it is narrowed. And what has happened over here? Basically, complete collapse of the right lung, narrowed right main stem bronchus, and multiple enlarged nodes are there. Basically, this is a right lung collapse and a tight right bronchial stenosis. As you can see, right main bronchial stenosis has occurred. Again, a very very kind of debilitating and a high morbidity kind of feature that we are seeing more and more now with as a sequelae of tuberculosis. So endobronchial stenosis, the estimated incidence of endobronchial TB generally is anywhere around 5.8 to almost 50% among all pulmonary TB cases. Why we don't pick up? Because we don't do bronchoscopy in every case of pulmonary TB. So obviously we will not pick up endobronchial TB in all of them. And that is why the true incidence is underestimated. But once stenosis starts, it can begin, it can go on to extensive tubercle and granulation formation and lead on to fibrosis. As you can see over here, all this studded with granulation. If this progresses, it will lead to severe fibrosis like we had seen in the previous picture. And left main is more involved because it may be compressed by the aortic arch and also because of the left side lymph nodes. And there is literature to also tell us that bronchostenosis is it may occur in even after starting anti-tubercular therapy, and this shows significant bronchostenosis in almost 20 to 21 percent of patients with endobronchial TB as well. So it is also a major problem, and it has also got its significant mortality and morbidity problems. The treatment by balloon dilatation bronchoscopically, putting in a stent. Various ablative modalities are now available like cauterization, argon plasma coagulation and laser, or sometimes even cryotherapy. Local application of mitomycin C, again endobronchially, can be used, or rarely, if it is amenable and if the patient is a good candidate, segmental resection, end-to-end anastomosis can also be done. Rarely, lobectomy may also have to be performed. And this is the post-procedure X-ray of our own patient. There is some opening up, as you can see, after the first balloon dilatation. We did repeat balloon dilatation, and you can see again a significant aeration has occurred. So there is definitely improvement, not complete. You can see the initial tight stricture. This is the endobronchial balloon, and after that you can see definite improvement is there. But this may not always be maintained. We have to do follow-ups. It may need a stent. Sometimes it may need repeat balloon dilatation, or sometimes it may need nothing at all. Then another devastating complication of TB may be an end-stage lung destruction. In 40%, it is mostly a fibrotic response causing both airway and parenchymal involvement. It may be secondarily infected, and actually the problem is because it may lead on to type 2 respiratory failure, chronic hypoxias, pulmonary hypertension and cor pulmonale. So this is what makes a patient absolutely debilitated. He becomes dependent on oxygen. He cannot do any work. Basically becomes absolutely bed bound. And you can see here the entire lung is almost fibrosed, what we call as the fibrothorax or the destroyed lung in clinical terms. This is what actually it is showing. Then lastly is the pleural complications. Large number of pleural complications may occur, which is empyema, bronchopleural fistulas, secondary infection by numerous bacteria. Then sometimes the loculi may extend through the facial planes and collect in the chest wall. It may actually rupture and burst, what is known as empyema necessitans, or it may be a fibrothorax that we just saw in the previous slide. Couple of pictures to demonstrate the same. A large chronic empyema, organized empyema. Here you see over here in the chest wall, there is almost, it is bulging, it is liable to burst. So this is a small abscess, empyema abscess. Here you can see a bronchopleural fistula out here, and here extensive calcification around the empyema. This is almost like what you call as a trapped lung. So now the lung cannot expand, the lung cannot collapse, it cannot do anything. So it's basically a trapped lung over here. Lastly, rarely a bronchogenic carcinoma or a scar carcinoma can occur at the place where there is extensive involvement of the inflammation. Sometimes it may also be a parallel finding along with the pulmonary TB, manifesting as a soft tissue mass, for example, over here sometimes. And sometimes it may be missed because there are old TB changes. We may miss a mass lesion if we do unless we do a PET scan or something which will show a hot spot. So what does it all mean? It means that even after stopping the ATT and declaring a person as cured, there are certain things that we may need to do, especially in symptomatic patients. So we should not just forget the patient. There must be a regular clinical assessment. There must be some baseline level of imaging if required. There must be some level of functional evaluation also and subjective evaluation. All these are a comprehensive list, but at least for special settings and situations, a good clinical history, symptoms, at least a chest X-ray, especially if the patient is symptomatic, a spirometry, saturation, and a 6-minute walk test to look at his functional status and to look at his quality of life by certain simple questionnaires. At least this much must be done even after a person has been successfully declared as cured, just to pick up any residual damage which may be happening later on. So to conclude, long-term sequelae of PTB is being increasingly recognized now. There is no doubt about it. This may involve any part of the thorax, airway, parenchyma, pleura, or the mediastinum, or the chest wall. Unfortunately, unrecognized chronic lung sequelae is often misdiagnosed, and it may be treated as a relapse of TB, say a sputum negative TB, or because the changes are so similar. We get a BAL gene expert, sputum gene expert negative, but many times we have got most of these patients who come to us are on second or third course of ATT because everybody thinks that they still have TB which is not improved, whereas they are not having active TB, they are having the sequelae of TB. Hence, I do feel that there is an urgent need of some kind of a comprehensive guideline, recommendation, some thought should go into this for appropriate early diagnosis and also management of post-TB chronic lung disorders as well. So that is something that is maybe food for thought for everybody in the future, because we are likely to see more and more of this in the coming couple of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anant, for giving an excellent overview. And that's what we were discussing before, and he has put it in the last line. We are seeing, in fact, a huge burden of it which has been neglected. We are putting much more emphasis. Obviously, COPD is the problem, but PTLD, I think, most of the time, the low socioeconomic status people are having and seeing it. It all depends at what point of time they are coming up. Has got as much a priority as it should have been. I think last couple of years there have been articles which are published in Lancet Global Health, BMJ Global Health, which has brought it attention to with these things. I open it up. Dr. Manish, any comments to make? And
this is a very comprehensive coverage of post-TB sequelae. Now, we saw many factors, but now two factors have really come up, like increasing air pollution, one, and two, post-COVID. By post-COVID, we mean those patients who actually have some lung lesions after the COVID illness and not those minor types. So in these two settings, sir, since you are working extensively in these areas also, air pollution as well as post-COVID, so are we seeing any trend of increase in post-TB? There are many factors, early diagnosis, early treatment, which may prevent these. But do we get any, are we seeing any trend here?
So the trend, as far as the COVID is concerned, actually, unfortunately, we don't have X-rays of patients pre-COVID. That is the problem. So we can't say whether what was the situation pre-COVID, whether TB was acting on that or not. But yes, air quality, yes, I think air quality plays a major factor. We have not looked at it from the research point of view, but it has a definite role to play in COPD. COPD is linked to TB sequelae, so that is what we are kind of seeing as of now. Post-COVID, whatever we have seen, the pulmonary sequelae, and some patients we have also seen who have developed TB after the COVID, that is in the last 2 years or so. Yes, we are following them up. We'll have to see what is the ultimate cumulative effect of TB, COVID all together when this happens. We'll have to see what is the ultimate. But yes, I do agree. Both of them are kind of together affecting the lungs, and we just hope that it doesn't add up to too many numbers.
Anant, if you see now, we know nearly 1/4 to 1/3 of COPD is now non-smoker COPD.
Yeah.
And in it, dominantly still we are seeing indoor pollution, but along with it, TB is now being recognized much more as a part of, if a person is not a smoker having an obstructive pulmonary disease and has the TB in the past, probably that is causing up. Yes, the confounder, especially if we look at it, the amount of air pollution is there, you cannot rule out. CNP or chronic necrotizing aspergillosis is one thing which has been recognized. And I'm just making a comment here, when you're writing itraconazole, if response is not there, what one has observed and have done and found out is that it has a lot of issues related with the absorptions. So what we have found out is a person is not responding with itraconazole. So we shift over to voriconazole, though it is a little more expensive.
Yeah.
And because absorption is 30 to 40%, I think that's a practical clinical point which happens. And again, it's an observation, but we need to have a epidemiological data. We are seeing these problems much more in like the bronchial stenosis, etc. The young females actually who are coming up. The men also it is there, but as far as that is concerned, it's an observation that in the women, we are seeing much more incidence of bronchial stenosis. What is the reason? We still don't know. But it also tells us that follow-up is extremely important, and pulmonary rehab is the key. And continuous inflammation, which is there, we need to see and follow it up. What can be done? Dr. Sinha.
I think very well presented. Dr. Anand, it is very important topic, and as you said that after finishing the treatment, like 6 month treatment, after how many days we have to see there is any post TB sequelae is there or not. So that is very important. Generally, we try to see within 2 to 3 months, up to 6 months, we have to do and see is there any post TB sequelae, then we have to treat that. Another important thing, this pulmonary rehabilitation is very important. If patient is having post TB sequelae, then pulmonary rehabilitation may be recommended, and we have to be done under supervision. We are doing one study where we're doing intervention for 12 weeks, and we're seeing the effect of the pulmonary rehabilitation. Thank you very much for nice talk. If any question, you can take the question.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for that nice presentation. I have a comment rather. Obviously post-TB lung disease, they are very important. But the issue with post-TB lung disease is sometimes we are not sure of the label as well. A patient comes to me and I see that the patient has lung sequelae and the patient had a prior history of tuberculosis. Now, how sure can we be of the diagnosis of pulmonary tuberculosis? In short of a microbiological diagnosis, short of the patient's past sputum report showing tuberculosis. So sometimes what I'm trying to say is that the reverse also happens. It's not uncommon to see, say, patients of bronchiectasis who have been labeled as post-TB lung disease, but they are in fact patients. They are caused due to other conditions like, say, ABPA or CVID. So sometimes we miss this because we are happy with the label of PTB lung disease. You showed a very important study, I think it was from Lung India, VPCI. It was also, in fact, a retrospective observational study, and they had actually taken all those patients who were treated for pulmonary tuberculosis, not with a microbiological diagnosis. So I was just trying to, kind of focus on the other area as well. Thank you.
So I agree, and I think that all efforts must be made to establish the diagnosis when such a patient comes. It may be TB, it may be any other cause of a lung disease. So no doubt. So one has to rule out active diseases also. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anand. You are very right. ABPA, yes, ma'am. ABPA is one thing which we have seen repeatedly people treating as a TB. So if you are finding that it's like a mouse tumor coming to one place, going other places, and asthma, and we are finding now with an IgE and a sputum eosinophilia is there, you need to think in terms rather than TB. I think that's how it has to be. Yes, ma'am, please.
So 2 very brief points. In the morning, we had a brief session on non-tubercular mycobacteria, which I think you people missed. There was a time issue. In these patients, Dr. Anand, have you looked for non-tubercular mycobacteria? Because Aspergillus is, of course, had its share of limelight. But, I think non-tubercular mycobacteria as well, if you look for them, you'll find, and you'll possibly be able to find it where we're not finding any other pathogen being responsible.
Absolutely, I agree, and I think this is one important area which has been neglected actually also. So again, it all depends. So we are fortunate that we do it. Most of the labs are able to do it. One should rule out NTM also in this situation, because one doesn't know what we are dealing with, and especially the patient is not responding to what we are giving. This should be kept in mind. There's no doubt. It has to be part of the diagnostic armamentarium.
In fact, ma'am, that's what we are looking at it. If you are AFP positive, gene expert negative, go for culture and look for NTM.
So we have another session in the afternoon where we are sharing our findings with all the clinicians present here. One more comment which I made in the pulmocrit also. This is the only disease where IgG is being used as diagnostic of Aspergillus, which I really beg to differ. And there was a presentation where they also quantitated IgG, and that goes against the principles of the basic principles of microbiological diagnosis. So I am only trying to urge use a better diagnostic modality which gives us a gold standard diagnosis. Yes, Aspergillus is present, rather than just depend on finding.
It's an indirect evidence. But ma'am, most of the time we do start in looking at 3 things. It's not simply on the basis of IgG, that's for the confirmation whether somebody has sensitization or not. we look at radiology A, and we also exclude recurrence or reactivation or recurrence, whatever you want to say, of a TB. Once that is there, you find radiology plus this, then you start thinking in terms of it, and then you give it. And then the clinical response comes with it, which confirms finally, yes, we are dealing with.
So I only meant we should know in the same geographical locale with same environmental exposure, how many of the background or the non-disease people have that kind of IgG. One. Two, when you said, something I wanted to say slipped my mind. Itraconazole or voriconazole will also have antimicrobacterial activity, which I'm trying to say, if it is an NTM or a mycobacterium, so we may classify them, but the microbials together do not have any classifications. Like augmentin will affect TB as well. That's why it's in class C.
That's true,
So-
but looking at it, they have not been as effective antimicrobials, one. Secondly, in general population, I can't say. We did one study in terms of allosensitization in the patients of asthma, and we looked at IgG in those patients. It was around about 12.8%. So that was the level of sensitization which was there. But nevertheless, when we are making up, we are not making our diagnosis as one. We are taking a comprehensive 360 view. And then when you give it, these patients antifungals, they respond, then yes. And there is a significant clearance which happens. Fever disappears within 7 to 14 days, which is unlikely to be seen. Looking, if they would have been so good an antimicrobial, they would have been used upfront. But I do agree, these are the confounders which we need to look into.
Possibly an IgM based test.
It will
Which
be.
we do not have right now.
That's true. But ma'am, we also do sometimes when you do fiber optics, not in all cases, cultures and all, which grow it up along with it, then it tends to death. And with the simply gene expert, we are not retreating it. We are going with the cultures there. I hope Anant agrees with it.
Yeah, I do. So I'm just trying to say CPA basically, then one will have to look at the various markers also and validate them, because right now we are following the diagnostic criteria. It is a CDC criteria. Either we try and add something more or maybe something better. If we get something better, then why not? But till we have something better.
Try and dig the question.
Yeah. So try and we add some better marker or something which one. So if that is there, then no doubt.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anant.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Anuj Bhatnagar. Dr. Bhatnagar is head of department chest and tuberculosis at Rajan Babu Institute of Pulmonary Medicine and Tuberculosis. His area of interest are pulmonary medicine and tuberculosis. Topic of his talk is MDR TB treatment, newer regimen and outcomes. Dr. Bhatnagar, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. Well, this you can't eliminate TB till 2025 unless you look at this pressing problem which is gradually increasing. And let me be very frank, unless the duration of treatment for MDR TB, which used to be 24 months, then came down to 18 to 20 months, is further reduced, very frankly, we cannot begin to address the problem. To this end, I'll be showing you some of the studies, fortunately, in which some of I was a part of, in which the conclusions have been reached and WHO has reached certain diagnosis. I will not be going into the definitions. This we all know, save for the fact that the definition for XDR has been changed. There is, at the outset, let me address the elephant in the room, that since you do not have the approved resistance testing for every single TB drug, there is no such term as a totally drug-resistant TB. So let me be very frank, it was a fashionable term that has been coined by some fancy colleagues of ours. Let me not get into it. I'll definitely not get into it. But the most important thing in the treatment of MDR TB is to find the right balance between the minimum number of effective drugs and the treatment duration for a relapse-free treatment success. Believe me, relapse-free treatment success is something which I emphasize, which everybody emphasizes, because the thinking today in certain research groups is that the relapse rate can go beyond a certain limit so that we can mop up patients with a shorter duration of regimen. So the balance has to be there. In 2021 guidelines in PMDT, these were the three regimens for which the first time, or rather a second time, a fully oral shorter MDR regimen became a part. Now the basis of that was the evidence that was coming out from stream 2. Plus, in addition, there was a longer MDR regimen, and I will not talk about the H monoresistance regimen, which is there in the guideline. Now, at the same time, there was a new chemical entity that was detected that was predominant, which is PA24, and it has both the bactericidal and curative actions, which in non-clinical and clinical studies showed anti-TB activity against drug susceptible and drug resistant TB. It till now, at that time, in fact, when the study came out, it was studied in 1168 individuals, but till now it has crossed 2,000, 400 of which are already there in India. Now, it has mechanism of actions which is complex and requires metabolism of the drug to active form, which renders it more prone to develop resistance than other drugs. Now, it kills both rapidly replicating and non-replicating Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which theoretically leads it to the possibility of it being also a sterilizing drug. It kills the actively replicating mycobacteria by inhibiting the cell wall production, that is mycolic acid, and it also kills the non-replicating bacilli in the hypoxic conditions by ability to kill following nitric oxide release. Now, it was first tested in the next phase 3 trial, in which 109 patients were taken in South Africa, where it was studied along with bedaquiline and a very high dose of linezolid, that was 1200 milligram. Now, patients were treated for 26 to 39 weeks and were followed up for 2 years, and the success was huge. In fact, post-treatment success and sustained cure was observed in a majority of patients, but with the following problems: that it was linezolid that is responsible for majority of problems, in which at least half of the patients interrupted or resumed the treatment after a same dose, at a lower dose or a same dose. And in fact, in some patients, you had to discontinue all 3 drugs. And in 32% of patients, that is 1/3, linezolid was discontinued after 8 weeks. And only 18% of patients completed the full dose. So you can understand and you can see why we were skeptical in giving a 1200 milligram dose of linezolid. And that's the reason why the efficacy conclusion was very good. Efficacy was 90.7%, and patients were the median time to culture conversion was less than 6 weeks, which is something very good. But fact of the matter is this: the only proof, the biggest proof that it gave was that a short, safe, and effective 3-drug regimen for MDR-TB and pre-XDR-TB can be designed with these 3 drugs, provided you take care of the side effects. It was included as a conditional recommendation only under operational research conditions in certain category of patients who were not responding to any other drugs. But then the same group started to evolve, and same group started to study something called as Xenix to see the response of a lower dose or a lower duration of linezolid in same group of patients. And there have been evidences. This is called as a Xenix trial. Then since then, practical TB trial was done, and the evidence has been released and reviewed by the WHO. And now South Africa is much ahead of us. We depend upon DCGI to say give an approval, then we go to the program, then it goes to the ICMR, and then they keep on approving, and then all the time passes on and the new trial comes. But in South Africa, the program decides what to take, how to implement. It does, and they are very strong. They decide, they present the evidence, and WHO considers. Then at the same time, the ICMR trial of Beat TB also came, and finally the stream 2 results, on the basis of which the shorter fully oral regimen was recommended, they have also been published. I am going to just go into some of that. Now, this is a Xenix trial which studied the effect of a lower dose or a lower duration of linezolid in the same structure as NIX. 3 drugs, 6 months, 4 arms, 1200, with the 1200 milligram of linezolid throughout as a comparison, and it found that a linezolid dose of 600 milligram, even if given for 2 months, it achieved a success rate of more than 83%, something which was never achieved. And if 600 milligram was given for throughout the duration of treatment, then it all achieved almost a 90.9, which is comparable success rate with much reduced incidence of unfavorable events. Markedly reduced as compared to NEX. This was the first evidence. Then came TB practical at the same time. This was a trial which was started for MDR TB. It enrolled both MDR TB and patients of pre-XDR TB. Now, the results at that time, it had 4 arms in which bedaquiline, pretermined linezolid and moxifloxacin were started. This is your BPAL-M. Another arm contained bedaquiline, pretermined linezolid and clofazimine. The third arm contained bedaquiline, pretermined linezolid, and the control arm was your bedaquiline standard of care. And it found it basically in the first stage, all 4 were studied, and only the regimen that turned best out of the first 3 had to go on to stage 2. There was one of the biggest reasons why BPAL-C was not carried on further was the advent of COVID, and the best evidences were received for the practical arm 1, that was BPAL-M, which had a 77.1% culture conversion within the first 8 weeks. So this was basically the finding. All 3 investigational arms had met the criteria for stage 2 eligibility, and no major safety signals were reviewed, and so practical sent BPAL-M into stage 2. And look at this, it proved superior to the standard of care. Not only non-inferior, both non-inferiority and superiority was established. And all the grade 3, in fact, it had much lesser risk of development of grade 3 events or significant adverse events. And this is something which is corroborated by the slide, that the number of serious adverse events are markedly reduced. This is something which is stream, of which I was fortunate to be a part of. The paper came in October 22. This was the first open-labeled, multicentric, randomized controlled trial for MDR TB. The stream 1 was something in which all 4 arms were there, on the basis of which your regimen, the arm 2, arm B, which was the injectable shorter, first became a part of the guidelines, and then the stage 2 came, and stage 2 compared regimen B, regimen C, and regimen D. Now, regimen D is something which we have recommended for secondary analysis, being the country where maximum number of patients were enrolled for stream 2. Now, I am presenting the concurrent comparisons between the control arm for stream 2. The control arm became your shorter injectable regimen, and the study arm became C and D. So I am presenting the concurrent comparisons for the simple reason that enrollment for regimen D, that is 28-week arm, only continued in India. It was discontinued in other countries. Look at the favorable outcomes of the injectable shorter versus oral longer. It was much more favorable. And look at the comparison between B and D, concurrent B and concurrent D. It is much higher. Regimen D, actually, the 28-week regimen, which contained a 2-month injectable, performed the best. And this is what it has gone into secondary analysis. We have requested the stream 2 to take it as a secondary analysis. But the downside is it contains 2 months of injectables. Now, I am presenting here, this slide contains the various bacteriological reasons why the patients actually had an unfavorable event. And you see that one of the basic reasons, in fact, the persistent positive cultures were not seen in oral regimen, and only 1 in case of a 6-month regimen. And There are various non-bacteriological reasons, but the maximum being control regimens. So your oral regimens and the 28-week regimen performed the best. And look at the acquired drug resistance. We requested them to perform the analysis on the acquired drug resistance in those patients who failed bacteriologically, and you will find that none of the patients of arm C and arm D, in fact, none of the patients of arm D had any resistance to bedaquiline or amplification to bedaquiline. So the outcome difference in the modified intention to treat analysis, the oral versus control, that is B versus C, was 11% advantage in oral and a 22.2% advantage in the 6-month injectable. And in both the comparisons, the intervention was not only non-inferior but significantly better. This is another article which was published regarding another study, which was the AIIMS study led by NIRD Chennai, which we were a part of. This is the bedaquiline, combination of bedaquiline, delamanid, linezolid and clofazimine in the treatment of pre-XDR TB and XDR TB at that time, the definition of XDR TB at that time. Now this enrolled 167 patients and 112 of them completed 24 weeks of treatment. 89% had a favorable outcome and 12 unfavorable outcomes, including 4 deaths, 2 bacteriological failures and 6 treatment changes due to adverse events. Now, here the regimen of had the linezolid dose of 600. So even at 600, 21% of patients had linezolid toxicity, with 29% having peripheral neuropathy, and 63% of them had myelosuppression. So in all of them, the dose of linezolid was reduced to 300 between 12 and 24 weeks. Of these 24 patients with linezolid dose reduction up to 300, 21 patients responded well to this dose. So that's the reason why even after 6 months, the national program recommends and even the WHO recommends that you can reduce the dose of linezolid. 3 patients would not tolerate the dose of reduced dose, and then in those cases, linezolid was stopped. Safety. Now at that time there was a huge issue. Even right now, I find questions from the program doctors whether bedaquiline is safe. I go out of Delhi and I'll find such questions being raised at me. Believe me, I still find people hesitating to use bedaquiline. And what to speak of combination of bedaquiline plus delamanid. This was the study which was an Indian study which clearly showed that QT abnormality, even with the combination of 3 cardiotoxic drugs, bedaquiline, delamanid and clofazimine, all 3 are QTc prolonging drugs, the mean increase was not much. More than 470 milliseconds of QTF prolongation was seen only in 3 patients, and more than 60 milliseconds from baseline rise was seen in only 23 patients, and none had a QTCF prolongation of more than 500 milliseconds. And of these 26 patients, only 5 required regimen interruption temporarily for 7 to 14 days, remaining continued, and all of them were declared cured. So combination of these drugs is safe, and now we use them routinely. So this is the per protocol analysis showed a favorable outcome of 91.4% ultimately. So basically, this showed that the combination of bedaquiline with delamanid had a favorable outcome of 91% in pre-XTR and 69% in XTR, and the median time of culture conversion was 8 weeks. Cardiotoxicity was minimal, myelosuppression was manageable, and during post-treatment follow-up, which was an inbuilt component in these trials, of 139 patients with favorable outcome, at week 48, 94% had sustained treatment success, 2% had recurrent TB, 3 were lost to follow-up, and 1 had died. And the drug-related adverse events were also reversible to a significant degree, like fading of hyperpigmentation in 84% of patients, reversal of peripheral neuropathy in 75% of patients, and drug-induced anemia went away in every single patient. So the conclusion at this particular study after that, for this, the combination of these drugs is that this was a reality, a fully oral non-injectable and non-FQ regimen containing regimen showed a promising result in MDR and pre-XDR. It should be considered in the early stages of disease in the countries with access to BPAL, without the access to BPAL, and especially populations like children and diabetes. It is feasible to identify and correct the adverse events early in the field settings. But there is a clear research gap. The research gap is the response of lineages to the combination. This is something which we are facing also with the combination of bedaquiline and britominide, and there is no head-to-head comparison of a combination of bedaquiline and britominide and bedaquiline and delaminide. So this is something, there is no head-to-head comparison available, so we cannot speak much about that. So all these oral regimens that I have discussed, they remove the travel to health care facilities for injection at least, and they increase the treatment success, the proportion, especially it was a study in Philippines which showed that it is possible. It is possible that there is no need, and use of all oral regimens in the program conditions will result and may result in very high treatment success, but the poor adherence in fact, in all oral regimen, it risks the therapy of monotherapy with bedaquiline, and my 2 slides will show why, because the results of the DST2FQ may not be available. The reality today, I don't have a point of care test which will tell me rapidly what is the resistance to fluoroquinolone. Many times, practically speaking, in the field, in fact, in my IRLs, 30% of samples are negative and they go straight to culture. LPA report is available after 15 days. This is the reality. We accept that. And point of care tests for the NATs for quinolone resistance are still in the pipeline. And this increases the resistance amplification to bedaquiline. And yes, toxicity to linezolid. This will increase the risk of treatment interruption and poor adherence. It is, if it is not identified, if you don't identify early in the course of treatment. In fact, this is the first thing we educate our health providers, the treatment providers. That is the first thing we educate them for, and test. QTF prolongation might be some issue, but it is not. But once again, I tell you, the stream regimen D we were most impressed about. It is something which does not include britominide, delaminide, and linezolid, and that can be considered as one of the options where you cannot give linezolid. And the strategy, there has to be a clear strategy to mitigate the risk of acquired drug resistance. Now, this is the WHO guideline, the guideline that has been published recently, which has recommended the use of BPAL-M, which was evaluated in the TB practical trial. It also, in fact, recommended the use of BPAL for pre-XDR TB with decreased exposure to linezolid, which was evaluated in the Zenix study, and modified all oral regimen, which removed ethionamide and gave 2 months of linezolid in place of that, which is one of the biggest reasons why patients, in fact, vomit out their regimens of oral shorter regimen. So this was the recommendation where they recommended the use of BPAL-M in every case the moment you test for rifampicin resistance, and with the dropping the quinolone once it is detected to be quinolone resistance on the molecular or the culture. Now, this was the second recommendation for if you continue fully oral shorter regimen, which is you drop ethionamide and give linezolid for 2 months. Now, this is something which is now a reality. I'm sorry, I'm showing it in front of Dr. Urushi that this is something, but this is coming. These are the recent articles I came across that the resistance to bedaquiline is now something which is coming up. It's huge. It's a problem, and I'm getting, in fact, half of my ward of MDR-TBs are filled with patients who have failed fully oral longer regimens, and it's a reality. And I keep on sending samples to her. Now, this is something which we are facing a problem. These are some articles I came across, and this is the systematic review which showed that the median frequency for phenotypic acquired bedaquiline resistance was 2.2% and 4.4% for genotypic. So where are we after 50 years of starting the shorter regimen, shorter treatment for rifampicin sensitive TB. That is, it's almost 50 years that we developed RHZE, which was the first 6-month regimen. We have just moved, we are just getting it, we are just coming it across. Now, but the issue is the uncontrolled generic use of bedaquiline. And once again, I get you back to the pretominid, which is now a star molecule, but the mechanism of action, the very mechanism of action of it being activated by different pathways for being into active form will put it at a higher risk of resistance, and also the resistant mutants, naturally occurring mutants to pretominid are more than currently that of rifampicin, and the toxicity for linezolid is a reality which warrants close monitoring. And yes, BPAL-M is a welcome intermediate station on this continuing journey. So this is something which has been approved by the National Technical Expert Group for TB. And if approved finally and approved by the ministry, this will become a reality, that if the patient develops MDR TB and if he is quinolone sensitive and he is less than 15, he goes straight to fully oral shorter bedaquiline containing regimen. But if he is more than 15, he will be eligible for 4-drug therapy of BPAL-M. And if he is pre-XDR TB, if less than 15, then BPAL. Greater than 15, BPAL. If he is less than 15, then he goes to longer regimen. And if he is XDR, then he will go to a longer MDR regimen with appropriate modifications. This is something which is approved by the National Technical Expert Group of the Central TB Division and has been forwarded to the ministry for approval. Thank you, and thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhatnagar. Very excellent talk. And very rightly said, there is a scarcity of bedaquiline resistance, and you are having patient in your ward. So thank you very much for excellent talk. We have paucity of time. We can have 1 or 2 questions very quickly.
Can I make a comment here?
Yeah, please. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Anuj. I think it has been an excellent overview. I have 2 or 3 quick observations. One is that quite often when we are starting MDR, which are after first line, we see a lot of lung damage or damage to other places. So it puts a question of the availability of the drug at the scene. I think that's a very important component, which we have never looked at.
Yes.
One. Secondly, I'm not surprised when your linezolid is on a smaller dose, half dose is effective because of its special pharmacokinetics, and we know it gets concentrated. So probably whether we can reduce doses further will only depend if we do BAL studies and see the levels looking at it, which probably can show the way in terms of reducing the doses and the toxicity. And finally, when you are talking in terms of availability, I'm happy now the technical things is recommended that upfront we start it rather we going in a staggered fashion.
Thank you, sir. And to answer the second, in fact, the first question is something which, yes, that is a real problem. The availability of the drug on site is a real problem in damaged lungs, and that's the reason why early diagnosis of tuberculosis and doing a NAT at point of care is essential. And that's one thing, but the reality is something that, we are still getting there. Secondly, regarding the further reducing the dose of linezolid, I am happy to tell you that the AIIMS study is about the reduction in the dose or modification in the dose of linezolid is on, which has 3 arms. In fact, 400 patients are already included. We are a part of that in which the standard of care arm is bedaquiline, pretominid, and linezolid at 600 milligram for 26 weeks throughout, compared with the linezolid dose being reduced to 300 at 9 weeks and linezolid dose being reduced at 13 weeks. So that is still a work in progress. The results will be available only after the completion, probably at the end of the year or early next year. That will give a better insight into, yes, whether we can reduce at the same. But yes, even after stopping linezolid at 600 milligram completely, Zenix gave an evidence that if you stop linezolid and if you give linezolid for 8 weeks or 9 weeks in the earlier part of the treatment, you will still achieve an 83% success rate. So that is an evidence to the point. But yes, in that case, the number of patients are few, but in our case, the arm is having, it's basically powered quite right.
You are increasing the work for Dr. Vishin.
I am increasing the work.
Much of fluoroquinolone resistance in this country.
Unfortunately,
so that
yes.
is what is my worry is when you are looking at in terms of it. That is why I'm saying you are increasing the lab, because practically now enteric fever we don't treat with quinolones because the amount of rampant resistance which is there. And that same way, fluoroquinolone also, other gram-negative practically has gone away by and large. Because everybody, you look at it, everybody starts ofloxacin. Anybody has a diarrhea for a day, nobody asks like azithromycin, they pop it in. So I think so, ma'am, that will be a challenge which will be a unique Indian one.
It is.
Sir, as it is, the over-the-counter availability of these drugs, we've debated since the time Dr. Sachdeva was additional DG, not even when he became the DDG. Since those days, he had a meeting where he called the industry, tried to do something, but I guess it's something a little difficult to do. So yes, quinolone resistance is something that bothers us, and what also bothers us is the use of linezolid for other causes. So if that's a group A collection, we're looking at BDQ resistance. Within 4 years, the bug is so smart, gets resistant to BDQ. Linezolid and quinolone, we are using elsewhere, whatever the reasons be, and they're easily available. So I think all this we need to worry about anyway. So I just wanted to bring in one point. Dr. Anuj, the D regimen, could you kindly tell us again what did that compose of? Only India did it, and that fared the best. So
the regimen D.
The regimen D was?
Regimen D contained 2 months of high dose INH. In fact, high dose INH was given daily for 2 weeks, which was then given thrice weekly for another 6 weeks. 2 months of injectables, and it also removed ethionamide. Bedaquiline was given for the entire duration of treatment. Levofloxacin, clofazimine, and pyrazinamide.
So this was the only regimen which was, this was given only in India, and the only regimen which had 2 injectables.
It has only 1 injectable.
1 injectable, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, and this fared the best.
In fact, we requested, we had the final investigator meeting of stream in Jaipur about 2 weeks back, and we have requested the MRCCTU to pull out all the data, so that in fact in their paper they have said that in those conditions where the truncate TB or next TB trials, which contain linezolid, if the patient is not tolerating, or this is the option, because
so what I'm actually trying to say is the drive by WHO to make the treatment injection free hasn't really done any good. I mean, of course, it may be convenient, but then it also brings in the non-compliance to treatment. So if it is injection, the patient will have to comply to treatment, will have to. And the other thing that I'm trying to say is this regimen had the maximum number of drugs as well, the D1. And the message,
one drug less,
but it had an injectable. So the message should be that we need to hit it hard right at the beginning. We should not be protracting the treatment.
Actually, I keep on telling it to my people that we are forgetting the Mitchison model and the basics of shorter drug chemotherapy, that the initial early bactericidal phase and then the sterilizing phase. The Mitchison model should always be remembered, that this was the regimen that attacked it the best.
One very unique problem we are facing with clofazimine, especially with the young girls.
Yes.
They are refusing.
In
spite of trying our best using other things. Because one thing is yes, it is effective. But the question is the amount of disfigurement
hyperpigmentation.
The pigmentation it causes. Quite often we have seen, because I know for 2 instances where their engagements they got broke. So it becomes a huge social problem, and they refuse to accept it. Right. Because we need to take those things in account when we are treating and managing these cases. Men still get away with it. That's why it is coming up.
But this is something interesting that we observed in the BTB trial, that hyperpigmentation went away in 83% of cases, but it took 1 year.
Yeah.
So we are well beyond time, but I think we can adjust 1 or 2 questions from residents. Residents, if you have any queries.
Well, I keep on getting their queries in my routine.
Yes. That's why, since you are here.
Now, Saurabh has come. Any comments from you?
So if one point I can make regarding it is evolving, the regimen is evolving, it will evolve further. There are certain gaps, like extrapulmonary TB. So, how do you see things evolving for extrapulmonary TB drug resistant regimens?
Difficult. Very frankly speaking, that's a gray area that we all face. But well, like the Professor Varinder Singh said, that all the regimens are extrapolated for children. Similarly, I will say all these regimens are extrapolated for extrapulmonary TB. But having said that, I went into the data for use of bedaquiline and delamanid. In fact, bedaquiline had a very poor penetration in the meninges, but in disseminated TB, I have been giving that, and I have seen excellent response. Now, preterminate has a very good penetration in the meninges. Now, I'm yet to use it in extrapulmonary TB, very frankly speaking, but as of now, in whatever these cases are there, I have been using it in disseminated TB, of which I have been getting a lot in the last 2 years. A lot. In fact, 1/4 of my patients right now are of disseminated TB, and I have seen excellent response. So I have no complaints as of now. But once again, the challenge is how to confirm that it is an MDR TB. That remains. That is a challenge which I keep on asking, ma'am. And ultimately, we come on to, yes, it has to be treated as MDR because it is not responding to your drug sensitive TB. And that's
So
what
we
we
just
keep on doing.
concluded a TDM study in meninges and in CNS TB, and Dr. Adarsh, who was a DM student. If you can give us the findings in just 2 lines.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have analyzed the drug levels of rifampicin, INH, pyrazinamide, and ethambutol in blood and CSF in newly diagnosed TB meningitis patients. So we found that the levels of rifampicin, INH, and ethambutol were low in majority of the patients. Ultimately, after statistical analysis, the levels of INH, lower levels of INH in plasma and CSF, both were correlated with poor treatment outcome at 6 months of treatment. So that was our observation. Rifampicin levels were also known, but we couldn't find a statistically significant association with outcome. So basically, the regimen is not apt. We need to have a new regimen, addition of new drugs, or a replacement of a drug with some other new drug. So that is the ultimate conclusion.
The ultimate thing is that you have to prove, first of all, you have to have the facility for therapeutic drug monitoring, and that is something which we have been fighting for. As clinicians, we have a lot of unexplained queries. We have a lot of questions. We have, in fact, I come across daily as more number of questions than I can answer, and that is something which we keep on brainstorming every day.
Simply just putting it. Is in terms of a question of, I have now seen quite a few colleagues now using levamisole again in the management of especially nodal TB, and also where we are finding some amount of immune modulation. Any comments about it?
Well, immune modulation is something which is a new thing, which is something which, first of all, I'm yet to come across. Let me be very frank, but that something excites me, because it's not only levamisole, it's also metformin, one of the compounds that is also an immune modulator. That is something which in fact is a part of studies that have been proposed by ICMR, but it is yet a long way across. But I agree with you, sir. Immune modulation is the way forward if we really want to look at it.
Looking at it, especially if you can. Right.
The metformin ICMR study we were part of, Dr. Anant Mohan, myself, with Dr. Padma, and we didn't really find any earlier conversion and all, but the long-term effect of it on pulmonary function is ongoing. The phase 2 is ongoing still. We haven't analyzed the results. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Anuj. And I think we close the session now.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
We would request Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary, Dr. Sanjeev Sinha, and Dr. Manish Soneja to give memento to Dr. Anuj Bhatnagar.
Dr. Anuj. Sir.
Dr. Urvashi would honor Dr. Dhruv Chaudhary. Dr. Kiran Bala would honor Dr. Sanjeev Sinha. Dr. Priyamvada would honor Dr. Manish Suneja.
डॉक्टर अनुज एक फोटो के लिए वापस आइएगा प्लीज सॉरी
आप सारे इकट्ठे खींच लेते मैम आइए
Thank you all. To chair the next session on subclinical TB, we would request Dr. Animesh Ray and Dr. Saurabh Mittal to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Animesh Ray, Associate Professor in the Department of Medicine at AIIMS, New Delhi. His areas of interest are chronic pulmonary aspergillosis, post-tubercle sequelae, pulmonary tuberculosis, COVID-19, infections in the ICU, invasive pulmonary aspergillosis, ventilator-associated pneumonia, and chest radiology. He has more than 210 publications. Dr. Saurabh Mittal is Assistant Professor in the Department of Pulmonary Critical Care and Sleep Medicine at AIIMS, New Delhi. His areas of interest are interventional pulmonology, tuberculosis, and sleep medicine. He has 150 publications. He is an expert member in Indian COPD, bronchoscopy, and EBIS guidelines.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I think this must be the pre-lunch session. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having us here. So I think pre-lunch we have a very important session: subclinical tuberculosis challenges and opportunities. And to take this session, we have with us Dr. Akshi Kalra. I would request my co-chair Saurav to introduce her.
Thank you, sir. So the next session is on subclinical tuberculosis. Dr. Akshi Kalra is the speaker. She has over 10 years of experience in field of tuberculosis and health system strengthening. She is leading multiple TB projects at FIND. Before joining the FIND, she has worked with government think tanks, PATH and AIIMS on multiple research projects. In addition, she has worked as an UN online volunteer for the emancipation of women in Nigeria, for which she had actually received a President's Volunteer Service Awards from US. So over to you, Dr. Akshi, please.
Thank you so much. I think I would like to start by saying that it gives me immense pleasure to be back here after almost 10 years. It feels great, and I'll be talking something which is very close to all of us, is something that we all are learning right now. Subclinical tuberculosis, challenges and opportunities. It's not something that we talk on daily basis, but yes, it's something that is emerging and has been specifically highlighted in the recent prevalence survey. I will not keep you waiting between your lunch as well as this, but I'll try to make it crisp so as to kind of touch upon the basic concepts, the challenges and the opportunities. So some basics about it. Recently, and I think over a period of time, all of us have understood that not all individuals with bacteriologically confirmed TB are actually presenting with or are aware of their symptoms. And currently, whereas in the program, the National TB program, the efforts have mostly been focused on symptom-based screening and mostly have been passive in nature. Even if what we were talking in the morning about active case finding, that has been very limited in terms of its coverage as well as extent. Then what happens? The concern is that we have asymptomatic cases who are yet infectious and they are being missed from notification from management. and they continue to contribute to the transmission, hindering our global TB targets, which Dr. Sachdeva was mentioning in the morning about the End TB strategy, the country which has planned to eliminate TB by 2025. So some basics about spectrum of TB infection to disease. I would not say that these categories are the end limit, but they at least give us an idea about how do we categorize the whole spectrum from infection to the disease. There is difficulty in terms of, I think we should acknowledge it upfront that there are challenges in terms of directionality, in terms of latency, and the duration one depends into these categories. But still, to be able to understand, the most important part is, and I'll probably use a pointer here, yes. So all of them have had the exposure. And when we talk about the first stage of eliminated TB infection, we are talking about no viable TB bacteria, but they still have immunological evidence of prior infection. When we say latent TB, and now that we are not using the word latent anymore, the country came up with guidelines in July 2021 called Programmatic Management of TB Preventive Therapy. The latent TB infection stage is when we have evidence of TB infection, but there's no clinical, radiological, or microbiological evidence to say it's an active TB disease. So there's no metabolic activity to indicate any kind of ongoing or impending progression to disease. The third stage, which we call as incipient TB infection, there is a situation where we have a viable bacteria, but not yet induced clinical symptoms, radiological abnormalities, or microbiological evidence consistent with active TB disease. And here we have our area of interest, which we talk about subclinical tuberculosis, wherein we have a viable bacteria that has not caused any clinical related symptoms, but at the same time, it causes other abnormalities which can be detected using the existing tools, be it radiological or microbiological assays. And here lies the key. There are individuals, and we'll be talking about the data as well, why subclinical tuberculosis is important in the country like ours, is that these individuals are asymptomatic, yet we'll be able to detect them through the available resources that we have in terms of the diagnostic tests. And the last one, I think, is all aware to all of us about the active TB disease. So here's one study, which was basically by Farsala et al. In 2021. It was published as a systematic review, and it analyzed the subclinical TB prevalence through the prevalence surveys which have been conducted in about 20 countries. So generally, the epidemiology has been determined through the prevalence surveys, active case finding initiatives, as well as systematic screening of high-risk groups. So across these surveys, what was identified is about the percentage of subclinical TB cases was about 50%. And this was irrespective of the region, whether we call it African or the Asian one. And specifically in Asian continent, they were about slightly higher, about 56.4% of the cases were actually subclinical, and with no discernible trend by prevalence of TB. So importantly here is that 50% of the cases, and here if you see on the right side on the graph, about 6 studies were contributed by our country. The subnational surveys which are being conducted by NIRT. About the National TB Prevalence Survey in India, which was conducted between 2019 to 2021. It was a survey done after 60 years of gap. The last survey was done in 1955 to 1958. And I'm just going to share with you the key findings. And specifically the key findings when we say is one, which Dr. Urvashi mentioned in the morning. The country like ours actually had a prevalence of microbiologically confirmed TB for more than 15 years of age as high as 316 per lakh population. And if we say just overall forms of TB, it was around 312, almost similar, which basically means we are able to see the bacteriological conformation in all forms is more or less the similar across the country. When we talk about the second stage, that is TB infection, about 1/3 had TB infection of the sample that was involved. And about 42% of the TB cases, the fourth point which I have highlighted, are actually the subclinical ones. So the TB cases they were able to identify, about 42.6% of them would actually have been missed if X-ray was not utilized, because all of these were asymptomatic cases and had no symptom. Either we can say they were not aware, or it was pretty mild, or it was not present at all. So coming to the challenges, we now understand what exactly subclinical TB is, what is its extent, the challenges which persist. So first I'm talking about the diagnosis part. So the most available assays actually have not been very sensitive, rapid, and in the morning, again, we were talking about point of care tests and affordable for large scale active case finding. As was rightly being discussed in the morning, active case finding needs not just resources, but it is also talking about you need, in terms of resources, infrastructure for testing such large number of people, as well as to ensure there are HR who could do these activities. There is one possibility, like in the prevalence survey that they're using, X-rays can be utilized. But again, there's another challenge is X-rays are mostly facility-based at this point of time, and mobilization of individuals, rather healthy individuals, would be a real challenge. There's also a challenge in terms of non-availability of diagnostic tests for subclinical TB specifically. There have been multiple reasons around that as well. One being the lack of a good reference standard. Validation across a wide range of populations is needed because it differs. We also have to acknowledge that most of these are paucibacillary individuals, which is why the symptoms have not come up or there are challenges in terms of getting them diagnosed using microscopy or other tests. Additionally, if you see, identifying the transmission events, we require inference on the transmission link and directionality, all of which suffers here. Why? Because of the long serial interval and latency of the airborne nature of the bacteria, which we have been seeing for years for now. Then the knowledge gaps. The knowledge gaps for long have been very vast. And for example, I will say about the lack of experimental model system that fully recaptured the immune system so that we are able to understand for the infected individual or for the bacteria what exactly happens within the host pathology. So those gaps are still not clear. There are a lot of studies which are ongoing. They're trying to work on it, but it's still work in progress. It also creates a lot of dilemma for a physician to be able to treat these cases. I'll give you one example, practical example from the prevalence survey, which was conducted. There were about a good number of beneficiaries who were asymptomatic identified, and they were asked to take the treatment. So first of all, the question was what treatment? First, they have to find out whether they're drug sensitive or drug resistant. So the additional test is required. The second component came as people were not really willing for it. Their thought process was, I am an asymptomatic, healthy individual. Why should I go for it? I don't even have a TB case near my house or in my vicinity. So it leads to a physician dilemma as well, and the treatment regimen then again comes. And from the supply point of view, I would like to also talk about the readiness of our health system to talk about such large number of people to be given services. When I say large number is, we have almost 24 lakh people notified this year for TB, the last year. And we are talking about now 3 to 4 times more people. How are we going to cater in terms of our health services, our infrastructure, the manpower who could support them, talking from diagnosis, treatment to the management? Well, it's not just all so bad, but there are also opportunities to kind of improve upon it. And when we say opportunities, this is something that we really will have to focus going forward if we are looking at TB elimination, because this is the way to prevent the extensive lung damage, to kind of reduce the risk of post-TB sequelae, and definitely benefit overall in terms of reducing the transmission. It's also important that we see what is available recently, and I think on my right side you can see there's a lot of things coming up, like portable X-rays are being used with computer-aided interpretations. And Karnataka is one of the states which has actually gone ahead and procured through domestic funds and has certain AI CAD supported X-rays available, which are portable X-rays, and these are being used for active case finding. There also, we need to work out in terms of the evaluation of the current booster and newer vaccines in the population with the subclinical TB. Because for the management, we will have to have a comprehensive overview. We may not be able to go with the one tool of just screening, but we also have to look at the management as well as the prevention part. Additionally, we also need to see in terms of the development of a robust, well-characterized preclinical models, and the idea is for a comparative assessment for the vaccines that we are working on, as well as the treatment modalities. And would like to just take about a minute on the next point, that is on the TB preventive treatment. As I was mentioning in the beginning of my presentation, there is about, like in July 2021, a programmatic management of TB preventive therapy guidelines were released by the National TB Elimination Program. And what they did is, and this is one of the experiences that we also have gathered recently, that in about 20 states, in 195 districts, the activity was everybody was offered X-ray. And these are all household contacts of pulmonary TB patients only. And among them as well, out of asymptomatic individuals, there were about 30% of individuals who were kind of having abnormality detected on the X-ray. So this actually indicates that there is room for focusing on the high-risk groups, be it talking about the health, the household contacts, or we talk about the children less than 5 years, or PLHIV, or for that matter, immunocompromised patients, or high-risk group, as we say, those with diabetes, those with chronic kidney disease, which the country is right now focusing on to be able to provide them TB preventive therapy. Some research opportunities from subclinical tuberculosis, because since this is something that we all are kind of trying to understand and trying to grow upon our knowledge, as well as to focus upon what the country is going to take as a take going forward, something like prospectively identifying and following up the asymptomatic individuals with negative sputum culture and positive markers for incipient disease. The idea is to be able to understand what characteristics are associated with high risk of clinical or bacteriological progression. Also, there could be cluster randomized trials comparing the symptom-based and symptom-neutral approaches to active case finding, because right now the way we are seeing about 42% of the cases being diagnosed among asymptomatic, it is important to understand the strategies that we could develop to be able to tackle subclinical TB, to see the difference between the two groups. And last but not the least, talking about the whole genome sequencing and epidemiological data from these population-based studies that can be actually paired up with the bioinformatic systems that we are developing to be able to better infer the directionality and timing of transmission. Because we all understand there are immunological factors, there are immunocompromised situations where people move from different stages to the next. But still, there is less clarity in terms of the directionality and what duration they spend at each and what triggers them, so as to able to stop the transmission at the right stage. So key takeaways. Number one, prevalence survey of the country that has been conducted between 2019 to 2021 indicates very high rates of subclinical TB in India. So the country has already moved from the active case detection, or that is being done passively by people who have symptoms, and moved towards talking about TB prevention from the last 2.5 years. We also now need to talk about subclinical TB by seeing how high-risk groups could be focused. Also, detecting and treating people with subclinical TB is also important to ensure there is transmission is disrupted. Exclusive focus on symptom-driven diagnosis is something is insufficient if you're really focusing on the elimination of TB from our country. And as sir was saying in the morning, Dr. Varinder saying that if you're looking for really elimination with this rate, it's only going to be 10% reduction every year. But if you're really looking for elimination per se by 2030 or 2035, something more disruptive has to be thought in terms of not just the symptom-based diagnosis, but also to focus beyond that for all those vulnerable population that could be focused. And also need to recognize both challenges and opportunities for subclinical TB and develop strategies to manage the, especially in the high-risk groups. So with this, thank you so much. And these are few references to refer.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Akshay. So I think you brought the important points to the fore very clearly. So it's a very important problem. The problem which we are not sure how to diagnose fully and how to treat, whether we treat it in the lines of the garden variety of clinical tuberculosis, we are not very sure. So I think there would be a lot of questions in the mind of the audience. So I think I should open the house for questions or comments from the others.
So I think it's a very important topic, and being a clinician, it's very important for us to know, and we have a lot of audience which is medical. So I have faced this problem a lot of times. Residents come to me, sir, I got an accident for something, I got something, and he does not want to get treated. So that's what subclinical TB is, means the what we are talking about community transmission prevention. We even can't stop the hospital transmission. That means if a resident has tuberculosis, he is not able to accept his diagnosis because he does not have symptoms. So probably that's where we are ending up, that we need to educate the doctors and the public for this condition of a preclinical or subclinical TB, rather than ending up in a lot of complications and then sequelae. And obviously the treatment is a question, but in my honest opinion, I would like to treat everybody who comes to me with even suspected TB, because it would prevent damage to them and it would prevent the community transmission. So any questions or comments?
Difference between incipient and subclinical.
Yeah, I can show you here. So this only slight difference which is there is that in subclinical, oh, I think you can't see my screen. Okay, you can. Okay. The only difference is that in case of incipient, you will not see any radiological or any microbiological evidence of active TB. Whereas in subclinical, you'll be able to see that. So that is a slight difference. If you see, there are 3 markers here. Both have exposure, both have viable bacteria, both also have metabolic activity to indicate any kind of ongoing or an impending progression. But in case of incipient, you will not see any abnormality. Sorry.
I have one question. No, please continue. Yeah. Yeah.
So my question is, how to differentiate between latent TB and incipient TB? Clinically, it's not possible clinically anyway.
Yeah, clinically, it won't be possible to do that. In fact, right now, what is available, and I would talk about the current scenario for the TB infection or the latent TB is that we have IGRAs. We are now also talking about a newer test which is coming is SciTB, which is being developed by Serum Institute. And the idea is it will be able to tell us the immunological differences. So we'll be able to say, yes, the person has infection. We cannot even tell that if infection has already progressed to disease or not. For that, we also need to do another confirmatory test, like you rule out active TB by doing X-ray. But there is no possibility to tell you difference like by doing a test by it's an incipient TB or it's a latent TB or it's for the, so it's not possible.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
Doctor.
So, just one second. There are certain new tests. So, when they did these, you may have read these Stanford studies, Sweeney 3 signature, risk signature. So, those are host response signatures that have been studied, published past 10 years. And now some of them are being taken into a commercial test. So, GeneXpert has come up with what's called Expert MTB HR. And there are validation studies also published, So those signatures, so what are we detecting? We're detecting the host response to TB. Those have been used in PLHIV and all, so the studies published. You can go look that up. So world is moving very fast now, and we will have soon these answers handy. So several of them, if you look up, tag the treatment action groups publications, you'll come across the newer things which are under validation and soon ready to be used. I wanted to bring in what what the chair brought up, that the willingness to treat such subclinical TB needs a bit of grit. Let me put it, we published a study in 2016 wherein diabetics will look for subclinical TB and the physician refused to treat despite the culture growing. So,
I think
yes,
that's a bigger group of diabetes, the study which you mentioned, ma'am. But I think it was a very large proportion which actually had tuberculosis. And, that's how the evidence will probably develop. That now if we find it today and we follow them up, and then how we'll find. But probably immune deficient individuals like diabetics or CKD, that's where the treatment should be given rather than for...
Probably grit not only on the part of the physician but also on the part of the patient, because the patient often they are not convinced themselves that if they're not having symptoms, should they be treated. So I think the onus lies obviously on the physicians but also on the patients as well. Yeah, the need. Sure. Please, madam, you have been. Yeah, sure, ma'am.
So I have a very basic question. As you said, Akshi, that these patients are asymptomatic. They don't have any symptoms, but they can be diagnosed on X-ray or with the existing tests which are available. So how will you do the screening and how will you go on detect these cases among the population? It's a very basic question.
Yes, so a lot of active case finding initiatives are being conducted at the country level as well. Like every 6 months, all the states go for active case finding for high risk population, like just 10% or 5%, depending on the high risk population group that they are targeting for. And then they also subject everyone for X-rays. Like in the prevalence survey recently, everyone was given X-rays. Like I was talking about an initiative that the country has started called Project Jeet. They're expected to do this activity in 195 districts. Like everybody whom they are visiting, like they are visiting household contacts of permanent TB patient. Everybody who's a contact of a TB patient is offered X-ray, unless they deny, of course, it's through consent. And if they consent, everybody is offered. And then they're able to identify those cases also which were actually asymptomatic or were not aware of any symptoms that they were facing, like mild cough or something. It's only through active screening is the answer, basically, to be able to.
And using gene expert, what we did, there was very less positivity found in that.
Possibacillary, actually. Most of these cases which we identified are mostly possibacillary. So you'll be able to see abnormalities on X-ray faster. Then otherwise, if you're thinking of doing it directly gene expert, you will not be able to get that positivity. It is same in the prevalence survey also. The positivity was hardly 1.4% on CBNAT. Like they only took went for TrueNAT. But at the same time, X-ray, they were able to identify about 42.6% of the TB cases through X-ray, through just testing the asymptomatic individuals.
So for this, you recommend X-rays only?
Right. A comment regarding this, madam. I think you brought to the fore again a very important thing. It is known that a certain percentage of TB patients, they remain quiescent, and say up till 25% of the patients, they might heal themselves. So if you're just seeing radiological shadows, sometimes if the patient is not having symptoms, it may be difficult. We face this problem. I think Saurav would agree that even on CT scan, sometimes you're not able to say whether it's active or not. So it's the radiologist's words against the clinician's words versus the the patient's words. So sometimes we are not sure, even if we are doing symptom screening or X-ray screening of the family members, we are not sure what the X-rays mean. Do they really mean an active disease in the absence of symptoms? So I think those are kind of food for thought.
So do they need to be treated?
Not on X-ray alone, Dr.
Yeah.
Manpreet.
Difficult question.
Not on X-ray alone. The National TB Prevalence Survey, actually, this was their screening process. They symptom screen, X-ray, followed by microbiological, and not only gene expert, they did culture, smear, and gene expert. And that's how they concluded, the numbers we've been talking since morning, microbiologically active, countrywide 316 per lakh, Delhi 534 per lakh, and Kerala 112 per lakh, something like
So
that.
we need to do a combination
Yes.
of all these tests.
Yes, so I think that's what Madam said, that it's a stepwise process. Like for latent TB, you do household contacts. You find some X-ray abnormalities, you do their sputum, gene expert, and culture. Then you'll recognize some of them. It's not just an X-ray, which can be an old shadow, which may be an evolving other infection. So X-ray is just one indicator. But eventually, we end up getting a microbiological diagnosis by culture or gene
But the
expert.
subclinical cases are not even household contacts actually. So.
But probably that remains the highest risk group.
But they contribute to the chain of transmission.
Yes.
So that needs to be.
Yes.
Sometimes, what percentage of patients with subclinical tuberculosis will end up developing clinical TB? Because many times in OPD, we will see X-ray which is showing features of old healed TB, but patient has no history of taking ATT. So do we really need to treat subclinical tuberculosis?
So you mean to say that subclinical is the difference is the patient is not having symptoms. So what percentage of these patients ultimately go on to have symptoms?
Yes, sir.
So you want to answer that?
I don't think so. I have a percentage in mind to tell you because I haven't read that number. As I was saying earlier also, it's one of the challenges. We're not sure of the the time person spends in that particular stage, what is the directionality. But I think probably Dr. Urvashi can add on to the percentage of the number of people who shift from subclinical to active TB disease. Ma'am, over to you.
So I don't think any study does publish that or has looked at it. In fact, the subclinical TB, like I said, we published in 2016. So 2012, 13 onwards, we were debating this. In fact, in meetings with representatives from NIH and all, we tried to say, let's work on subclinical TB. But like what Dr. Akshi said, the burden is so huge. If you take this idea anywhere, they always say first deal with your active TB. So this is a new concept, and what you say is an important question, and whether we can actually treat and control even earlier on, So these are questions which are good for research, and if we are not able to handle it during our active time, maybe you people can.
So Radhika, if I can answer it directly. So, if I find a patient who has a contact history of tuberculosis, have some X-ray shadows, sputum is positive, obviously I would get a culture done. And, I would, if the culture is positive, I'll obviously treat it. If the culture is not positive, I would do a CT scan. If the CT scan is not very, telling, and I think there might be some old thing, then I would place the patient under active follow-up and I would follow up the patient. You agree to that, Saurav?
Yeah, so I agree to what sir said, but I think your question meant that if you have a patient who has some shadow which looks like old TB and patient does not have a history. So if you look at the old books of the natural history of tuberculosis, almost 1/3 of TB will heal on its own. So somebody, supposedly if today I have fever, maybe my fever resolves in 7 days. After 10 years, I would not even remember whether I had fever. So probably those are the subclinical and healed TB by immune response, and you end up having a X-ray shadow. So those are the individuals where you'll have what Dr. Animesh mentioned in the post-TB sequelae also, that not every sequelae which looks on X-ray is TB or post-TB. A history of tuberculosis may or may not be there. So that's what probably we end up with.
Two comments or queries actually. So the first thing is about, I mean, the whole role of subclinical tuberculosis in driving the transmission actually, because if you have to work on the elimination, then you have to break the chain of transmission. So do you have any idea from any setup, in any setting, obviously we don't have here, how much this transmission is driven by subclinical tuberculosis? So that is number one. Because if not, then this whole focus on screening the whole population for TB using X-rays, that might be a bit quite a expensive idea with not the return that we want. That is number one. And number two, do we have any information on what happens with that? I mean, what is the outcomes in that? Any setting, not necessarily. Obviously, in program we don't follow them, but from some clinical setting or from any other countries, do we have any data that what happens, what proportion of them actually adverse outcomes in that?
Sure. I think I'll answer for both questions to the best of my knowledge. As I was saying, knowledge gaps are vast as far as subclinical TB is concerned. Why this is important, and as you rightly said, do we really need to invest in this? Because we are talking about 3 to 4 times the existing load of work that we all have. So we have studies, and I was talking about one meta-analysis in one where I had shown the graph. About 56.4 in the Asian continent itself was actually the prevalence of the subclinical tuberculosis. So we already understood that, yes, this is something.
Can I just interrupt?
Yeah, please.
My question is not about what proportion of TB cases are subclinical. My question is, what is the role of subclinical tuberculosis in driving the transmission? Because obviously, I mean, symptomatic patients should be more likely to transmit to other patients. So
Right.
what is the role in that? That is something that my focus on. I understand that even our national prevalence got around 40% of subclinical tuberculosis. That's
So, I mean, Dr. Rakesh, that's a very important question. So, you know, as she was also saying, you know, the number is huge, 15% versus say 41%, but the bacterial load in these patients might be less. And we are not sure about, you know, how many of these patients actually represent old versus active tuberculosis. So I think probably we won't have a number.
There's no
She won't have a
number as
number,
such.
neither do I. So have a number, but I think it might, given the huge number of patients involved, it might contribute significantly to the transmission.
But I think the importance in the lies in that this subclinical, which are like 40%, 50%, they will eventually, some of them will become clinical and will transmit the disease. So probably that's where if we identify them at subclinical stage, we'll prevent that transmission in the community rather than getting up late.
Yeah, that's what the National TB Prevalence Survey also brought out, that these are the infectious patients. So we need to actually address them.
Saurav, I think the last question.
Any patient who is getting diagnosed with HIV at any CD4, we give him or her a TPT. But considering there are lots of patients who come with a very good CD4 count or a viral load is not detected, is it really beneficial of providing TB preventive therapy to such patients? Considering that we are in an endemic setting and we are having exposure every day. So maybe he will take for 3 months, 6 months, but after that, again, he has the same chance of getting TB as a person who is non-HIV. So is there any benefit of giving therapy to...
So you're talking about PL-HIV patients?
PL-HIV patients with good CD4 coming to us for the first time to be started on ART. So our guidelines says give TPT to everyone.
Okay.
So is there any benefit of giving...
You want to answer that? I mean, that does not really concern subclinical tuberculosis.
Concerns like the TB session. Yeah, but
So you didn't mention that we first screen for active TB, these patients. We'll rule out there is no active TB. Yeah? So the very fact that you're saying in an endemic country, so what you're debating is why give TPT at all? But that, in fact, I would stretch it beyond the PLHIV as well. I mean, for anybody. So that is a debate in itself, and I guess we can deal with it, in a separate discussion. It is very important because the country is actually taking a lead on TPT. Dr. Akshi, you could enlighten us. There are various, so in different states, different TPTs are being initiated. Some are test and treat, and some are treat only. So that is, there's a big push for TPT. And like I said, it's a big topic, needs proper discussion.
So I think what you have said is the TPT makes a sense because these are the highest risk group. If they don't have TB today, they are at risk of developing it tomorrow. So that's what we want, that they should not develop it tomorrow also. Obviously, we cannot stop the exposure, and the TPT in theoretical sense applies to everybody. So if you stop everybody, give everybody TPT, you'll not have a community transmission also. So that's where the TPT actually is going to help these patients.
And there are a lot of studies which say that if you give it to the PLHIV or for that matter any vulnerable group, it's much better in terms of outcomes as well, rather than TB plus HIV combination, which has a mortality of 50% approximately. So
you agree to that? I'm not sure it sort of agrees to that, but a patient newly diagnosed HIV, you want to comment that, right? Please. So patient of HIV has not been started on ART. I mean, his immune system would be probably at its nadir. That is a time where we kind of address the TB issue and let the effect of ART kick in, and probably he would be at a better chance because his immune system would be boosted kind of.
So there was one comment, sir, in the morning talk also, that the baseline INH resistance is almost to the tune of 15 to 20%. So we are just giving INH. So aren't we even contributing to that?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, please, ma'am.
So there is some communication there. So the countrywide, it's taken as 12%, and when you look at the previously treated group, there it is 20 plus 22. And this debate also does go on. That is why the new regimens are coming in, where we are looking at rifapentin, 1 month or 3 months, 12 dose rifapentin weekly. So all those are being, tried. And in fact, some places it's also being implemented. So the country currently has all 3 regimens, 6H, 3HP, and 3HR. So different states have different. But like I said, this is a big topic, and it'll be, good to discuss it at length. Thank you. And I think our speakers for the next session are already online. We are late by an hour or so. So I think we'll start the
Sure. We'll close the session then. Thank you so much.
And everybody, please feel free to write these questions, and we'll share it with the speakers and the chairs if they'd like to address them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And for the lunch, please take a quick bite, come back and join us while we start with the. We are going ahead with the next session. So we are not actually taking a break here.
Would request Dr. Animesh Ray and Dr. Saurabh Mittal to give memento to Dr. Akshi Kalra. Dr. Urvashi Singh would honor Dr. Animesh Ray. Dr. Kiran would honor Dr. Saurabh Mittal. Starting with the next session on molecular epidemiology of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. To chair the next session, we have with us Dr. Urvashi Singh and Dr. Kiran Bala. Dr. Urvashi Singh is Professor, Chief Tuberculosis Division, Department of Microbiology at AIIMS, New Delhi. Areas of interest are non-tuberculous mycobacteria, whole genome sequencing of mycobacteria, omic studies of mycobacteria, novel biomarkers, polyclonal TB, novel regimen, therapeutic drug monitoring. Ma'am has more than 150 peer-reviewed publications and 5 patents. Expert member in committees, co-chair, Diagnostic Committee, National TB Elimination Program, member of Subject Expert Committees, CDSCO, Government of India, member Diagnostic Committee, India TB Research Consortium, ICMR, member Operational Research Committee, National TB Elimination Program, member Project Review Committees of DBT, ICMR, member ICMR Task Force on Genital Tuberculosis. Dr. Kiran Bala, Associate Professor at AIIMS, New Delhi. Areas of interest are tuberculosis, drug-resistant TB, diagnostic and treatment. She has 25 publications, an expert member of Centralized Co-Research BSL-3 Subcommittee, Hospital Infection Control Committee.
So good afternoon. It's an honor, I must say, to have Dr. Sebastian Gagnew with us. He has trained in the best of places. His PhD at Stanford, and he leads the Swiss Tropical Health Department of Medical Parasitology and Infection Biology, Professor of Infection and Biology in the Swiss Tropical Health Institute. He's been, if I may say, a personal guiding light to me and my group in the field of molecular epidemiology. His work is primarily on ecology and evolution of MDR-M tuberculosis, and drug-resistant tuberculosis is, seminal papers, if I may say, in the field of epidemiology of tuberculosis have actually guided the field in a big way. Dr. Sebastian, it is an honor to have you, and thank you so much for agreeing to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. And the slide also.
Slides are also visible. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. So thank you very much for the invitation and the kind introduction. So I will be starting right with I'm sure you're familiar with the latest report from the WHO and this new 1.6 million cases, right? First rise in many years. But I really would like to draw your attention to something else, which might become that come up with this statement. These 10.6 million cases, if you look at how many actually are multiple resistant, it's globally, in the world average, it's actually only 3%. And interestingly, actually, I quickly looked at the data from India. India is even lower. It's less than 2%. And interestingly, this relatively low proportion of multiple resistance has been quite constant. It's some echo on my side. And units that would be helpful. So the this low percentage, but quite constant over many years, interestingly. And this together with a lot of really stuff to push, which I would say is really a dogma. Which this idea that drug resistant strains are less fit. Now, it will grow slower, are less virulent, might transmit less, right? Drug resistant over time, there seems to be a reduction in fitness.
Dr. Sebastian, your slides are not moving. Are you moving the slides? I'm sorry, we are still stuck at the first slide. Could you?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Yes, now it's moving. Right, it's moving now.
When I have presentation for some reason. So I keep it like that. So Is it moving now?
Yes, we can see them moving, right.
Map, you see the map now?
No, we're looking at the graph. Fitness in sensitive to resistance. So, yeah, now we can see the map. Now we can.
Okay, so it's, right, just keep it up. No. Right, so these 3% of those is not of the whole world, and if you actually go around, there's a lot of heterogeneity. There's actually parts of the world, as you can see here, which have a much higher percentage of resistance. And that's particularly true for some of the dark red areas. And this high resistance proportion, you know, related to the quality of the TB control program, for instance, but many other things. But there might be also bacterial factors. So, and that's something that we have been trying to explore for a while. And so clearly the fitness of this is perhaps heterogeneous, and I'm showing this here, unfortunately, not in animation, but this is some work we did a long time ago. So we essentially went ahead and tested this dogma by generating resistance strains of TB strains resistant to the red the mutations of QBs, all kinds of different mutations here. And then we take these strains, growing them in the same class with their susceptible from susceptible ancestors, which by definition has a fitness of 1, right? Both index, if you will, of 1. And as you can see, all of these variants here, they all have a reduced, statistically significant reduced fitness, competitive fitness in advance. Suggesting that is in fact true. However, there's big differences between the different mutations that you can appreciate. Right? So there's persistence change and very big defect in growth. Whereas this here has a small defect. And this variant, please keep that in mind. I mean, it used to be referred to as 531 as the old nomenclature. Since a few years, we moved to the TB nomenclature, which is OATF. I know this is the most common RQB, the practice imposing mutation across the world. Now we're going to get back to that later. Now, what was interesting is when we moved, so this was lab generated strength, right? So the question is, what happens if you look at clinical strengths? Well, that's shown here. Pairs of strains from patients who acquired rifampicin over time. So an initial isolate which was susceptible, followed by a secondary serial isolate that was in the same patient was resistant to rifampicin. And then we did a competition between the two. In some cases here, those that had other autoimmune mutations, again, we saw that the resistance strain had dramatically reduced fitness. Whereas, intriguingly, some of the strains with RQ50 mutation had no fitness cost at all. And you know, hypothesizing that something in these clinical strains, which had not happened in the lab strains, compensation. So this idea that as you move from susceptibility to drug resistance, yes, there might be an initial fitness defect, but as evolution continues, you have this phenomenon of compensation. In other words, additional mutations which accumulate and improve the fitness of the drug resistance strains, back to the same level. You then have the receptors resistance strain, which will be equally fit as the susceptible. This was an hypothesis. Fast forward many years and many experiments and a lot of work later. And some of you might have seen, again, this was all published many, well, some years ago. So we actually did find these so-called compensatory mutations in the RNA of rifampicin resistant NTB strain. So just as you will know, obviously is extremely important enzyme, but all other organisms. Right? This is the subunit, this enzyme which where the resistance mutations occur, where rifampicin binds to, and these are the subunits where we found additional mutations in these resistance strains, which really improve the growth of these strains, at least in the laboratory. And we're saying, you know, well, maybe also criticize in the lab, you know, it's relevant. Do we see this in the clinic? Does it matter? And for this, to try to answer that question, we need to one of these ADR countries, which is small country, which is Georgia. And the reason why we went to Georgia, it's a small country, so we could actually afford to do a nationwide study. So we did essentially, we collected as many ADR strains of the whole country over a 6-year period. And we did genome sequencing, transmission of these ADR strains. When I say we, it's really a collaboration with the National TB Center and Lung Disease Hospital in Tunisia, with our biocollectors there. On the one hand, and we have two previous PhD students, Sebastian Joy, who did the data analysis. And so what Sebastian Joy found is when the first thing they did a phylogenetic tree of all of these MDR/XDR genomes. I must say, many of these MDR strains actually XDR. There was 1,600, more than 1,600 of them. And this is shown here. So you can really appreciate that there seems to be an overrepresentation of lineage 2, right? So lineage 2 / also known as Beijing. So many of these MDR strains belong to this lineage 2 strain. And what also came out immediately is when you look at this black line here, this refers to compensatory mutation, whether this genome harbor a compensatory mutation or not. And essentially found that almost 70% of these MDR strains, in fact, did have compensatory mutations in either RPO-A, RPO-B, or RPO-C, indicating that at least these mutations are there, right? And again, I'm saying these are not mutations that cause resistance. They compensate for reduction in fitness. And so they're clearly there, they're frequently there. The question is, are they doing what we think they're doing? And so to address this, we use a tool which is called Hybrid, which essentially combines this kind of information, so that the genome information with clinical information, particularly the data of isolation of the patient, or the data diagnosis of the patient. And this allows you to reconstruct these transition trees to estimate the number of secondary cases that, you know, a particular patient infects. And then control all the variables. That's of course very important, because if you want to look for associations to transmission, there's many other factors, chemical and epidemiological factors that might bias TB transmission, such as age, sex, previous TB, HIV, etc. So you have to include this and allow for these factors in this model, which we did. But still, even in allowing for all of these factors, we actually did find, and we hope to see that, as we have hypothesized, these compensatory mutations play a role in the sense that MDR strains that carry compensatory mutations are more likely to generate secondary cases in Georgia. This was also true for lineage 2 strains that we not surprisingly here. And then another factor which we didn't have on the radar at the beginning, but in retrospect it serves as a positive control, is that prison also were associated with more effective transmission of MDR. This, in retrospect, is not surprising. I mean, we know that prisons play an important role in TB and the conducive of TB transmission. There's more to the prison story. This is published, so I won't go into this more. Please have a look at the paper if you're interested. I really would like to move to some unpublished data. It hopefully will be published very soon. And so far, we only looked at the effect of compensatory mutations within MDR strain. But the real fair comparison would be compared to susceptible strains, right? So strains become non-resistant at all. And so that's what we did. And for this, we also went to Georgia. And so it's a bit crowded now because I'm not using the animation. But so again, we went to Georgia. We included drugs, so fully susceptible strains. This is the main totally prospective study. So we got a much higher proportion of the strains, but we only have 3 years because it's a lot of strains. And then we joined forces with Tanya Stauber, who is a specialist in developing new methods, so-called methods, which allow you to quantify transmission. And who is a postdoc together with Claude and analyzing. And again, showing you the phenomenon starting with the MDR strain. So this is actually the same thing I showed you before, but it's pure genome. It's only 3 years. And here we have the susceptible strains. This came a bit as a surprise because the effect is really strong. You see, the image 4 is much more representative. So it's almost a mirror image. Again, we were not completely surprised. We kind of expected. I mean, we know that the Beijing strains are associated with NDR in many places, but that was really a very strong effect. It was quite surprising. So nevertheless, we said, okay, there are quite a number of hypotheses of why that might be. So why is it that image 2 strains is associated with NDR? It's been observed for a long time, all kinds of different hypotheses, and mutation rate, and things like that. And what we're proposing here is a slightly different explanation, which has to do with the fitness cost. And specifically, we hypothesize that for some reason, lineage 2 strains won't pay this fitness cost when they are in the home, at least not as much. And so we use this phylogenetic method to explore this, to test this hypothesis. And that's what's shown here. So here we're really showing the reproductive number, predicted again using the genome information and the data of isolation, and then do Bayesian modeling, which really was developed in Tanya's group. And what you see is essentially the estimated success in terms of transmission. For drugs susceptible TB light gray, dark gray is MDA. Now, image 2 on this and image 4. And you can see that in image 2, there's no difference. This distribution is totally overlapping. It seems really to be no cost of MDR transmission in image 2. Whereas in image 4, there's a clear separation here. But for some reason, in image 4, from a transmission point of view, MDR is costly, whereas in image 2, that's not the case. Then we said, okay, so why is that? You know, is there something special about these lineage 2 strains? Lineage 4 strains. So we did an initial analysis, and now remember the RQB mutation I was talking about at the beginning, which had a very small fitness cost. And so we added that as an additional stratification. And this is in red. So here we have the fitness, the transmission fitness of MDR strains which carry RQB 450 mutation, compared to the susceptible in gray, light gray, and compared to MDR strains which carry other RQB mutations. You see there's a big difference here. The red is a bit smaller, you know, than the gray, so that's actually almost mirroring what we had seen in the lab. Like just looking at growth. Here we're looking at transmission. Whereas for some reason we don't see that effect in lineage 4. So here, regardless of the RQB mutation, MDR strains have always a much lower fitness success or transmission success compared to susceptible strains. So what about compensation? And I started the whole talk about the potential ranges for compensation. So we added a fourth component, compensation, which is in brown here. So now we have brown, which are MDR strains and have the RQB mutation 450 and the compensation mutation. And these are the ones which totally overlap with perception. Whereas the other ones have the reduced transmission fitness. So here we have the 450 alone without compensated orientation. And here we have NDR strains with other optic orientation. There's actually very, very few NDR strains with other optic orientation and with compensation. This distribution is extremely wide, so really we don't really know what to interpret this. But clearly, this is the strong effect. For some reason, again, in the initial we didn't see that. So there really seems to be an interaction between these particular lineage 2 strains that circulate in Georgia and carry the 450 mutation and also a compensatory mutation in terms of transmission success when we compare to fully susceptible NDR strain. Sorry, fully susceptible strains in the same country. Now you might say, okay, how specific is this to Georgia? We look at this in another place and then we find something similar. And essentially that's what we did in South Africa. Again, Georgia is smaller than Georgia, but going this Kailicha, you might have heard, Cape Town, that is one of these very high density areas in Cape Town. A lot of TB and have very high incidence, also a lot of HIV. So there is this different setting than Georgia. And here we had access to 10 years worth of data, thanks to the calculation and Box and Rob, and UCT and Rob and Gallo, the postdoc who worked on this in parallel to the work that was going on in Georgia. Here we only have NDR strains or monoresistant strains with rifampicin, so no susceptible strains, but we have 10 years. And so here Gallo is a different method which is used called transcribing, which also allows you to look at transmission in a different way. So it really infers the likelihood of whether a person transmitted or was likely to have transmitted its TB or not. And so these are called the transmitters indicated in green. And the orange ones are the non-transmitters. And he divided this group in 3 groups along the lines I just explained before. So the NDR strains with other optic mutations, so non-450, the ones with 450 alone, and the one with 450 and compensation. And you see, as you go from here, there's an increase in the proportion of transmitters, suggesting that these guys have to transmit more. But of course, again, we have to control for other factors, which he did. So we look at all these additional potential factors that might contribute to transmission, and what we can have is that this kind of non-plus ultra group of NDR strains, which are 450 plus mutations, are associated with a high likelihood of transmitting. We have another idea. Looking at again at these 3 groups of strains, we noticed that there was actually an increase in the number of additional resistant mutations. In other words, these guys here, the 450 plus compensation, they were more likely to have additional resistance to other drugs. And this was the same regardless if you look at all isolates, so only one per cluster, which is of course a much more conservative analysis. The same trend was there. And that suggested something different, that perhaps these compensatory mutations not only improve the fitness between patient-driven transmission, but also an improved growth within individual patients, and therefore these bacteria would go through a high number of replications and therefore would acquire more resistant mutations. And that was something he tried to address, the question of course, how do you measure this? And then he decided to use positivity, essentially the amount of bacteria in the sputum, to use that bacterial burden, a proxy for bacterial burden in a particular patient. He did actually find, again, controlling for all of these other factors, that this particular group of strains with this 450 plus compensation were indeed more likely to be SNP positive compared to other strains that did not have compensatory mutations and did not have this 450 mutation. So, bringing that to the end, combining the data from Georgia and from South Africa, really can say with some confidence that indeed compensatory mutations really do play a role, not only in the lab, but also in the field. And it really seems to improve the transmission in the upstream, at least some of these strains in intake, and perhaps also the growth of TB inside of patients, which can lead to an increased drug resistance amplification. And of course, the whole thing is much more complicated because we have the interaction that I was talking about, right? We have the lineage effect, which is called the strain background. This can be lineage 2, but there's other things also in other places. Resistance mutations, the causing resistance mutations, and we have complex mutations, which all interact. This is a phenomenon referred to as epistasis, which then together determine the transmission of NDR. And so with this, I would like to end thanking the collaborators, the people who made this research. Thank you all for this.
Thank you for the excellent talk, Dr. Sebastian. And I'd open the talk for any questions. Any questions from the audience? So I guess the molecular epidemiology studies are, they need to integrate and guide the program treatment guidelines, program, their implementation. So I guess the science will take some time because the program implementers have to be receptive to what is being learned at the molecular level. So much so, we had published in one of the studies that we could possibly look at different treatment regimens for different lineages. So, something on those lines. Dr. Igor Mukrasov is going to be the next speaker, and in a study that we are having with him as a collaborator under the BRICS forum, what we have found is also the transmission of the two lineages 2 and 4 are different. We looked for the prevalence of, we looked at the molepi of TB before COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID. So what we noticed in India was that lineage 4 was spreading much more easily. This is again unpublished data. Lineage 2 was already there in the region that we studied the molepi, in the northeastern part of the region, but lineage 4 appeared to be more efficient in spread during COVID. So that paper is still under communication, and we hope to make a good publication, joint publication. Dr. Igor has already published his work. Probably he'll cover it during his presentation. So Dr. Sebastian, it's always an honor to listen to you, and you are an inspiration to go on with such deep molecular questions, answer such deep molecular questions. But what hurts is that this knowledge is not being used for making a difference to TB treatment and policy changes. So I think we must also guide the programmatic guidelines as to what changes can be brought about in the treatment guidelines based on the knowledge of lineages, based on the molecular knowledge of compensatory mutations, and so on and so forth. For example, something as simple as high RIF being used for treatment, high dose RIF. High dose RIF is still undergoing clinical trials. It's not yet recommended by WHO and not yet being adopted by many programs. So where we have, more of such mutations, which will need intervention with, high RIF, we could possibly, understand and apply this knowledge to where it would benefit the treatment. So I guess that's the last mile where investigators like you and me and the others, Dr. Igor, another pioneer in the field, could actually show the direction to the program where the basic research knowledge could come in handy for, actual treatment and, on the ground, how we treat the TB patients. So a slow pace of this translation will actually prove detrimental in the long run. So whatever we are learning, we should be able to take it to the patient. Thank you so much. Thanks again. And we could now listen to Dr. Igor. So Dr. Sebastian, we have a memento, and I hope to see you sometime in the near future. And if you're visiting us in India, do drop in and see us as well, and we can listen to your new research as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, hello everybody, and this honor for me to speak at your TB based program, in the medical sciences, and actually you have a very important presentation, so the PowerPoint file.
Dr. Igor, we will just like to introduce you briefly before the talk. Yeah, Dr. Kiran would be introducing you.
Yeah, Dr. Igor, we are honored to have you here. Dr. Igor is the head of the Laboratory of Molecular Epidemiology and Evolutionary Genetics from St. Petersburg's Pasteur Institute of Russia. His area of interest are phylogeography of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, molecular mechanisms, and genotypic detection of the drug resistance. He has more than 190 publications. Dr. Igor, we welcome you on this platform.
Just wait. उनको बोलिए just wait.
So we're starting with your pre-recorded talk, and then we'll bring the questions to you.
Yes, I will do it. Actually, it is not my fault.
Stop sharing. कहाँ से किया? Presentation कहाँ से किया? Presentation.
No, we tested it yesterday. It was running. Some slight glitch maybe. Just give us a moment.
उनसे चलाना पड़ेगा ना एक एक स्टार्ट लेवल करना
Different phylogenetic lineages, but two of them, East Asian and Euro-American, in Russia are the most prevalent, the most important, and they are exemplified by the Beijing genotype and by lung. So it will be actually the topic of my presentation. In Russia, the genotypes are the most studied and same time the most medically significant. The strain that we have in Russia are, I believe, in Russia.
Just wait. Sir, just 1 minute, sir. हाँ, पेन ड्राइव में दे दो। पेन ड्राइव में है मेरे पास, दे दो ना। इसको यहीं से आप इसको शेयर स्टॉप करके उसको टिक 15 का लैपटॉप है उसमें तो
Dr. Igor, we're moving this to another system for a louder, clearer voice. Just bear with us for a moment.
बोल दीजिए। कौन सा?
Well, this is right. I'll speak it again. The police afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Washington for my this presentation. What did they and the topic of my presentation about this cancer epidemic because spread and that the different economics and pathways. And global and alternative tuberculosis with different villages, but the station in Europe and Russia are most prevalent and most important, and they are exemplified by the digital type and by in Russia, these types are the most practiced and then the most practical. And they originate Russian such that spread getting close only during the last century. The vacuum in Beijing is prevalent all the time, but it's getting more prevalent in and Wuhan is more prevalent in Europe. And the past they are associated, not of them are associated. This is the case of Beijing and Wuhan. About still as a this introduction with when I speak about it is possible to divide them into conventional and the modern and modern vision. Globally prevalent in ancestral thermal intelligence remain found in quite rare. In Russia, Beijing makes about half 50% of the population. And among the modern Beijing, the most known is so-called Beijing B0. And the patient Beijing in Russia recently not so interesting, not so much because I found only in the very small percentage. they will work in their place. Cities are different colors. So geographically, they are found in different parts of the country, but mostly show some affinity to the Asian one. One of them was more like one with different colors. And our last analysis was found in more than 20 and it was shown that there is a two family defined by the sequencing by VHR. And our last analysis was found in more than 20 and it was shown that there is a two family defined by the sequencing by VHR. And globally, there are different plants and villages defined by while the most normal is the EU branch in Russia, we can partner in it, so-called Gram Russian, and it's within the 115, that is all very relevant. And there are some interesting tax, political tax, 252 to 360, they are considered to be different. They will consider emerging tax. So the aim of our study is to find the Russian and their classification and Russian emergence from the mouse model. It was mouse model and the the one will take our proton and this methodology. Let me first of all collect operation while that will be focused to the Russian states and we will see the Russian states of this village fall into the branches. Eta or RD1 with 81 and this cluster school all these strands will order. One of the clusters was with isolation from the European and Asian part of Russia, Northwestern Russia, all of them had 6 digit concentration from methodology. And we hypothesized the difference given that between the most distant branch and the other smaller cluster is strands not from European Russia, but from Siberia and from the Far East region of Bulgaria. This trade also had common mutation, common two distant mutation, and they had very distant relationship to the actual it was really very distant, and the picture sees we cannot say originate. Just very analyze this cluster others from both Western and Asia the seminar analyze them in the market.
they have found is just very, very briefly to say that, for example, one way is one parameters can virulence, molecular strain, high values, and when we compare it on the lower of the lung damage index, we also see that correlation, otherwise positive correlation, more compared to high lung damage. Strongest correlation was molecular strain 396, patient units 1. And all these parameters was shown to be more. And when we look at the lethality, this strain was the new series of experiments, lethality experiment they found. When we go back to the previous data, from the published study, done in the same laboratory, in the same model, not TB, but the Beijing model meeting. And on the left here, it's ours. So, the trade B96 was the most effective compared to the Tuberculosis Russian. And then they looked at the whole genome sequencing of this little still it is in silico analysis should be done experimental confirmation. But still some studies are found specific to this cluster found in the genes related to immunization or genes likely to microbiology. For example, analysis based on the so-called CIT. And here there are some significant things highlighted in both patients and the genes for significant and could indeed be related to either and geographically. And the look at these two classes, one moving red, later found West Siberian, and otherwise globally it is widespread, it's a very low prevalence. It's a very low prevalence, and this looks like in line with what is expected. That is supposed to be like a paradigm that not can reduce fitness and can reduce transmission. This low level will be this problem. But if you look at the higher level NDR patient, strain only in one patient around 15, 18%. And everything outside doesn't know. There are no clusters. And it's interesting because for economic reasons, people migrated outside of Ukraine and migrated to the European Russia. Quite many migrated in the last 20 years, 20, 30 years. But this Ukraine from this past condition, and the private and the reason about patient rating, the first one I already said, and the second one, explanation, is conditional transmissibility, like general explanation to interplay with the immune system and the genetic background. Somehow it be like why it became so prevalent in this particular region. And the brief about lung rashes. We selected 4 different strains of the lung generally in Russia. They selected specifically that the 3 strains are representing emerging resistant genotypes.
Molecular diagram on the right is a feature of the particular the particular molecular diagram. Synthesis is considered is susceptible, but it is very sporadic. One was trend is prevalent across all Russia, 200 in India. So that's distressing the amount, not along H27RD, so actually all these strains, H27RD, they belong to the lineage 4, to the lineage 4 Euro-American. Here are different, we see specific features of the strains to follow curves, and that both by lung rate, mean rate coefficient, and bacterial load of the lungs, lung pathology, or the highest levels of found for reference rate, what is 7 susceptible strain, highest levels of susceptible patients and also the high levels was susceptible lung strain and corporate gas. But the two MDR show the lowest and here it's interesting picture for those who understand it done to by how the the institute of scientists work in the laboratory. Well, you can read this explanation. Looks like the show the most widespread unlike three one ADR strains show less widespread. And then look at the data of this five strains. We see that the highest lethality remain 200 percentage of the survival mice. So, in fact, mice infected with this. So the highest lethality was in the reference H27RP, moderate lethality, susceptible lung strain, and the lowest lethality in drug resistant. Actually, H27RP, as you know, is virulent. Laboratory strain, not laboratory, it was a real strain, more than 100 days ago in the United States. It became a laboratory virulence. Here we see which is more or less expected. And people playing alarm. This table, I tried to put together different kind of information about lung strains. In red and the orange color, I show intermediate values, and in blue color, all the first four. So it appears there is an inverse correlation. The two upper legs, H7RD and lung strain, they are susceptible, but they have high or highest features of virulence or intermediate. I would say that the dangerous case is strain polygotype 266 that has quite a lot of drug resistant mutations and quite high levels of virulence. Not high lethality, but virulence is increasing. Compared to the two last strains, 252 and 254, that
have more MDR or PDR, but have low values of different virulence related features and the lowest impact. On this map, you show how the geographic distribution of these polynucleotides has changed. These are all the status, and now. And also, I put information about virulence and lethality and resistance of these polynucleotides, the strength that we have studied. Now, so there are high prevalence here, red, blue color. For the types that we drop at the time is emerging, that because they get quite very high, locally still limited in the geography and practice most important. For example, the green as polynucleotide is found everywhere. And finally, very low prevalent and very sporadic orange polynucleotide, susceptible strain C264, found in only poor patients, one in Russia, Georgia. So when we switch to the current time, to the present time, the more recent studies, we see that this, for example, blue polynucleotide, 252 MGR, low, very low, and disappeared, just didn't disappear, of course, but it reduced in circulation. And they compare with bad rays, they are bad virulent, white virulent. It's still present in parts of Russia. But what was striking to me that this polynucleotide seems to be susceptible strain. What was susceptible and virulent and lethal, more lethal than other. This strain was very low prevalent in Russia in one mutation. Now we see this strain is present in 4 different and distant mutations. I believe it really shows the potential danger, but it's still transmitted in more virulent and into the most in this orange. And now our conclusions, my conclusions about these lung strains and all the people about it. And as I showed in one of the previous slides, the different characteristics looks like, my conclusion is there is an inverse correlation of resistance and one side and virulence in higher resistance. So it does not mean in most cases the high and this is amplified for mass distribution. Most better, more virulent. It's susceptible spread, but it is increasing its.
Yes, yes.
On the other hand, the low virulent might be multi-drug resistant and quite high prevalent, but for some reason, too many drug patients, this spread is increasing its. And the most general conclusion, I think, here, the difference for and there are other phenotypes, RAM, RAM, all of them have different interplay for virulence, resistance, that almost also modified, modulated by co-evolution of local human population. And final conclusion, indeed, S27RV means virulent. Indeed, this strain is virulent and lethal. More virulent and more lethal. Consideration is that different lineages and sub-lineages and smaller and more homogeneous clusters may have developed while the large scale phylogenetic lineages of we consider medical relevant, medical, practical, and medical science, is focus on the genetically compacted plastic that are measure participants in the of course, basic research study, but the medical relevant research concentrate on the epidemiological field. And finally, yes, we show the importance of virulence, the type of dissemination and transmission from personalized treatment of tuberculosis. We try to consider not only the drug resistance, right, of course it should be, but also to consider different virulence from the different. Contributed to this part. Thank you for your
So thank you, Dr. Igor. That was an excellent talk. And the final concluding line is what I was trying to say to Dr. Sebastian also, that personalized treatment is what is most important. And so much work, so much energy and time has been spent on molecular epidemiology. We must make the most of it. You know, we must translate it so it can reach our treatment algorithms. In the first place, you know, only when they realize the importance of the lineage and the effect of lineage on treatment or relapses or requirement for a more complicated, more well-defined treatment for different lineages, it's only then that they will start thinking. So it's an excellent presentation. And so Dr. Lalidhar is here with us, and he
Hi.
wanted to say hello to you,
Hi,
Dr.
Igor.
Igor.
My old friend Igor Mokrusov. How are you? What a pleasure to see you, and all thanks to my colleague Dr. Urvashi Singh. You remember our IAEA days? So nice to see you. It's been more than 25 years, probably 25 years.
It was in 2001.
2001, yeah. So a good more than 20 years anyway. So nice to see you. And are you heading the lab at Pasteur Institute now? Are you heading the lab now, Pasteur Institute?
Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. So you should come to India sometime. I'll try and convince Dr. Urvashi Singh to invite you one of these days. Lovely to see you again. And great talk. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So Dr. Lalidhar has taken over as the head of the Department of Microbiology. Past 2 months he's been the head, and so he's been very supportive of the work and today's meeting. And he wanted to say a special hello to you. That's why he's here.
I came specifically for you because I remember we met in Petersburg and I think perhaps in Vienna also after that.
It was great. It was great time.
Yes.
St. Petersburg in Delhi and the project.
Yes.
Still, at that time it was one project. Now there may be more projects.
Yes, yes. No, the work here has grown tremendously under Dr. Urvashi. So I'm so glad you're working together with us still.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Let's
Igor.
open for any questions from the residents, from the audience. Any questions about lineages and treatment and transmission, virulence? So they are the next generation.
If anybody can ask me, they can write by email.
Okay, very well. Very well. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you both to Dr. Igor and Dr. Sebastian, if he's still online. And we'll close this session now. We'll move on to the other. Thank you both, Dr. Igor, Dr. Sebastian, and bye-bye, and thanks for your time today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. The next session is on the topic ongoing research in tuberculosis. And to chair this session, I would invite Dr. Manpreet and Dr. Priyamvada Roy. Dr. Manpreet is head of the Department of Microbiology at National Institute of Tuberculosis and Respiratory Diseases. She's also the in charge of National Reference Laboratory Center of Excellence for Tuberculosis. Dr. Priyamvada Roy is assistant professor in the Department of Microbiology at AIIMS, New Delhi.
After the lunch session. So I think we can start this session. The first, I would like to welcome the first speaker, Dr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay. He is a scientist to proteomics at the sub-facility at the Centralized Core Research Facility and at AIIMS New Delhi. His areas of interest are LC-MS proteomics and proteoinformatics. He has 20 research articles and 1 book chapter to his credit. As an expert member in committees, Thesis Defense Committee in the Department of Physiology. Now I welcome Dr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay to give his talk. So the topic is 2D DIGE based urinary proteomics reveal novel biomarker candidate proteins for pulmonary tuberculosis.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So, before I start, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Urbusi B. Singh for giving me an opportunity to deliver a talk. Thank you, ma'am. So, my today's topic is two-dimensional dyes-based urinary proteomics reveal novel biomarker candidate proteins for pulmonary tuberculosis. So as we all are aware that Mycobacterium tuberculosis infection can result in severe pulmonary and extrapulmonary manifestations and complications. And the infection is the reason of millions of deaths every year worldwide. So rapid and accurate diagnosis of TB is crucial to facilitate early treatment of infectious cases and to break the chain of transmission. So worldwide, different type of research are ongoing to tackle the situation of to tackle the TB. Here, what we have studied biomarker proteins from urine samples of patients. So that biomarker protein can have signature to detect the TB. Now, the detection of TB from urine, generally people use LAM-based antigen kits, but the LAM antigen kit have suboptimal specificity and sensitivity. So the detection sometimes get affected. So if the concentration of protein is very less in urine, then the detection is not possible. So there are some major concerns in the routine clinical uses. To overcome this problem, what we tried to find out using two-dimensional difference gel electrophoresis based liquid chromatography mass spectrometry based technique that is most sensitive, I should say the most sensitive technique, as well as it has high resolution. And using this 2D dyes based LC-MS technique, we have adapted this technique to identify novel biomarker candidate proteins from patients' urine sample, and we have identified proteins from host, means humans, as well as from pathogens, means MTB species. To identify the biomarker proteins, we have done the statistical significant analysis as well as differentially regulated protein analysis, and I will give you the details. So the experiment, what we have done, first we have chosen as 3 different group of samples. One is non-disease control or healthy control. The another one is positive control, that is Streptococcus pneumonia. And the last sample set is pulmonary TB samples, which are severe tuberculosis samples. So these 3 groups we have taken, and we have extracted out proteins from urine samples of these subjects, and we have extracted protein using 3 kilodalton molecular weight cut-off cellulose membrane filter. After getting pure proteins, we have labeled those proteins using dyes, minimal dyes, fluor minimal dyes. These dyes are Psi2, Psi3 and Psi5. So proteins are labeled with these dyes. After labeling of proteins, what we have done 2-dimensional gel electrophoresis. So the first dimension is we have drop casted protein on a IPG strip. So on that IPG strip, when we have run that IPG strip on Eton I4 GIF system, that is a first dimensional separation of protein. The proteins are got separated depending upon the isoelectric point or depending upon the pH of the protein. So this is the first dimensional separation where horizontal separation of the proteins are there. After separating proteins depending upon their pH, we have done the second dimension where SDS page we run, and in this SDS page the proteins are vertically separated in that gel plate, and this time proteins are separated by molecular weight. So in the first dimension with respect to pH, the second dimension with respect to molecular weight. Now here you can see the gel spot where each individual spot contains proteins. Now when this gel we run in a Typhoon scanner, that Typhoon scanner can produce this type of color, and here you can see 3 different colors: green, yellow and red. The green color coming from Psi2 dyes, the yellow color is coming from Psi3 and the red color is from Psi5. So when the laser excitation is going on for 3 different wavelengths, these 3 different emission is coming with 3 different colors. Now when this type of gel, when we analyze in the software, the decider software, the decider software have the ability to study those individual spots, that what is the expression of protein, as well as on when we are analyzing for a population difference, that software can determine the p-value as well. So for our analysis, we have to identify the biomarkers, we have considered 2 different thresholds. One is p-value threshold, that is 0.05. Those proteins which have p-value below 0.05 we will consider as statistically significant, and another is fold change or fold difference. So for fold change we have used 1.5 fold or 0.66 fold. So if the protein expression is more than 1.5 fold, we will consider it's upregulated protein. If the expression is less than 0.66, we will consider as downregulated protein. So depending upon this p-value and fold change values, we can consider the protein as a biomarker candidate protein. Now after the 2D gel dyes experiment is done, we have collected those individual spots. As you can see, these individual spots, so we have collected individual spots from the gel, and we have extracted those proteins from the gel spot. After extracting protein from gel spot, we have done in-gel trypsin digestion to generate peptides from those protein, and those peptides we run in LC-MS setup to identify that what protein involved in that spots. So this is the LC-MS experiment, liquid chromatography coupled mass spectrometry experiment. Here in the left you can see the liquid chromatography where retention time in the x-axis is determined, and from this chromatogram we can generate 2 different spectra, and these 2 different spectra taking help from database. Like for if we try to identify human proteins, we use human database. If we try, when we identified the MTB proteins, we have used MTB database, and from this spectra using the help of database we have identified individual proteins from gel spot. Now this is the result part. So as I have already mentioned, this 2D gel spots, you can see different spots here, and the spots are highlighted here, and these spots, when we have studied in decider software, we have seen this kind of differential regulation pattern. Here I have shown 4 proteins, 4 upregulated proteins. If you can see that non-disease control have very low intensity of the protein, whereas the disease control or the PTB patient, means pulmonary TB patient, it has high concentration of protein. Now, these are the 7 proteins I have shown here, where 3 different group, in 3 different group, you can see that how the differential regulation happened, how the concentration has been changed. So if you see at the far left, that leucine-rich glycoprotein, this is a protein that is a glycoprotein. Both are the glycoprotein, the first one and second one. Both the glycoprotein has differential regulation, and you can see that with respect to non-disease control or healthy control, both the disease control has high expression as well as the PTB has very high expression respect to disease control. So these 2 protein we can consider as potential biomarker candidate, because if we consider the threshold of the concentration of protein is like 0.4, so when the patient will have this much of protein concentration, then we can say that that patient could be a potential threat of TB, or maybe the patient is already a TB patient. So apart from these 2, another 2 protein I have shown, one is AMBP, another one is CD14 antigen. AMBP, you can see the expression level is also, again, this is upregulated and expression level goes high for disease control and PTB. But the problem is for disease control is going, the concentration is going more high than the PTB. So there is a kind of problem may happen that if we are trying to take this one as a candidate biomarker, we have to fix, or we have to give the threshold in a way so it should not go to that disease control level. So we have to specify the threshold of the PTB, that if we want to consider it's a biomarker, so this will be the threshold of the protein concentration. And the same case is for the CD4 antigen. The only difference in CD4 is the CD4 is down regulated. So for non-disease control, the green color you can see concentration is high. For disease control and PTB, concentration is coming down. Now, another 3 protein, 2 immunoglobulin protein, immunoglobulin light chain and immunoglobulin kappa chain, and there is prostaglandin isomerase. These 3 proteins, they are also upregulated, but the problem is when we are comparing it with disease control, we cannot distinguish the with the concentration of those 2 subjects or 2 groups, the disease control and PTB. We cannot distinguish that which one is coming from disease control and which was is coming from PTB. So here it is difficult to predict or use these 2 proteins as these 3 proteins as candidate biomarker. Apart from these 7 proteins, or on top of these 7 proteins, there are other 4 proteins we have found. These are differentially regulated between pulmonary TB and non-disease control, and these 4 proteins are serpin, A1, ORM1, L-albumin, and kininogen. So these proteins are also differentially regulated. So all those 11 human proteins we have considered, and we have done functional enrichment analysis and protein-protein interactome analysis in string database. Now here you can see the top left one. It is a protein-protein interactome analysis, where you can see the red proteins which are upregulated and the green proteins which are downregulated. Now the 7 proteins at the center, like albumin, serpin-A1, KNG1, ORM1, AZGP1, AMBP, and LRG1, these 7 proteins are interacting with each other with strong interacting score. As you can see, the interaction score is more than 0.7, and these proteins are as we have studied that these proteins have a strong or potential role to triggering the TB infection inside the human host. When we have done the functional enrichment and pathway analysis, as you can see that gene ontology, biological processes, reactome pathways, and network cluster analysis, you can see that mainly immune related processes are dysregulated, as well as hematological processes are dysregulated. So as we have studied the functional enrichment and pathway analysis, we are seeing that immune regulatory disorder as well as hematological disorder are very common for tuberculosis patients. There are 3 proteins, as I have already mentioned, immunoglobulin, kappa chain, light chain, and ORM1. They have strong influence on immune regulatory disorder. The very interesting fact, we have found that AZGP1, that glycoprotein, it actually elevated when TB is occurring inside human host, and this AZGP1 has a strong influence on immunoregulatory disorder, and the immunity is actually getting down because of overexpression of this AZGP1 protein, which helps in progression of TB infection. Another thing we have found that these 3 down-regulated proteins, CD14, albumin, and KNG1, because of their down-regulation, it also can enhance the bacterial pathogenicity. Now, along with those human proteins, we have found 18 MTB proteins as well from the H37RV strain. And you can see that protein-protein interactome, some of the proteins which are bright red in color, they have concentration more than or intensity more than 10 to the power 5 or 10 to the power 6. Here also we have done the functional enrichment analysis, that gene ontology cellular component and gene ontology molecular function. In the cellular component, we have found that the proteins mainly coming from cell periphery or intracellular space, as well as from cytoplasm. But in molecular function, we have studied that what kind of molecular activity they are showing. Mainly, we have seen that catalytic activity, metabolic activity, and nucleotide binding activity. And as we have found and as we have published in this article, that BBRC 2022, this kind of activity helps in promoting TB infection inside the host. One example I want to emphasize, that is ATPase activity. As you can see, this one, the ATPase activity I have highlighted here. These 4 proteins, what I have shown by arrow, these 4 proteins are involved in ATPase activity, and especially one protein, ECCA2. This protein is the interacting protein with ESAT6 and CFP10 cofactor. So these ECCA2 protein, has a ATPase activity which actually hydrolyze ATP to ADP and producing energy inside the cell. And after getting that energy, actually this ESAT6 and CFP cluster protein or factor protein, they are actually get energized, and this energy providing factor help them to invade the human host after interacting with human receptor proteins. So as we can see that these proteins are very crucial to increase the pathogenicity of tuberculosis. Now, as a concluding remark, what we have found here, that 2D dyes-based LC-MS/MS proteomics can be an outstanding alternative for discovering biomarker candidate proteins from urine samples of tuberculosis patients. For human proteins, we can consider as biomarker candidates LRG1, AZGP1, AMBP, and CD14. The functional enrichment processes demonstrated that dysregulation of pathway and function mainly associated with hematological and immunity disorders. There are 18 MTB proteins were also found which helps or which actually trigger the bacterial pathogenicity. And as we have concluded that human and MTB proteins could be potentially targeted as a candidate biomarker for diagnosis and prognosis of tuberculosis. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sabyasachi. So you have done a lot of extensive work on this. And as you have mentioned that these biomarkers can be used for prognosis as well as diagnosis and for monitoring the treatment also.
Yes, ma'am.
So out of these candidates, I would just like to ask, out of these potential candidates, which you will be using them single or as a combination of all the,
Yes,
gives better sensitivity.
Sure, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, this is a preliminary study. So here we have used the 2D dyes-based LC-MS/MS proteomics experiment, but in the next phase, we are going for validating of those proteins. So this is a kind of initial discovery phase work or initial work. So first we will validate this, and when we will use these proteins, maybe one or maybe multiple proteins can come up with this potential of biomarker. So it's not that only single protein we will use. If we can get the multiple proteins, that will actually, that will be the advantageous, I should say, because as much as protein we can include, our confidence will increase.
So how is this going to help the program sort of, and how are we going to end TB or eliminate TB with this?
Yes, ma'am. It's very difficult from this point of from right now, since this is a very preliminary kind of study. So the treatment wise, if I should say, the first thing is the diagnosis of TB using those biomarker proteins. So if we can diagnose in the very early stage, then definitely I think that whatever the drug or whatever the treatment we are giving, it will be easier and it will be more effective. So the early diagnosis is very important. And another thing is that, ma'am, there are some studies, kind of drug repurposing study. So when we are seeing some kind of proteins which can be potential biomarker or when the increase in concentration of that protein, so some drug theoretically or by using some kind of docking analysis, we can use some drug to see that whether the effect can be minimized or not. So that can be studied, can be done afterward.
would like to add to that. He was talking about a urine sample, and these proteins are found in the urine samples. So this could probably act as a biomarker for the point of care testing devices that we could make. And you know, being urine being an non-invasive sample, it would be very easy to have a sample. I mean, to have the sample and then detect the TB early on.
So I just wanted to know, like, enumerate which are the various applications. As he said, diagnosis, treatment, you said making a point of care test. Then you can use for making any potential drugs also, as a drug candidate or anything. Can they be used?
Yes, ma'am, that is possible. But the thing is that, as I am saying, the drug repurposing study, first we have to do in that study we can have some sense that okay, this type of drug, because when we are going for developing some drug, that is a different kind of study and that is a different kind of field actually. So they need some kind of clue that what type of drug or what kind of modification is required. Yes, ma'am. But before that, we need to know the protein, that which proteins actually can come up with the.
Good work, I think, and we should work more on such areas. So, any questions
you,
from the students? Would you like to ask some question?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Sunita Kanswal, Scientist 2 at Centralized Core Research Facility at AIIMS. Her areas of interest are tuberculosis, anti-tuberculosis therapy and drug levels, host pathogen interactions, immunomodulation and immunosuppression, mechanisms of microbial antigens, and laboratory biosafety. She has 15 publications, and the presentation is on Monitor Early to Treat Better, Lessons from a Retreatment Cohort. So, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for staying back. Earlier in the day, we had a talk from Dr. Anuj Bhatnagar, who was talking about relapse-free TB. And that is what I'm going to focus on, because TB elimination remains a big challenge until we eliminate the recurrent TB. And recurrent TB disease, as all of you probably know, patients previously treated and are declared clinically cured for TB, they go on to develop new disease episode. And this may happen due to reinfection, that is infection with a new strain, or relapse, that is the recurrence of the old infection. In both the cases, this is called as recurrent TB. This is the treatment. This is the treatment for the recurrent TB. 2 months of HRZE, an injectable streptomycin, and 1 month followed by 1 month of HRZE in the intensive phase, and then 5 months of HRE in the continuation phase. However, the worrisome feature for recurrent TB is that it has very poor treatment outcomes. It is highly associated with adverse outcomes such as drug resistance, and therefore it also has higher mortality rates compared to the primary TB infection. And this has been ascribed to the subtherapeutic blood levels of ATT in these patients. So, pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics of ATT are very important factors that can determine the outcomes of therapy. While pharmacokinetics deal with the distribution of the drug in the tissues, its absorption, its circulation, metabolism, pharmacodynamics helps us to understand the actual clinical effects of the drug on the body. But these factors are affected by many other factors such as age, gender, nutrition, body weight. Not only these environmental and genetic factors, drug-to-drug interaction, drug and food interactions, and disease pathology can affect the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamics of ATT in any particular patient. So it is important to have favorable PK/PD parameters to have favorable outcomes. And how to have these favorable outcomes? This is a very good strategy. It has been talked about in the day earlier. Therapeutic drug monitoring, in which a patient who takes the drug is given medications, and then he gives a sample. A sample is collected, and then the sample is sent for analysis of the drug concentrations. The results are interpreted, sent to the clinician, and the clinician judges these based on the levels. He adjusts the doses to obtain the therapeutic levels in the blood. So therefore, this therapeutic drug monitor ensures a precision drug or a customized dosage to the patient. Now, most of these PK/PD studies have been done in the category 1 patients or the new infections, or even if they have been done in mixed subjects. But none of the studies focus on the recurrent TB patient. For us, this was a matter of concern because these patients are more prone to drug resistance and more adverse outcomes. So therefore, we wanted to see what are the drug concentrations in these patients, in the Indian population, of course, and then what are the risk factors in these patients pertaining to the drug levels. So we aim to determine the plasma concentrations of all the 4 ATT drugs, isoniazid, rifampicin, pyrazinamide, ethambutol, as well as streptomycin in these patients diagnosed with recurrent TB. And we wanted to evaluate if the drug levels indicated or affected the patient outcomes. So these are our inclusion criteria. We exclusively have taken patients who had recurrent TB and a drug susceptible TB. We excluded the patients who had primary TB or extrapulmonary TB or had a proven multi-drug resistant MDR. Informed consent was obtained from all the patients, of course. And this is the study design and methods. So in our cohort, we were able to have 134 total patients. And at the time of the study, intermittent regimen was also available. So 121 of the patients at this time of the study had, this is a very old study that I'm presenting here. So intermittent regimen was available at that time, and 121 patients had opted for that, and 13 patients were on daily regimen. Samples were collected on the first day of treatment, second month, third month, fifth month, and eighth month of treatment. Sputum samples were collected and were sent for AFB smear, culture, and a drug sensitivity test. If any of the sample turned out to be drug resistant, the patient was referred to a physician, clinician for a regimen change, and from that point onwards, they were excluded from the study. Blood samples were also collected at the same time at the 0 hour, 2 months, 3 months, 5 and 8 months. 2 blood samples were collected at a point of time sampling, the 0 hour before the patient had taken any drug, so that we could get the baseline level of the drug, and a 2-hour sample. A 2-hour sample is usually taken because in ATT it is already known in literature that it corresponds to the peak serum level of the drugs. Now, then after collection, these samples were sent for HPLC, mass spectrophotometry analysis, to analyze their levels in the blood, and and these were recorded. After the treatment was over, after a period of 8 months, the patients were grouped into cured and not cured based on their clinical outcome. So out of the 134 patients, we had 108 patients who were cured of the disease, and 9 patients who were not cured, and of course 17 people who turned out to be drug resistant during the study. So we compared the drug concentrations between these two groups, cured and the not cured groups, and we ran a statistical analysis to see what were the differences between the two groups of patients. So that's the patient history, and then this is the microbiological tests. So as you can see here in this table, by the second month of the study, 4 patients had acquired drug resistance, and by the third month, a total of 17 patients acquired drug resistance in this study. This figure shows the how much of variability of the drug concentrations can be seen in our patients, and as you can see here from the lighter bars, you can see that most of the patients maintained low level drug concentrations. the cured group still had we compared these, I'm sorry, I forgot. These are the target levels that we want to achieve. And these are from the, these are referenced from the literature. So these are the target levels we want to achieve for a positive outcome. And we have only these many patients, and most of them lie in the cured group. So majority of our patients had lower drug concentration than the targeted reference values. Now, this figure shows the ATT plasma levels during the whole course of the study. So, on the x-axis, as we can see, 0 hour, 0 day, 2nd month, 3rd month, 5th and 8th month. And we compare between the not cured patients, which is shown as an orange line, and the darker line, the blue line, shows the drug levels in the patients who were cured of the disease. And as we can see, there is a huge difference between the drug levels, the plasma drug levels, for all the drugs at almost all of the time points. But what was important for us, that from early time point onset itself, the drug levels had a marked difference between the two groups of patients, the cured and the not cured. So this tells us that if we can monitor these drug levels from early on and pick up the low levels, probably by using the therapeutic drug monitoring, if we can somehow increase the dosage and take them to the therapeutic level, probably we could have good outcomes or better outcomes in these patients too. We also ran the receiver operator characteristics for the plasma levels of ATT, just to see which drug would be the best indicator for a favorable outcome. And as you can see here, pyrazinamide has the maximum AUC under the curve, that is the 92% area under coverage, which shows that pyrazinamide in this group of patient acted as a best indicator drug. And if a patient, we also had some cutoff values calculated from here, which we call them as indicator levels. So for example, if a patient would have 10.6 milligram per liter of pyrazinamide in his blood at a given time, then the possibility of having a favorable outcome would increase. So pyrazinamide followed by isoniazid and rifampicin were the best indicators in this study. We also have compared the daily versus intermittent regimen in this study. Since we did have these two groups available, 13 patients in the daily regimen, all of them fell into the cured group at the end of the study. When we compare the daily with the intermittent, even though statistically significant differences were not seen in the drug levels, but the daily dose, the patients who took daily dose maintained slightly higher drug levels in their group. So WHO since 2008 had recommended daily dosing, and country program 2 now has implemented the daily dose regimen since the study. So the conclusions from our this small cohort and this small study that we present here is that drug concentrations were significantly lower in the not cured group than in the cured group at all the time points, and the differences in the drug levels between the two groups were evident at the earliest time point, that is starting from the day 0 and also on the 2nd month. Low concentration of ATT drugs led to a poor outcome, and the early plasma levels, for example, the C2 hour levels, the 2nd hour levels at the day 0, especially like that of the pyrazinamide, they might be used as a cutoff reference for dosage adjustments by clinicians during the therapy. So early on, Dr. Sachdeva had talked about early detection and early treatment, and might I add early monitoring to this. So I would say therapeutic indicator level should be established for patients on retreatment, and therapeutic drug monitoring and dose adjustments can help mitigate adverse events or treatment failure in patients with recurrent TB. Ma'am, would you like to say something to this conclusion?
Excellent talk, excellent conclusions. I don't think I can add anything as of now. But of course, we did discuss in the morning in extrapulmonary again. This has a lot of relevance because if you're not getting the right dosage, where the TB is active, the TB activity is going on. If the right drug levels do not reach, how do we expect to kill it? So, extrapulmonary sites for two reasons. One, of course, the penetration, and second is the things that we have not really looked at the protein binding, lipid binding. The PK/PD of these drugs have always not been attended to duly. So those are the things that we need to look at carefully. So, and also have regimens which will possibly be specific to that particular organ. Rather than having one this thing for all, one regimen for all.
Yes.
So excellent presentation, Dr. Sunita.
So I would like to thank ma'am, of course, not only for giving me this opportunity to present this study on this platform, but also for her mentorship over the years since my PhD. Tarang Gupta and Dr. Ujjwal Kumar, who have carried out most of the experiments in this project, Dr. Anand Mohan and Dr. Anuj Bhatnagar and Dr. Randeep Guleria for helping with the recruitment of the patients and their supervision, and Dr. Velpandian for providing us the facility for drug concentration analysis. So thanks a lot. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita. And so it's a need of the hour. And even in our institution, we get so many cases. Like most of they are on treatment, and in vivo we say that they are sensitive to the treatment, but they are not responding. So we need to do, especially for at least pulmonary, we have more cases. So I think this is a very good area. Thank you.
So in your study, how many patients were of non-extrapulmonary tuberculosis?
In this particular study, we did not take any. This was an exclusively study done on the recurrent pulmonary TB.
Recurrent for only once or twice recurrence?
I think it was one, but we'll have to go and look into the history. That I have not
Yeah,
analyzed.
considering most of them were once only. So they were retreatment patients, so pulmonary. But extrapulmonary, we shared some results in the morning. Peter, you can share the results of abdominal TB also.
Yeah, we have done a study on abdominal TB patients also, and in that particular study, it is a little strange. Here we get pyrazinamide as the indicator drug, whereas there we see they are able to absorb the rest of the three drugs except for rifampicin. So the rifampicin levels are too low in the abdominal TB patients. So that was a little interesting. Yes, and they, of course, they do not respond to therapy. So,
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so in CNS TB, it was INH levels, low INH levels, which correlated with poor response.
In Nani, so this is in CSF.
Yeah, this level was in CSF and plasma. Both low levels in CSF and plasma of INH was correlated with poor outcome.
So, Dr. Urvashi, you feel that for extrapulmonary, it will be different for different drugs, like for CNS, INH, then again for abdominal, you said rifampicin.
So these were small cohorts.
So
this
we
is
need
just
to do
a direction. This is just a direction. But if we can have a larger study in patients who are put on treatment as per standard of care by the program and under the neurologist's supervision, why? Because in case he wants to extend the treatment, as they do, as is the recommendation now, that it may be extended depending on the specialist's expertise, opinion. So I think we should have a larger study. Now, what his study brings out is that the INH absorption in the CSF, in the CNS, is much less. So we are left with what? So in the morning, somebody was debating why add ethambutol. So why not add ethambutol? Of course, optic neuritis is a problem that is bothering us, but then we have to keep a close follow-up so that the patient doesn't land into optic neuritis. But in case you were just giving R and H, so what are you left with? R is your single drug, so it's going to be prone to resistance, and Rifampicin concentrations were also not very high. They were also on the lower side.
Ethambutol has a good penetration actually.
So I guess we need to have a clear relook at our regimen, add all this evidence together and question what we're doing today.
So I think all the treatment based on this evidence
Yeah.
will be very
So we have to be open to suggestion also. You know, what we do is we usually just follow the West. Of course, new drugs come, it's always good to take them up. But the direction to treatment and regimen has to come from India, from here, from the high burden world. Who has more experience? So our experts who are treating have more experience in treating patients and those who relapse. So the National TB Prevalence Survey data, which I did not mention, more than 40% of TB was reported in those with past TB. So these are all relapses. Relapses and the patients who did not reach to the physician because they ignored their symptoms. So what I'm trying to bring out is possibly these patients who are relapsing within 5 years or later, we do not know. Those details I don't really remember offhand or whether it was there in the survey or not. The bottom line being, we need to treat our patients so efficiently that we have complete relapse-free cure. So that relapse-free cure should be our this thing, not plain simple cure and culture-free for a few months. It has to be a relapse-free cure.
Right.
Thank you.
Ma'am, there was a question from the audience, I think. Ma'am, there's a question.
Ma'am, so you use the peak concentration of the drug to determine the TDM, right?
Yes.
So would AUC by MIC be a better parameter, and is peak concentration the correct parameter to determine TDM level for ATT?
Yes, that's a very relevant question. AUC to MIC values are used, but then it becomes a very tedious process because you have to have over a course of period time, and these are TB patients. It's very difficult to get a lot of samples, and of course MIC studies are again another burden on the whole project, I would say. So working with limited resources, many studies have been done. This is probably the first study which has addressed the recurrent TB issue, but many studies have been done in PTB and PKPD. Parameters of these drugs are very well known and established. So in that way, we are very confident of the C2 hour levels because that gives you the peak value, and that is very, very indicative. Thank you.
One question. Actually, I wanted to ask on the whatever were the MDR TB that came, I mean, or the drug-resistant TB that came 17 samples. Were they the on the first time day 0 sample, or they came?
So when we recruited or we enrolled these patients, they were already tested for drug sensitive. They were drug sensitive at the time of enrollment. But then when we monitored them over time, because every time they came for a visit, their sputum sample was taken and then sent for a drug resistant test. So by the second month, 4 patients had turned into, because these are recurrent TB patients and they have been exposed to these drugs already. So there is a proven possibility of them having drug resistance or acquiring drug resistance during the course of treatment. So by the 3rd month we had 17 people, but then after that point they were not included in this study.
So is there any
as they say,
correlation?
amplification of resistance, heteroresistance getting amplified into resistance. So that is the possible explanation.
So is there any correlation between low drug concentration with, that is?
Subtherapeutic drug levels probably lead to acquired drug infection, acquired drug resistance. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry, got lost.
Is there any correlation between low drug plasma concentration and the drug resistant?
65% of the patients, like we had 27 patients who could not cure of the disease. So out of those 65, all these patients had already had low levels. These patients initially had low levels and then they acquired. So in that way, I could say, but statistically, or we need to have a larger study to to really say this.
Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation. Now, a few cases of non-tuberculous mycobacteria will be presented, and our first presenter is Dr. Jaya Biswas from Tuberculosis Division, Department of Microbiology at AIIMS.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Jaya Vishwas, Senior Resident Tuberculosis Department, with Dr. Pragati, Dr. Nizamuddin Ahmed, Dr. Neeraj Mahajan, Ms. Lata. We will like to discuss non-tuberculous mycobacteria charades. So I will be proceeding with this first case of NTM. Here, a 47-year-old female. She was a menopausal woman with thin body habitus. She had deformed airways with previous history of TB in 2012. She was diagnosed with TB and she had taken ATT. In 2021, she again presented with significant weight loss. In 2022, in September, she was diagnosed with TB symptoms and 6 months of ATT given to her. And in November, she was again presented with fever, cough, hemoptysis, weight loss, and decreased appetite. Her bile sample and sputum sample sent to microbiological investigation. ZN stain of this sample came positive. Her पीछे photo. Okay. So her patient sample was sent to microbiological investigation. Her ZN stain came positive for AFB. Gene expert was negative. So here the NTM suspicion was there, and her radiological investigation showed centrilobular nodules with tree in bud pattern in bilateral lungs with bronchiectasis. And the diagnosis was made by target sequencing showing Mycobacteroides abscessus. And this patient was treated with DST reports after DST reports with moxifloxacin, linezolid, amikacin, clarithromycin, and imipenem. The patient responded well. So here, the first case was Mycobacteroides abscessus. The next case we had 63 years old male. He had previous history of MI, for which he had percutaneous coronary intervention in 2021. And again, this patient was presented with in-stent re-stenosis in 2022. This patient was known case of hypertension and pre-diabetic. In 2022 March, he again presented with intermittent fever. So this patient was admitted and presented, also had the complaints of fever, chest pain. And the sample for this patient was sent to microbiological investigation, and ZN came negative for this patient, and gene expert was also negative. But LJ culture came positive, and DNA was extracted from this culture, and the diagnosis was made by target sequencing, and this shows Mycobacteroides abscessus. And the radiological investigation also correlated. But the uneventful thing happened. The patient died, and we were not able to treat this patient carefully. The third case was 65-year-old male, had risk factors of hypertension and diabetes, and the patient was treated with following antibiotics, and the patient responded well. Now the fourth case, here the patient was 50-year female, and she had laparoscopic hysterectomy in 2020 in September. The patient had no history of TB. The sample from this patient was sent because this patient was having pus oozing from the wound, and she again went under exploration and under general anesthesia. So the sample of this patient, which was pus, which was negative for ZN staining, sorry, this was positive for ZN staining and the gene expert was negative. So here also the NTM suspicion was there, and the radiological investigation was correlated with CT abdomen, which was showing sinus with intra-abdominal connections, irregular lobulated changing areas over pelvis of 2 to 3 mm, adhering to outer wall of the small bowel. So the final diagnosis here also was made by target sequencing showing Mycobacteroides abscessus. This patient was also treated with the following antibiotics and the outcome was positive. The fifth case, here the fifth case was a 29-year-old female showing swelling and pain in the left breast without any comorbidities. So this patient was having no fever, no cough and no other complaints. And the sample from the breast abscess, which was pus, sent to the lab, and the test, this was positive for ZN staining and gene expert was negative. Here the patient's midget culture were positive and the radiological investigation was correlated. The CT scan showed left clavicle erosion with old tubercular scar in left upper lobe. And this we also made the diagnosis by target sequencing here. The species identified as Mycobacteroides abscessus. So the patient had a good outcome with following antibiotics. Here, concluding with my 5 cases of Mycobacteroides abscessus, we have seen that the all the 5 cases was seen in both immunocompetent and compromised cases. 2 were pulmonary cases with the history of TB and bronchiectasis, and 2 were skin and soft tissue infections, and one was hospital-acquired NTMs. So, if we compare the symptoms they had in their lifetime for with them they have presented basically they all had like 60% cases had fever, 40% cases had cough, and with 12% cases they also had hemoptysis, 12% had weight loss, and they have more than 2 weeks of symptoms, and 12% had shortness of breath. So basically, if we are able to identify these cases and with the on the basis of DST reports, patient can get treated very well. So I would now invite Dr. Nizam for presenting further cases.
Only one question I want to ask. The DST was done like for clarithromycin imipenem by which?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it was done by broth microdilution, and we also has seen the ERM41 gene induction, basically induced resistance for clarithromycin. So 14th day of culture was seen for their resistance pattern. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Jaya, for the explanation. Then I'll proceed with the next 5 cases. Here is my first case, which is a 52-year-old female, which has a history of the ATT 15 years back, for which she was treated with ATT, and she is a known case of rheumatoid arthritis for about last 25 years. Okay, so here she came to the hospital with the chief complaints of shortness of breath, fever, cough on and off, and hemoptysis for the past few years. And then the sample BAL was taken and it was sent to the microbiology lab, and ZN stain gene expert was performed, which was negative, whereas the LJ culture was positive, which was again correlated with the radiological findings, which shows bronchiectasis and fibrocavitary changes in the left upper lobe. The final diagnosis was made by the target sequencing, and the species identified was Mycobacterium avium intercellulare. And the patient had a positive outcome with the following antibiotics like levoflox, rifampicin, clarithromycin, and ethambutol. Coming to the second case, where it was a 24-year-old female with a known case of tetralogy of Fallot and the Marfan syndrome. She had a history of TB and was on treatment, and she completed her TB treatment. Now she came with the chief complaints of SOB, that breathlessness, and for which the BAL sample was taken. Since she was treated with TB, the BAL sample was taken, and ZN staining and gene expert was performed. which was both negative, and LJ culture turned out to be positive. And the final diagnosis was made by the target sequencing, and the species identified was Microbacterium avium intercellulare. And again here with this, all these radiological findings were correlated, which showed the bronchiectatic findings on CT scan. The patient had a positive outcome with the following antibiotics. Coming to the third case, here it's a 6-year-old female. Again, even this case is a known case of a pulmonary TB and abdominal TB at the age of 4.5 months when she had taken the BCG vaccine. That time she had axillary swelling, and for which she was treated for about around 6 months of ATT. In 2016, she had a significant weight loss, fever, and afterwards she was started with the ATT and completed 9 months of ATT. But now again here she complains of the fever, fever, cough, shortness of breath, swelling in the neck, and painful swelling of the digits. For which, since she had a previous history of TB, the sputum sample was sent and ZN staining and gene expert were performed. On 3 different occasions, ZN staining came out to be positive, midget culture was positive, and which was correlated with the radiological findings, that is a non-necrotic mediastinal lymphadenopathy. Skeletal survey shows lytic lesion, and FNAC was also done of the liver, which showed the granulomas. And the final diagnosis was done by the Mycobacterium paraintracellulare. And the patient has patient has a positive outcome with the clarithromycin, ethambutol, or rifabutin or rifampicin. Then coming to the fourth case, here this is a 29-year-old male. Even this patient had a history of the pulmonary tuberculosis, and for which he was treated with ATT for 9 months in the year 2011. In 2015, the patient complained of the right-sided chest pain, breathlessness, and ATT was given for the 7 months. Now the patient complains of the fever, cough, SOB, and right-sided chest pain, and noisy breathing while sleeping. The patient sample, the sputum and bowel was sent to the microbiology lab in the year 2021 with ZN staining shows positive 1+, and gene expert was performed, which was negative, and midget culture was put, and it was positive. And the radiological findings in these patients revealed right upper lobe fibrotic bands and nodules, and the final diagnosis of this patient was done by the target sequencing, which showed Mycobacterium paraintracellulare, and the outcome of this patient was positive with the following antibiotic. Coming to the last case, which is again a 62-year-old male having the history of TB. When this patient had a history of TB and is a known case of bronchiectasis and a smoker, in 2020 the patient was was detected with a TB, and for which the ATT was taken, but only for the 40 days. Again in 2021 the patient had significant weight loss, and here again the patient was taken only 6 months of ATT. In 2022 the patient was started again with the ATT but completed 9 months of ATT. And here now patient complains of fever, cough, SOB, weight loss, and difficulty in walking. And the sputum sample was sent in the microbiology lab. On 3 different occasions, the ZN staining came out to be positive, and the gene expert was negative, and the midget culture was positive. And the final diagnosis was made by the Mycobacterium by target sequencing, and the species identified was Mycobacterium intercellulare, which correlated with the findings of non-necrotic mediastinal lymphadenopathy. Then the patient has a positive outcome with the following drugs. Now in the remarks I would like to say, since all the 5 cases were the Mycobacterium avium complex, out of the 5 cases of Mycobacterium intercellular complex, all were pulmonary cases, and out of that 4 were TB cases, and 1 was a case of the disseminated TB. So this, out of the 5 cases, 2 cases were avium intercellular complex, and 2 cases were paraintercellulare, and 1 were the intercellular. When we compare to the ATS guidelines of 2007, the fever was present in around 80% of the cases, cough in 80%, hemoptysis was present in only 1 patient, which corresponds to the 20%, and when we weight loss in 40%, and symptoms more than 2 weeks was in all patients, that is around 100%, and shortness of breath of about 60%. Then next I'll call Dr. Pragati for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nizam. I'll be proceeding with the next two cases. Case 1 is a 30-year-old male who is a known case of treated pulmonary COX. Patient presented with low-grade fever, chronic cough, hemoptysis, and weight loss. On CCT, post-tubercle sequelae with right middle lobe nodules were present. BAL sample ZN staining was positive, gene expert was negative, and midget culture was positive. The diagnosis by target sequencing was done, and Mycobacterium canceri was isolated. So the treatment was given isoniazid, rifampin, and ethambutol, and the outcome was positive. The second case is that of a 39-year-old male. The patient has a history of pulmonary TB and is a defaulter. Patient is also a tailor in a garment factory. Patient presented with low-grade fever, chronic cough, intermittent hemoptysis, and weight loss. CCT shows bronchiectasis features in bilateral lungs. Sputum sample, the ZN was positive. Gene expert was negative and midget culture was positive. The diagnosis of Mycobacterium canceri was made by target sequencing. And the treatment was given isoniazid, rifampin, and ethambutol, and the outcome was positive. So, in remarks, there were two cases of Mycobacterium canceri. The patient had history of pulmonary TB in both the cases, and bilateral involvement of lung in CT scan was seen. So, if we compare the symptoms with the ATS guidelines of 2007, all the symptoms were present in both the cases. So, conclude the cases. We have in total 12 cases. Out of those 12 cases, 8 were having pulmonary infection, 2 were having skin and soft tissue infections, 1 was a disseminated case of NTM, and 1 was an hospital-acquired NTM. So in pulmonary infection, the most common isolate was Mycobacterium avium intracellular, which was seen in 50% of the cases. And this corresponds to the Asian study, where 54% of the isolates were MAC. And the rest 25% cases were of Mycobacterium abscessus, and the rest 25% were of Mycobacterium canceri. In skin and soft tissue infections, both the cases were of Mycobacteroides abscessus. In disseminated NTM, one case was there, and Mycobacterium paraintracellular was isolated, and in hospital-acquired NTM, Mycobacterium abscessus was seen. I would like Dr. Neeraj to please proceed.
Good afternoon, all. Here I am presenting the workflow of species identification. The 16S rRNA gene was amplified and sequenced using published primer, and the DNA was extracted from single isolated colony and subjected to PCR. The PCR products were then purified using exosap digestion. This is the brief protocol for exosap digestion of PCR products. The purified product were then subjected to sequencing using big determinator 3.1 cycle sequencing kit on 3730XL genetic analyzer. The sequence analysis was done using online software bioinformatics tools BLAST10. The results were the species identification was then done by using the recent nomenclature by Cohen et al. To 2021. So now the take-home message will.
So now the take-home messages would be prevalence increased due to NTMs now. So diagnosis should be done by all clinical, radiological, and microbiological criteria should be fulfilled to diagnose NTMs, and there should be specification so that we can like definite treatment should be given to the patients. There is increased risk of relapse and reinfections. So optimal treatment regimens and duration remain undefined. So new regimens and the duration of treatment should be there to treat the patient correctly. And the macrolides and amikacin has the important backbone, are the basically important backbones. So the resistance from the macrolides should be checked before giving the treatment to the patients. Thank you.
So one thing I want to ask. So were all these isolates, they were done as per the guidelines, like not a single isolation, no? They were done on repeated isolations. So,
yes,
either BAL was there or 2 sputum isolates grew the same thing. So BAL, we have not really bothered to take another sample as per the recommendations. But where sputum isolate was there, we looked for another sample. We cultured one more sample and looked for at least 2. So the carry-home message for the residents is it's actually the book picture. You know, these cases have been put together over the past few days. We have been identifying and reporting, but the cases actually we've been planning to look at them very carefully for past few months, but they've been put together in a few days, and they are actually a replica of what is published. So the messages that look for it, what was being discussed in the morning, only aspergillus. If it's a no, I'm just saying we need to have wider knowledge, wider dissemination of what is there. So if there is not so much dissemination, people must be thinking NTM is just a story, but NTM is right here. For us, it's become like a 2 to 5 isolates in a week. Sometimes we'll get 2, sometimes we'll get 5. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're getting as many NTMs in both LJ and MJIT combined.
So they are increasing, but I think because we are looking for them more, or even otherwise, I think
So it's possible. I do not know if it's a conjecture. It's if COVID left any cavities behind, we don't know.
maybe.
Or maybe it's the tuberculosis which was not diagnosed, not treated, led to dismal state of cavitation fibrosis. That is why there are more cavities, and now they're presenting to us. They've been treated for TB and they're now getting NTM.
So you got TB also in these, or only NTM?
Some of them had TB history.
Some
Two
had
of them had how many had TB history?
Ma'am, around 8 patients they have past previous history.
Previous, but not
history, not concurrent.
Not current.
We didn't find any concurrent, but I am sure we will find if we look for it. It's not that it will not be there. It will be there, maybe in a smaller percentage. But in this, so they had about 25 to 30 cases they were to discuss, but few were under identification, few were under DST, so not all were brought in here today, but
it's still quite a
1.5 years.
yeah, this is over since I think 2 years, Dr. Ronak's time. Yeah, 1.5 years. So primarily COVID, post-COVID. So 2 of our SRs who could not join us today, Dr. Ronak and Dr. Javed, are also part of the story. Who else am I missing? And Lata, who's my PhD student, she is medically advised leave for medical reasons. She has done most of the sequencing. Dr. Neeraj has taken the baton from her, so identification has been done by them. And we don't depend on LBA. In fact, one strain, what we realized was on LPA probably was reported from another lab as Kansasai. We found it to be par intracellular because that is the gold standard, so we trusted this.
I think that is more reliable.
To be basically more vigilant, and we have to combine all the things, all the in fact test reports. On the basis of the ZN staining, we are giving ATT. We do start the ATT. We are not going further for the culture and for the other test. So this is a request for the clinicians. Please give the sample for all tests. It's not just don't stop at the ZN staining. In fact, at our lab also we need to see each and everything and then combine all the tests together and the patient history. It will lead to somewhere so that we can help the patient. Thank you.
Sometimes the patients are on a long treatment, 2 years treatment, they are not responding, and after that they realize that it may not be MTB, it's NTM.
And they will sometimes label it clinically as MDR, patient not responding, smear positive continuing. It's, quite often this is done, which should not really happen. Wider dissemination of the facts.
Thank you.
We can conclude this session. Yeah.
We would request Dr. Manpreet to give a memento to Dr. Sabyasachi. Please give a big round of applause. We would request Dr. Priyamvada Roy to give memento to Dr. Sunita.
Really nice work. That's what this.
biomarkers. Initiated by Dr. Amit, who was not He's now in US. So Dr. Sabyasachi did the complete analysis and all the proteomic analysis. I think biomarkers need to be. So a lot of work is going on. Thank you.
Ma'am. Dr. Urvashi would honor Dr. Manpreet. Dr. Kiran Bala would honor Dr. Priyamvada. Thank you all. The next session is Role of Nutrition in Tuberculosis. The chairpersons are Dr. Rajesh Kapoor and Dr. Anurag Bhargava. Both the chairpersons will be available with us online. Dr. Rajesh Kapoor is a Vice Chancellor at People's University, Bhopal. He is an expert member and senior advisor and scientist H in the Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, senior consultant in program on India Tuberculosis Research Consortium. He was managing director of Bharat Immunologicals and Biologicals Corporation Limited. He was trustee of the Wellcome Trust TBT India Alliance. Dr. Anurag Bhargava is a professor, Department of Medicine, adjunct professor, Department of Medicine Head, Center for Nutrition Studies, at Yenapoy Medical College, Bangalore, McGill University, Montreal, Yenapoy. His areas of interest are tuberculosis, nutrition, acute infectious diseases, scrub typhus, and public health. He has 70 publications, including 3 national guidelines, and he's expert member in Strategic Advisory Group of Experts, TB for WHO, member National Technical Working Group on TB and Comorbidities, member Scientific Advisory Committee, Report India, member SAC ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition.
My opening comments and Dr. Patel, is all yours here. Take your whole life process and in the area of nutrition. Thank you, Dr. Pool, and thanks to the organizers for giving this important symposium. I was listening to some of the presentations, quality. So, Dr. Pool has set the stage, but now it's increasingly certain that worldwide, undernutrition is the leading risk factor of TB incidence globally. And if you have to control TB, that's reduce TB incidence. There is no way we can overlook this factor, which is present as much as 20 to 30% of our population, and the poorer groups to an even higher extent. And the fact that our patients are undernourished is actually obvious to us for a long time, but we have not been addressing this very widely prevalent and severe comorbidity. And this takes this opportunity that we brought this to the light by a large part where we found that there was a severe malnutrition in patients with tuberculosis which are elevating their mortality rate. And our epidemiological study showed that in India, particularly undernutrition was the leading risk factor for TB incidence. Recently, last year, we completed a 3-year nutrition intervention trial in the state of Jharkhand in collaboration the national program, and we should be sharing those results, which seem very encouraging with all of you soon. So I'll invite Dr. Rakesh Kumar from the Department of Community Medicine to make his presentation on the influence of the role of nutrition intervention in improving TB outcomes.
So Dr. Rakesh Kumar is additional professor at the Center of Community Medicine at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. His areas of interest are infectious disease epidemiology with focus on tuberculosis and acute respiratory infections, mortality surveillance systems. Dr. Rakesh Kumar has more than 80 publications.
Good evening all, and we are towards the end of this fruitful day, and my job is a bit difficult here because for different reasons, ma'am. Because we are kind of before me, Dr. Bhargav, and the person who is coming after me, Dr. Pranay Sinha, they have been the stalwarts in this field. They have been researching this area all their life, and I've just started. So, but I still, I mean, there will be some overlap between what I'm speaking and most of the things what I'll be speaking will come from the research which these people have done, Dr. Bhargav and Dr. Pranay Sinha has done. Of course, I'll also talk about the research that we are doing. So I'll just be brief here. And so the theme of this year's World TB Day is Yes, We Can. And yes, we can eliminate the tuberculosis, end the tuberculosis. But this cartoon tells us all. I mean, what we have been talking the whole day is how to take care of the people who has developed tuberculosis. But as this cartoon says, we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. Some of us need to go upstream and find out why they are falling in. So basically, also we have to look into the determinants which are kind of leading to people to develop tuberculosis. And as aptly pointed by Dr. Bhargav, is that undernutrition is one of the most important determinants, which is driving the whole epidemic of tuberculosis globally and in India. So tackling determinants like undernutrition is key to achieve the goal of elimination of tuberculosis, more so in India, because as already pointed out, we have got a very huge burden of undernutrition as well as tuberculosis. So undernutrition is a key driver for the burden of tuberculosis globally. And as seen in this graphic, there has been directly proportional relationship between the prevalence of undernourishment and the incidence of tuberculosis. So there's a log linear relationship between undernutrition and incidence of TB. And one estimate says that there has been a 14% decrease in incidence of TB with each unit increase in BMI. And the study also found that the adjusted hazard ratio of developing tuberculosis was 12.5 in those with BMI less than 18.5. That is quite high, actually. So World Health Organization estimates that almost 2.2 million of the 10.6 million new cases that occurred in 2021 could be attributed to undernutrition. And that was of all the risk factors that they look at, that is kind of ranked at number one and the most important determinants of tuberculosis, which is driving the burden of tuberculosis. If you look at the scenario in India, it's not different. Again, WHO estimates that almost 1/3 or 25% of the estimated 2.9 million cases, that is around 7.5 lakhs cases, are attributed to undernutrition. And this is one work from Dr. Bhargav, and wherein they have estimated that it's not 25%, it could be as high as 45%. The population attributable fraction of undernutrition, which is attributed, tuberculosis burden, which is attributed to undernutrition, could be as high as 45%. So, and there are multitude of study which has looked at the outcomes among undernourished patients, and tuberculosis not only is linked to the kind of development of the disease, and the progression of latent tuberculosis to the active disease, but among those who have developed the disease, tuberculosis, undernutrition is associated with more severe symptoms, delayed sputum conversion, death, toxicity, drug malabsorption, relapse, etc. In addition, what we have found is that nutritional supplements which the patients are spending, they are one of the major drivers for catastrophic expenditure among the patients with tuberculosis. And what we found is that in the post, and this is one of our studies, where we found that in the in the treatment phase, almost 15% of the cost is due to special diet or nutrition supplements, etc., despite the government giving the direct benefit transfer of rupees 500 per month. So there has been suboptimal progress towards achievement of NTB targets, and which has been talked about the whole day today, that the way we are going is very difficult to achieve those targets in India as well as globally. And as you can see that in all these three parameters, be it reduction in incidence or in mortality or in people with catastrophic expenditure, so our progress has been pretty not too much to talk about, and we are too far from achieving those goals. And nutrition is the thing which kind of affects all these three parameters, because people undernourished, they're more kind of risk of getting disease, so incidence is high. They're more risk of mortality, deaths are high, and obviously the kind of cost that they're spending on the food is, leading to catastrophic expenditure. So, well-targeted nutritional interventions can hasten the progress towards achievement of NTB targets, and there are enough data on that. So, there are modeling studies. One modeling study done by the group from Boston, they found that if they give the kind of nutritional interventions can save almost 4.8 million cases and 1.5 million deaths over next 20 years if undernourishment is reduced slightly, 4.8%. If there is a greater kind of reduction in undernourishment, then there would be even more kind of spectacular achievement in reduction in cases and deaths. There's another modeling study, and this has been done by Dr. Sinha, who is the next speaker. So they concluded that providing augmented ration to the extent of 2600 kilocalorie per day until a BMI of 20 kg per meter square is achieved will avert almost 81% TB cases and 88% TB deaths among those who are currently undernourished. Among the household contacts of TB patients, similar numbers, what they could find out. And all those interventions of providing augmented ration was found to be highly cost-effective to the tune of ICER of USD 470 per DALI averted. I just want to explain it further that usually if ICER is up to the kind of GDP, per capita GDP, so that intervention is taken as cost effective, and India's GDP per capita is much higher than 470 per DALI averted, more than 470. So these interventions were found to be very highly cost effective in these modeling studies. But then many a times modeling studies, they don't kind of result in, they don't throw out the same results in the actual trials. So here the kind of evidence, if you look at the effect of interventions on TB treatment outcomes in the trials are a bit conflicting. So a study in Timor-Leste where they give the one meal per day for 8 weeks, which is followed by ration for the rest of the treatment. They could achieve weight gain, but they couldn't find any difference in the treatment outcomes. India, there was a small study with 103 patients. There they provided a mixture of cereal and lentils and with 930 kilocalorie of energy and multivitamins. In that, they could not achieve any success, maybe because the numbers were small. Whereas there are other studies where they could find a good success. A study in Brazil where food basket was provided. India, observational study, this was not a trial. Again, 13 kg rice and 3 kg lentil beans were provided. So, and there was study in Andhra Pradesh where a sweet ball made from wheat flour, caramel, groundnut, etc. were given to the tune of 600 kilocalorie energy and 100 gram sprouts. And what they could find was All of them led to kind of improvement in weights, and the cure rate was much higher in the intervention group as compared to the control groups. And other kind of clinical parameters were also achieved. So there were studies. So what is the summary of evidence? And meta-analysis was conducted by Grobler et al. In 2016. And what they summarized the evidence as the food or energy supplements may improve weight gain during recovery from tuberculosis in some settings. But there is currently no evidence that they improve tuberculosis treatment outcomes. So that was their conclusion, because most of the studies were not very well conducted and quality of evidence was low, and they could not find clinical significance in most of statistical significance in most of the studies on the tuberculosis treatment outcomes. They also further concluded that there is also currently no reliable evidence that routinely supplementing above recommended daily amounts has clinical benefits. So that's what was their kind of conclusion in a meta-analysis conducted in the year 2016. And the similar conclusion was also found about micronutrients. So this is the conclusion about macronutrient supplementation, but even for micronutrient supplementation, their conclusion was the same. However, another meta-analysis which was conducted last year in the year 2022, they concluded that combined zinc and vitamin A supplementation, not alone, but if you combine zinc and vitamin A, so they could find there reduces sputum conversion time. However, that didn't have any effect on the treatment success. So NTP has kind of taken some initiatives. And recently they have this Pradhan Mantri TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, wherein food baskets per month were given to the tune of cereals 3 kg, pulses, vegetable cooking oil, etc. The other program which government launched was Nikshay Poshan Yojana, which wherein a direct benefit transfer of 500 rupees per month is given to the patients. We just conducted, and this article is under publication. So in a district in Haryana, not many people, almost 40% people, and it was a kind of a startling fact that we could find was almost 40% of the people were not either aware or they were not receiving this money. So obviously they were not using this money. But people who were receiving this money, they were using for nutritional supplementation. So obviously direct cash benefit transfers have its limitations. In the way that whether they will kind of result in the money being used for nutritional purposes or not. So now the government has shifted to providing food baskets, and that has something which has been talked about a lot. I'm not going to detail of that. So what are the issues in nutritional supplementation? So the first one is when to give. Should we give it to only TB patients, or overall that fits into the issues of undernutrition? Ultimately, if you have to prevent it, if you give it to TB patients, you will improve the outcomes. But if you want to really reduce the chain of, break the chain of transmission, reduce the incidence of tuberculosis, then we have to strive to reduce the malnutrition rates in the general population itself, and therein how to give it and what what approach should be taken, that is important. And PDS is a way where that can be utilized for that. What to give, how much to give. So these are the two things. What should be given? So whether we should give the food basket, rations, dry rations, or in some other form, or how to give. Whether it should be given with the treatment or it should be given through PDS. How much calories should it kind of. So a lot of answers there. We are still looking for those answers. What is the pathway through which nutritional supplementation works in view of the conflicting results that we got through different trials? And to address that, there are two very big trials are being conducted. And as Dr. Bhargav talked about, ration study, where he's the principal investigator, and they are looking at most of these things that is being done. And there's another TB Lion study, which is again looking at the effect of nutrition. Again, the same groups, people are there. So they are also looking at the impact of nutritional intervention. And in near future, in next few years, we'll be more wiser once the results of the study come. So here in AIIMS, we conducted a similar study funded by ICMR, and we looked at not as a dry ration, but as an energy-dense nutritional supplement. And and that was an adjunct of standard DOTS therapy. So we conducted a study which was titled Efficacy of Energy-Dense Nutritional Supplement as Adjunct to Standard DOTS Therapy in Improving Treatment Outcomes in Malnourished, Newly Diagnosed, Putum-Positive Pulmonary Tuberculosis Adult Patient. So we are not really focusing on the effect of nutritional supplementation in reducing the transmission or reducing the incidence of tuberculosis, but how does it affect the treatment outcomes. So these were the, primary outcome was to look at the effect of supplementation on cure rate, time to bacteriological conversion, and conversion rate at the end of 2 months. And we had few secondary outcomes, secondary objectives, which were to study the acceptability and safety, to assess the changes in nutritional status, and to study the changes in immunological parameters. We have concluded the study. So this study, there were 2 intervention arms. In intervention arms, we apart from the routine ATT, we also give 2 sachets, that is 1,000 kilocalories of energy every day, whereas in control arm, we only give the standard dietary advice. And outcomes, we looked at fortnightly sputum AB and adverse event measurement. The sputum culture at the point sputum smear became negative. We measured the height and weight monthly. We looked at nutrition marker at baseline months 2 and 6, and dietary assessment again at baseline months 2 and 6, and immunological markers at baseline months 2 and 6. We also followed these patients 6 months post completion of treatment to look for relapse and whether the weight gain is maintained or not. So we had looked at first the adherence and acceptability and found that a nutritional supplement in the form of this sachet, which energy-dense sachets, there was highly acceptable, and the adherence was very high to the tune of 90%. So the key findings from, and I'm not giving the tables, etc., because we are in the process of analyzing the data, and I've not analyzed the data completely. But what we could find, the key finding was that in both the groups at the baseline, the intervention as the control group, the calorie intake was grossly insufficient to the tune of around 1,100 kilocalories. Even after supplementation, calorie intake was suboptimal in both the groups at all time points. There was very high level of acceptance and adherence to nutritional supplementation. There was significant increase in weight in the intervention group, which was maintained as compared to the control group, which was maintained 6 months following the end of intervention. There has been increase in vitamin A levels, but not other nutritional markers. What happened to the treatment outcomes, and we are still looking at the role of confounders, etc., and TB treatment adherence. So it is much higher in the intervention group as compared to the cure rate is much higher in the intervention group, and relapse rate and the death rate are lower in the intervention group as compared to the control group. But it is statistically non-significant, and we are still looking into the data. Probably because we were underpowered, and this issue was mainly because what we didn't anticipate, and that is one of the kind of advantages of nutritional supplementation, that it also improved the treatment adherence and the cure rate in the control group, and the effect size that were on which the sample size was calculated was not achieved because of improved adherence and cure rate in the control group as well. So the take-home message is undernutrition is the most important determinant of tuberculosis, and the population attributable fraction is very high in India. Modeling studies have estimated that nutritional supplementation will have high impact in reducing burden and improving outcomes. However, evidence from well-conducted randomized trials are very few. And lack of evidence about the effectiveness of nutritional interventions is probably due to weakness of trials rather than lack of effectiveness per se. More well-planned trials needs to be conducted to fill the gaps in evidence, and many trials are already ongoing, and I hope that the gaps in the evidence will be filled with that. Thank you. Stop, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh, for that excellent overview and also some sharing some preliminary findings from your own intervention study, which, as you said, was probably underpowered, but definitely shows encouraging findings. So, any questions from the floor? One thing was whether, because the secondary outcomes were also a student conversion,
Yeah.
and are there any kind of
Yeah. So.
findings you would like to share?
So what we found, sir, was that sputum conversion at 2 months, there was no difference in the two groups, but time to sputum conversion was shorter in the intervention group as compared to the control group. Again, their issue again of the statistical significance, we have not yet been. And immune markers we are still analyzing. So all the tests have not yet been completed. So few tests are yet to be done. So that we'll be able to come. So we have done the sample. Not all the samples have been tested so far. So yeah.
So we look forward to really your publication in this field.
Right.
Thank you.
I would just like to bring in that this was Dr. Kapoor's idea, which we actually were able to translate to a proper study with support from ICMR. And Dr. Kapoor, would you like to tell us what brought in this idea? Dr. Kapoor, you're muted, I think.
Sir, you are on mute. Dr. Kapoor, you are on mute.
Dr. Kapoor, sir, please unmute your mic.
He's just trying. I think he's trying. Yeah.
Dr. Kapoor, please unmute your mic, please. Dr. Rajesh Kapoor, sir. Please unmute your mic, sir.
There may be some issue with the...
No. Actually, he's busy.
No, I think he's working on that, I guess.
Yeah. So I think we can move on, Dr. Bhargav. Dr. Kapoor is probably not able to hear us.
Yes, I think there is some glitch there. So it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Pranay Sinha from the Boston Medical Center. He's a specialist in infectious diseases and assistant professor at Boston University. And he has been, Dr. Rakesh pointed out, very active in research in TB, particularly its interaction with nutrition. And he has really also been active in advocacy at various levels, including the union. And so I invite Pranay to present his, make this presentation.
Thank you so much, Bhargava. It's actually an honor to follow your footsteps in this field. And Dr. Rishi, thank you for inviting me. And Dr. Rakesh, thank you so much for your kind words beforehand, and also for making my job in a way easier. Looking at the my data, and that gives me a little bit more scope for discussion now. And so, could my slide please go up? And if not, I can share it from here. How would I do my own screen here?
You could do that as well. So you can control it better, in fact.
I think so. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Perfect. All right. So thank you so much for having me. I cannot tell you what an honor it is to be presenting at this August forum. And the idea that we don't live in a world where it's latent versus active TB, but we're even living in the spectrum of disease, and we're trying to understand the host and microbial factors that push people from exposure towards active TB disease. And as has been quite well elaborated already by others, nutrition is one of the key components here. This chart, of course, is just, I mean, why are we even talking? Why do we have to justify ourselves to think about undernourishment? When, you know, when charts like this exist that just show how it exists with all other TB risk factors across the world, and especially in India. And the immunological mechanism has been fairly well established. There's more work to be done here. But and that is more in the sense of like understanding the composition of the infection, perhaps. But we pretty much know that every aspect of the immune system, the adaptive immunity, the innate immunity, all of it is affected by undernutrition. And I think a very important point that Dr. Pankal often makes is that, you know, data media with public people in the global north, they start asking us, well, what one nutrient would you give to a person with TB? And you say, how, you know, when you're hungry, do you reach for a pill? No. You can't just fix TB with one vitamin or one mineral. We have to have a comprehensive infection. But even if you rescue a part of the immune system that's served by the macronutrient, we are still not rescuing the entire system, which is what is needed. And TB, as has been described before, access to nutrition is actually the leading secondary cause of immunodeficiency worldwide, and has in fact been dubbed nutrition acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. And we talked ad nauseum about how HIV/AIDS affects TB, and as we should, but we should have equal figure about how NAs affect TB, and that's what we're going to be doing today. And Dr. Rakesh, the upstream method of TB, and the fact that we have to sort of fix this bridge upstream. But as Dr. Bhargava was probably sort of remind us, we're going to get into an emergent situation where there's so many Indians sick with TB today. So we have to first deal with the people in the water. So let's do that. And the chart on the left, actually, Dr. Bhargava, which shows that before and after treatment for TB, our patients in India tend to be nourished. And you can never somebody HIV immunity and leave that untreated. You should not have viral loads when they continue to treatment. So why is letting people walk out of TB clinic with undernutrition? And as you discussed, this affects the immune system, and the studies that show that undernourished people have higher reason in the future, which can spread the disease much more easily. We know from our work in chronic health that there's increased lung involvement and cavitation, actually, it's four-fold risk of cavitation. Moreover, there are also implications for our pharmacotherapy, and perhaps this is the kind of stuff that we need to be capturing more in our nutritional intervention studies. You know, did we reduce the number of drug toxicity events for people who were treated back 3 months? Also more likely to have drug toxicity due to things like ethambutol or aminoglycosides. And as we roll out CTAL for MDR and HRTD, we know that the nasal effects cause more neuropathy in undernourished individuals. So this is something we have to pay attention to. Moreover, in children, we've definitely shown that the xanthan isoniazid T concentration tends to be lower in children who are undernourished. And to report India, we're trying to evaluate this among adults as well at this time. This is an analysis we did based on phase 1 report India data. And let me orient you to this a little bit. It's a little bit overwhelming. So this is a multi-sector prospective cohort analysis. And this is really building off our principles work again, because usually the studies are, especially in a very vulnerable tribal population. And we're trying to do this series of multi-center, mostly Tamil Nadu, Pune, and Bangalore. But so one thing you notice over here is just using BMI as a continuous variable, or using it as a performance variable. Right? Oftentimes, there's a temptation in literature to say BMI less than 8.5 over 8.5. But what does that mean? Right? When you look at the HIV/AIDS patient, If the CD4 is 350, that is very different from a CD4 of 200 or a CD4 of 50. We know that at those levels, the susceptibility to infection is very different. So if somebody has normalized above or below 350, that would be meaningless, basically, to me. And the same way, we need to get more sophisticated in the way we are classifying people and we are really stratifying people with nutrition. And so that's why we sort of used this WHO criteria, obviously, and thought about mild, 3.99, and severe, C levels of undernutrition. And once you compare that to what is normal, which is 18.5 to 22.9, and this is based on prevention for Asians. And when you look at this, the baseline BMI could represent your BMI in the Asians. It's somewhat confounded because weight loss, of course, is a cause and effect of TB. But we found that this is twofold risk, increased risk of unfavorable outcomes, death, relapse, and treatment failure. And there was a fourfold increased risk in death. And this actually relates to what Dr. Parker showed before and what other studies outside the also shown, this fourfold increased risk in death among the Indians. Additionally, pre-morbid BMI, because this was very much in our effect, our TB patients in Portugal were able to tell us, hey, we lost this much weight due to TB. So using that, it's not perfect data because it's recall bias, I admit that. But despite that, accepting that limitation, when we calculated what their pre-morbid BMI could be after adding that weight back to their treatment weight, we found that that relationship still held. That if you were severely undernourished before you had TB, you had a twofold increased risk of unfavorable outcomes. And this is meaningful because it says that they have to do something at a population scale. This is what Dr. Rakesh was saying earlier. Additionally, it is really, really critical that we monitor BMI during treatment phase. I do this, although I would say I have to do that consistently because the systems don't exist in my community. That's what I'm trying to do. But this is important because people who did gain weight in the first 2 months had an 80% increased risk of unfavorable outcomes and a 5-fold increased risk in death, which is pretty stunning. So why don't we mention this? It's a great prognostic data. It's not all about nutrition, of course. People who are gaining weight, maybe they have got resistance, maybe they're not taking their medication. So there are other factors at play, but the weight should take you off. And as we all know, any of us who take care of TB patients, the first thing that happens when we start taking care of TB patients and giving them medications, their hunger comes down. And so weight gain really is such a great prognostic data. We also found some weak signals of severe stunting impacting treatment outcomes. And I think it is intriguing that there may be some immunometabolic implications to early childhood malnutrition. But maybe that's better valued in pediatric cohort than adult. And again, I want to just highlight that point that people with BMI eventually got into severe nutrition and blue is moderate nutrition in 2.99. So these two groups seem to be behaving quite differently from the other three groups that are really like lying on top of each other. And so when we're thinking about high priority groups, to me, it is this BMI less than 17 group that really stands out in terms of the risk. And maybe we should be thinking about aligning our research around this goal. And frankly, a lot of the TB literature is confounded because they don't include BMI very often at all. And we may be overestimating the effect of predictors for BMI. So how can we get a base for the TB program? Well, I think, as we said, screening and nutrition, there should be consistent screening. Thinking about reversible causes, we've talked a lot about hunger and nutrition support, but there are other causes of undernutrition as well, such as parasitic infections. And I know this is important that Dr. Overshin, you're talking about a potential study. And then providing nutrition support, I think there's no option for it, but we definitely feature very more evidence as Dr. Parker is, as Dr. Rakesh, and then we additionally, during that phase, HG, assessment of weight gain, assessment of other parts of treatment failure, and nutrition support. And then critically, at treatment completion, there should be a connection to primary care nutrition programs. Regardless of TB, undernutrition is an important disease to address and has protein benefits far beyond just TB. we saw this graph, this chart from Kroger et al. I think systematic abuse is the same thing. There's not enough evidence. And this one, it has issues. They only took mathematical trials that were very small, very heterogeneous, did not measure caloric intake. And if you look at this mortality, there's a death rate of 3 per 100 in the 1 per 100 in the intervention arm. Then there was a 0.34, which, by the way, I mean, this study was underpowered for. So even the confidence interval across the unity, that I don't think this question. And all this is not, and often this gets cited so often to us, I'm sure I'm going to this paper, because they look for sort of nutritional food doesn't work, and what we try to say that is, well, what this tells us is that we have insufficient evidence right now. And that we could go out and get more high quality evidence, which is what we're trying to do. It doesn't, the last word on this topic has not been written, and I think that's a major takeaway. There's much more to be done. I mean, look at this, there's 4 trials here. If you start with 4 trials of anti-HIV medication, where would we be today? We've done hundreds of those. And in fact, this is data from India, and I can't wait for Harvard to share this data. We're all calculating as a public data. But this is also really cool data. This is from Madhya Pradesh, and they gave about 1100 calories, 40 grams of protein to adults and children, and they showed a significant improvement in they did not disaggregate the over here, but a smaller study from West Bengal did do that, and again, they didn't give very much. They actually gave just 2 grams of rice and 2 grams of lentils, 90 days, for LGBT patients who were living below the poverty line. This is like 24. And the intervention arm only had 103 people, but it able to show this reduction in loss to follow-up, which is pretty striking. And this is important to consider because when it comes to a hearing, the conversation often turns to let's use some new smart skill. But as a physician, if I have to choose a smart skill and coaching my patients with TB who I know are struggling with catastrophic costs and poverty, I know what I would choose, but one intervention that I will trust you to your medications. The other one is I understand the difficulty going through and I want to coach you. Right? And so we have to decide what the system we want to be, and I'm really grateful that we have collectively shared with you, which has scope for improvement. And the TB mentor program, which really requires a lot of support in economic data, long-term data. But just, to talk about nutrition support, you got to remember, it's not all about food security. I think in India, food security is massive, and it is not to be understated in any way. But I just want to point out that severely undernourished people with TB life also found that. Only about half of them actually said they were food insecure. A lot of them felt, no, we have plenty of food. So then what is the problem? This requires further evaluation because malnutrition is not hunger, malnutrition is a medical diagnosis. We have to sort of treat it that way. And one of the things that we're doing is we've got this study called TB leopard, because we love cats. And so TB leopard is a substudy of TB life. And we are trying to assess the spread of parasitic infections in persons with TB and trying to understand the impact of parasitic infection on nutritional support to see if that co-ops our ability to happen in unique ways. And we're also trying to evaluate if the direct impact on the immunology of TB and treatment outcomes. And so hopefully we'll have data from that. So we talked a lot about people in the water. Let's go upstream for a minute. And really, it is very important to remember that how did the global north eliminate TB? It wasn't necessarily through medications and vaccines alone. In fact, on the left here, you have a chart of the United States. And blue is actually the state that I live in, which is Massachusetts. And you can see that there was an 85% reduction in TB incidence and mortality between 1869 and 40. And we didn't have streptomycin since 1947. We didn't have vaccination from 1954 with BCG, right? So, and we really didn't have an effective outpatient medicine until the 90s. So we were still in the world of sanatoria. So how did this happen? And this happened through socioeconomic progress. eating better, we were living in better conditions, and we also had probably better public health care. And Dr. Bhagwan and his wife, Malvi, the English, which really demonstrates the impact of social intervention on TB progression. So, on the right here, you have it shows you exactly the same thing, and one cool thing here is when you correlate the time of the second World War, you see bumps in the TB rate, they went up because those were times of scarcity, not scarcity. And I think that the really famous quote that the TB rates in England rise and fall, and that's true in India too. Now, does India have to wait all those years, like nearly 100 years, to see that kind of reduction? I don't think so. Not every Indian person had a hardline telephone before they went to a smart home. Many went from no home to a smart home. That's leapfrogging. And I believe that we can do this with nutrition and TV as well, with smart policy and real commitment across. And again, to be completely honest with you, I think another leader in the field who's really done a lot of work in the US, showing that people with BMI less than 20.5 have 12-fold higher risk of TB progression compared to others. This is incredibly hard work. But what I will tell you, when I've looked at the data set, that the depth of undernutrition in the United States is nothing like India. Dr. Bhargav and I work with people with BMIs 9 and 10 TB, as you are sure. And over here, I had a hard time finding this BMI at 7. And as the depth of undernutrition does have something to do with the TB risk. So even in the US, which is a relatively low incidence setting, this is the of BMI at 5. And we recently converted this into a risk ratio, and that's and we know that our TB rates are very nutritional situation because this is the impact of the hunger rate over a period of time. Food ingress into blocks because the journey to block growing what routes into the city. And people last time, basically by 1945, was having 500 kilocalories per day. They were eating grass and they were making soup out of it. And in that diet situation, the teen mortality rate just skyrocketed. And then as soon as the war ended and the blockade lifted, things went down pretty quickly. And this, for me, is a situation like in India, or situations where, for example, there's microns and disruption. So things can ratchet up pretty quickly, and we have to care about change complex, all these things, if we prevent from nutritional shock and really affect our NTB goals. And this, by the way, happens today as well. This is happening in Venezuela, it's happening in Syria, this is going to happen in Ukraine, which is getting in the RTV. Now, you already looked at my model, which was the idea that the today, free of cost to all it is to be a -10.5. I know it's a huge conceptual thing, but it is not impossible. I really don't think. And I really start to represent document which is what you get as well as food. We model so high because we're doing this model in 2020 and we have the 2025 goal line. And again, we have to think the very simple model, the simple conception of the model was that this is a state where you like a TB and harm and nourish. Mean healthy, you can die of TB, if diet TB, you're cured, you go back to the lab with TB, you do have a slight risk of relapse. I was and as you get into the cold, at some point, your BMI rises to about 20 kilograms. Well, at this point, consider graduated, that means you're not in the government is not going to spend extra money compared to what it would otherwise. And in this case, you have a low risk of problem. And that means 20, by the way, because it sounds like there's a decent buffer from 18.5, and I didn't want to keep anybody to die. Well, no, you. And I think you want to see my results. Which was that cost-effective intervention. It reduced nutrition hugely, and it also had an 81% reduction among the general population and an 80% reduction in mortality. But the benefits were somewhat even greater in depression. And now, here's one thing. The WHO standard for what is considered cost effective is one time, it's 3 times the GDP. Now, nobody is $1,000 per day. And one time, twice one time GDP. So for that, but a lot of times, not going to take the best way to know what the society will expect to see what kinds of interventions are being enthusiastically pursued in the country. And so we are providing decentralized care for MDR TB in India. We are providing ART therapy for people. We do management that is available, but it is definitely the same ballpark. And we are trying to go for public private mix and and compared to those, the incremental cost ratio of giving people food is much lower. So why aren't we doing it? Because this is something that we can consider. But I'm trying to make this model a little bit more sophisticated. This model to make a more focused here. But I think already with what we have, there's a lot of ammunition. And so I won't go too long, but I have this reflection. Yes, not here. This is a global. This goes for more nations. But the WHO thinks in 2025 will have a new tool, maybe a vaccine, new drugs, different regimens that's just going to bend the TB. Right now, we're reducing TB in India by about 2%. If you have to achieve our goals in 2025, we have to have a 50% reduction. And by 2030, we need a which is absolutely ridiculous. But my argument here is that we don't have to build 2025 for a new tool. We already have that tool, which is food. It's not readily, it's not supermarket. What we have to do now is figure out how to give it cost effectively, reliably, consistently to our population to reduce this critical and modifiable. And I love this quote from Katie that giving people medicine for TB and not giving them food is like washing your hands and drying them. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Pradeep, for that excellent presentation covering your research in the field and also for the arguments, for addressing nutrition not only in patients but in the general population level. I think the argument is very convincing, and you may have converted at least some of our microbiologists in the audience in your this argument. So, any questions? Actually, Dr. That Kapoor is not present in this panel at the moment. Some glitch. Any questions from the audience? I might just add that we don't have representative data on rates of TB patients in India except for 2016, about 1.2 million patients. But the median rates were 40 kgs in men and 38 kgs in women all over India. So the data presented from was not extreme as some people would feel. So undernutrition is highly prevalent, and as showed in the recent papers from the report consortium, both undernutrition at baseline and the inability to gain weight is predicting worse outcomes. So any question?
I just want to add one thing there. In our report, India analysis, about 55% of patients were undernourished and 25% of the severely undernourished. So that's just point. This is about treatment. And that's just point should be how much there is. One thing that I should mention, which is a direction that I'm taking my research in, is really like pushing for systematic screening of undernourished individuals for TB, because the WHO has posed that the threshold of TB is if the prevalence of TB is 2.5 high in that population. And I know from looking at the data, I think where in Myanmar, like 1.2% this BMI 2.4, and I did see some stuff in the TB prevalence survey from India, which also is much higher among people BMI. This might be another section that we want to try to eliminate the capture before these people, really have taken that. And that might be a frontier.
So, sorry to interrupt you, but I think because we have some more questions. If there are any questions from the audience, but clearly the priority is to save the patients, who are at risk of having outcomes like death and illness. So, systematic assessment of nutrition at baseline and throughout therapy, and provision of nutrition support. That's the first step to save those economy. And we cannot improve the nutrition status at the population level, but we can surely advocate. This is a major in India. At the political level, the undernutrition in children and women is right now quite has been focused on as India. We need to just also add the element of nutrition including those in men. So India is improvements in nutrition in the population level. Any questions, Dr. Rashi? I'm not there, but
Yeah, so I don't think there are any questions here, but are there any questions online? Any questions online? No. So I think it was an excellent session. And, the question that comes to my mind is, I guess now we need to identify which kind of food packaging will deliver the most, something which is easily, handed over to the patients and the patient consumes. That is where Dr. Rakesh's talk brought in a different kind of food packaging. So I guess with experts like you yourself, Dr. Bhargav, Dr. Pranay, Dr. Rakesh, I hope we can collaborate together. And what interests me most is the concept, that weight gain concept is so important. So in children, we use that as a marker of response to treatment. And why not do it in adults? So I guess that's something actually we can pass on like as a recommendation to the program as part of this today's meeting, or maybe we quote your paper. So I would write to you, the chairs and the speakers, for giving maybe just a few bullet points along with your publications or other publications that you'd like to quote, and we will try and give this to the program, if not for direct implementation, for consideration in future committees or deliberations and discussions. But I guess somewhere we'd be able to give them such salient research that, eminent researchers like you have done. So I guess that may be one starting point. Of course, Dr. Bhargav is actively involved with the program, and I'm sure he must be making his contributions at all levels. So I think that much. And like Dr. Sinha suggested, that this anti-parasitic drugs, that's something again very close to my heart as well. Past 20 years I've been wanting to work on that. Deworming as as an add-on to when you initiate the anti-TB treatment could also contribute to improvement in the nutrition. In a developing country like ours, where health load is very high, switching the TH2 to 2H1. So again, those are areas which still need more work and more data to convince the implementers. But yes, I would really appreciate if you could all send in a few points, which we will share with the program. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhargav. It was an honor to have you with us. Yeah, please go on. You were saying.
Thank you for those kind words. But really, as Rajesh showed, nutrition is also serving as a surrogate marker for other things. And at baseline, when in India, not anybody with a BMI of less than 18.5 would be offered nutrition support, and somebody below 16 would be admitted in a hospital. But in India, we are having a situation where a lot of patients were very severely underweight, still in the community, who may need inpatient care. So I am trying to emphasize that a small group of people who are very sick, which you can easily identify at the community level by just taking their weights and heights. These patients we brought in for some special attention. So while we're talking about nutrition support, there has to be special attention to those who are at very high risk of death. And thank you so much for inviting us. We look forward to interacting with you, and we surely share our insights.
Thanks again. And we have small mementos with all your names with us. So hope to see you sometime in some meeting soon, and do visit us if you're visiting Delhi. And we could take further collaborations from there on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We would request Dr. Urvashi Singh to give memento to Dr. Rakesh Kumar. Jyoti.
पहले वो मोमेंटम दिला दो जया को और प्रगति को और नीरज को इनको नहीं दिया ना वो ज्यादा जरूरी है
इनको मोमेंटोस दे दें फिर कंक्लूड करते हैं
प्रगति क्यों
I start concluding up Dinesh. आप दे देना
नीरज ले फटाफट वैसे ही लो
Pragati not speaking, let me speak. Neeraj has been such a wonderful pillar in the lab. You know, your day-to-day fulfilling the work targets, but also supporting everybody in all kinds of things. Very calm and composed. Very calm and composed. You will never see him lose his temper. If he does lose, you know, what he does is he'll take everybody's work and try to help everybody. I'm amazed at his resilience and his patience and his calmness.
प्रगति
Please speak. So, Dr. Pragati, it has been a pleasure to have you with us. Such a wonderful person, perfectionist to the core, will take care of everything to the smallest detail, and would not let go of even one thing if you're given 10 responsibilities. So I really mean to compliment you. It is a pleasure to have such a wonderful junior. Are Kishi ke asu? Oh my goodness. I hope Amit is there. So I hope you heard the great words we said. And she's been working very hard. Dr. Jaya. Oh, there she is. So Dr. Jaya is another wonderful, if I may say, they're all like my children. They are always there taking care of clinical work and, cooperating with everybody. They take care of everybody around, and when they fall sick, I am losing, my, the peace of mind, and I'm always worried about. Of late, she's been falling sick, but my blessings to all the residents. Of course, I cannot really say words for all of you, but it's a pleasure to have such wonderful students and residents around. And see, she also has tears. But it is so wonderful, and I think what's the what makes me happy is that we are training some very conscientious, very intelligent juniors who will be able to actually take the baton from Dr. Kiran. I'll have to pass my baton to Dr. Kiran when I go. So it's a pleasure that we still have conscientious students and responsible students around whom we can really rely on. Dr. Nizam. So Dr. Nizam के लिए Dr. Kiran आप बोलेंगे? मैं बोल Dr. Nizam has been a wonderful student. I remember during COVID when we were establishing the lab, it was so difficult. Every minute there was some chaos or some stress of some kind, and all of them, Nizam along with the other residents, they were always alert, and especially during the peaks of COVID, we had a very big load, and they would all work throughout the night and work very hard. Thank you. And of course, he's a member of our team, so that's how he's here. Thank you. डॉक्टर किरण को देंगे, आपको कौन देगा? नरेंद्र जी देंगे, आइए दोनों देंगे. So I think I've said for everybody. मेरा तुम सब लोग मिलके देना, सब लोग मिलके देना. I must say a few words for my rest of my team: Jyoti, Brajeshi, who else? Megha, Suman, Vikas, and Sunita, of course, Ritu, Deepa, Arun, Monica. Who else is left? And I don't have words enough to thank you. Everything we do, it's all teamwork. Alone, we are nothing. But thanks to all of you, especially, when we made that video last minute, Jyoti and Pragati were rushing here and there. Megha and Jyoti went all around, took the videos from all the clinicians. Neeraj helped it all put together. Neeraj made another video, which we have not been able to play, that research video. So thank you all, and God bless you all. And my scientists who actually presented so beautifully today. It was an impressive presentation. Of course, the impressive work and impressive presentation. चलो अब ग्रुप फोटो कर लें. He's been